Assalamu alaikum, Imam Elam. We're ready for you to open us up with dua, then we'll begin the program.
Okay, Sister Zelly just called me and I was trying to get off. Okay. All right. Let me know. You want me to open it now or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum. That is peace and good afternoon to our live audience for the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. This is our November 1st Sunday program, and I'd like to welcome you back. My name is Wadathuddin Muhammad, or Wallace D. Muhammad II, the son of the late leader and founder of the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, Imam Muhammad. We have a really great program today lined up, and we hope that you all enjoy it. You know, as the Mosque Cares, these first Sunday programs, it's our habit to have a different presenter a different guest presenter from outside of our immediate community or from at least outside of Chicago area as often as we can. And we have our, this afternoon, we hope to have members of our national school, our school, Claire Muhammad School national board or national, I'm thinking of it, school system. Yeah, we have the Mosque Cares. We have supported the Claire Muhammad school system since it was founded by a leader early 19 around 75 when he came into the office of leadership of the former followers of the Nation of Islam, and all the schools under the Nation of Islam at that time, which numbered, I believe, over 250, close to 250, all changed the name from University of Islam to the Sister Clara Muhammad School Systems, which is the mother of Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, the late leader who was responsible for the University of Islam school systems. And he made the choice to change the name of the schools because mostly they were elementary and secondary schools, which carried the name university, which was something that he felt was not accurate for his term as leader of the community that he that supported him. So he named it after his mother because she was was the first member of the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the leader at the time of the Nation of Islam, to pull her children out of public schools so that they can start at-home private schools. And so her being the one responsible for the beginning of the University of Islam schools, she was honored by her son. You know, her son, it was, I'm sure it was his honor to be able to name our school system. That's the term I was looking for earlier, school system, to name our school system after his mother. And so that, we hope that you all enjoy the program and share the viewership with your friends and family. Invite others to come and hear what we're doing, because as we all know, the situation for our young in public schools and in schools that don't necessarily have the ability to teach African-American children, as well as some private schools that have the concern and understand the concerns and understand the challenges that are met by African-Americans in our communities. And the learning environment always has been an exemplary learning environment in the Clara Muhammad school systems. I want to greet you all again with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. And I hope you enjoy the program today. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna, as we prepare, I believe the Muslim Health Consortium on, I see Brother Ron, I saw Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, I believe I see Sister Coral. But prior to going over to them, we just, as the email mentioned, we have a very much anticipated program today, this first Sunday community program. And with the celebration of Sister Clara Muhammad, the school system that was established, and that is an institution in itself. And the group that is going to be presented is a dynamic group, and it's a power-packed group. I believe they have it's a jam-packed, power-packed group and presentation. I believe you're going to enjoy it, and we pray that you stick around and stay with us until the end, which they are the guest featured presenters for today. But we'll be beginning with the Muslim Health Consortium, which will be followed by Imam Elam and his Quranic Arabic discussion, which will then be followed by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar with the business and technology presentation. And that will be followed by our Imam W.D. Muhammad II and his remarks, which will then be preceded and conclude our program with the featured presentation by the Sister Clara Muhammad School presenters, inshallah. So without further ado, we thank you all for joining us again for another First Sunday. We would like to turn the floor over to the Muslim Health Consortium.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We thank Allah for another day. We thank Allah for this opportunity to share what we've learned with our Muslim community. And we thank the mosque carers and Imam Muhammad Muhammad II for inviting us. We will get right to the points that we have. We would say that we are still in the battle with COVID, but we can look ahead and see light at the end of the tunnel, alhamdulillah. Our current status is that we have, over this past week, achieved 750,000 deaths in the US from COVID. And worldwide, we have 5 million deaths from COVID alone. We are right now at about 70,000 cases per day. And this may sound like a lot, but it is down from what it has been in the past. We are still at about around 1,000 deaths per day in the US due to COVID. And this, again, sounds like a lot, but it is down from what it has been in the past. What we're doing in terms of fighting COVID is having a positive effect. You know, the boosters are now rolled out and are available. In the past 4 or 5 days, my wife and I got our boosters, Moderna boosters. And there are about 362,000 booster shots being given per day over this past week. So that is pretty good. If you haven't got your first shot or your boosters, please get them. It will benefit you and the community. There are about 428 million doses given in the U.S. so far of the boosters. So this is very good. Things are moving along. Also, recently, this past week, actually, the FDA and the CDC have approved of the shots for children ages 5 to 11 years. And this is wonderful. There are about 28 million children eligible for the vaccination in that age. For children 5 to 11, there are about 8,300 hospitalizations per year just in that age group. But the number of deaths, thank Allah, is very low. It's 172 have died in that age group. So even though a lot get it, and some have serious side effects, but the deaths are low, and that's good. It's been estimated that about 40% of the children in that age group have antibodies. So, you know, COVID is an airborne virus, and viruses always spread through children rapidly. So very likely, many of them have been exposed, and they will still benefit from the vaccine. Some people, some parents have concerns and have been expressing their concerns vehemently. We always encourage them to check with their doctors for any questions that they have. The studies were pretty convincing. They would have a large number of children, and over 4,600 children, around 3,100 got the vaccine, about 1,500 didn't. There were no major side effects that were found in that number. And the vaccine for that group was found to be around 91% effective. So this is very good, alhamdulillah. The other thing of note that has occurred, and there's some controversy, have been the vaccine mandates. And the Biden administration has encouraged the private sector, along with the healthcare providers, and definitely federal contractors to get the vaccine. And I, for one, agree with that. And but not everyone does. And on a public health basis, it's understandable, but many people argue regarding it in terms of personal freedoms. And a lot of times, personal freedoms and the interest of the public health have been at odds in the past. And there are many classic arguments or debates in public health regarding that. Cigarettes, seatbelts, OSHA requirements, many other things. Public health has inserted itself into our lives, and in most cases, it's been for the greatest good, for the greatest number. But it's still on an individual basis. People have objected or object to it, and that same sort of objection had occurred back in 1918 during the first pandemic. They had the same arguments regarding that. and even mask mandates that were required at that time were objected to. So we have two new pills to be added to our toolbox, and Brother Ron, I'm sure will give us more on that as we go along with our discussion. So at this point, I will stop there and turn the discussion into the hands of Sister Coral Kadar. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramadan, and assalamu alaikum to the Mosque Cares, to the president of the Mosque Cares and the wonderful staff. Thank you for bringing this first Sunday to us and being so consistent with it and giving the Health Consortium this platform to try to protect the health of our community. And when I say our community, I don't just mean the Muslim community, I mean the human community. And I think COVID has made us all much more aware that we're all connected. I am also cautiously optimistic, very hopeful that we're turning the corner. Of course, the winter time is the time that we worry that maybe the virus will pick up or maybe it'll mutate. So we're prayerful that we are turning the corner. And I try to remind people that there are 4 concerns when you're talking about vaccines, and we've tried to help clear up some of the confusion because it's new. It's a lot of new material to digest. And especially when you have so much disinformation and misinformation in the environment, it's very difficult to sort through with your logic what's the best decision to make. So as you're sorting through, I know there's some people that still have concerns about being vaccinated and so on. Think about, there are 4 things that I try to remind people of. Of course, your own health and the possibility that the virus could actually attack your body in a way that it could be, severe, detrimental to your life. So those things, your health and your life. But a lot of young people not worried about that. Not just young people, a lot of people feel like they're going to be okay. They're not worried about their health, their life. They feel like they're in good health. They're taking their supplements. They have a strong immune system. They're not in a high risk category. So the other things to consider are that you want to try to reduce the transmission in the environment. Masking is very, very important with that, especially with the Delta variant. With the Alpha variant, we saw decrease in transmission. With the Delta variant, we don't see that as much, but masking for vaccinated and unvaccinated is very important for decreasing transmission. But one thing about the vaccinating the population that we don't think a lot about, and I sometimes don't think about it either, is that there's research out there that suggests that you're less likely to see variants when the population is largely vaccinated. So, when you're in this place where half of you are vaccinated, half of you are unvaccinated, then you have a virus that's the virus is just trying to figure out how to replicate in all situations. So we don't want to see a variant pop up that's resistant to the vaccines that we have. Even though we have new medications to treat COVID, that's different from preventing the virus from replicating in people's bodies and mutating. So just consider that it's not just whether or not you get sick or whether you, God forbid, get sick or die. And many people feel very confident that's not going to happen. But are you going to be spreading something that could be reaching someone who's not as strong as you are, who's more vulnerable? And are you contributing to keeping the virus from mutating? None of us want to hear about we don't want to hear any more Greek letters come out about, a new variant that now our vaccines or our therapeutics are not effective with, and that could happen. And the other thing, Sister Malika is always reminding me, there's new data out that there have been a lot of orphans due to the virus, people whose primary caregiver or parent have died. I think they say it's about 150,000 in our country. In my state, it's 5,000 they reported of children that have lost a parent or primary caregiver. So that's something else that's kind of in the news, but it's not forefront. So we keep them in their prayers. As far as the mandates are concerned, I understand the reason for the mandates. And I was saying on the Lifeline yesterday that I had a discussion with a person that felt that the government does not have the authority to mandate that you put something in your body. And it's a difficult discussion, as Dr. Ramadan said, because it's a little different from seatbelts and smoking, because you're actually putting something in your system, in your body, that is affecting your body. And some people feel very strongly that they don't want to do that, especially, there's some legal things, we won't go into that, but I do understand why people are resistant to the mandates. And I have some concerns about them myself. I personally think that it's a good thing that states are pushing back against the mandates, just so that we can set up legal precedent for what should happen in a wartime or state of public emergency versus what should happen when we don't have that. If you don't have that pushback and you don't force the authorities to make it clear why they require mandates in this environment, then it kind of opens the door in the future for overreach. So that's the wonderful thing, I think, about living in this wonderful democracy, is that you can push back and make us all better at perfecting our policy and perfecting our reasoning. And finally, I just want to say that we are celebrating, I don't see her on today, but Sister Saisa Neal, who is a master degree prepared registered nurse. She has been the leader of the health team at the Nation's Mosque, Masjid Muhammad, for I think 11 or 12 years. And she's retiring from that leadership position. I don't think she's leaving the health team at the masjid. I think she just is not going to be in that leadership role. She's still going to be with us at the Health Consortium. And I think that we just have to just celebrate the work that she's done. I mean, she's worked diligently, not just with COVID, but over the years, to make sure the pioneers at that masjid are taken care of. She bakes cookies for them. She visits them. I mean, I don't know how she does it. She's in her 70s, but she's just full of energy and serving the community. So they're celebrating her today. I'll see if I can put in the chat the Zoom, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is their regular meeting, so they'll cut it off at 8. If anybody wants to celebrate Sister Saisa with us, I'll put it in the Zoom where you can come on and, give her thanks for being a servant of our community. So I'll turn it over to Brother Ron, and it's good being with you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I think what I would like to lead with is that we have a situation where we have two different pharmaceutical companies, Merck and Pfizer, who have came up with a therapeutic to deal with those that become infected with the virus. There's a pill from Merck and one from Pfizer, and one involves taking, I think it's 30 pills in 5 days, and the other one involves taking 40 pills in 1 day. And it's very, very good, but we really don't want to get into a situation where we're going to rely on the taking of these pills. The vaccine is there. It's helpful and it's effective. So we should give consideration of taking the vaccine. The thing about taking the pills is that you may get over COVID, but it doesn't erase the reality that you will now be what's called a long hauler. And the long haulers develop all different type of additional health issues. Not to even mention that for a lot of the long haulers, once you have contracted COVID, the chances go up dramatically that within a year, you'll become reinfected. So we should take that in consideration. And we should also take into consideration that with us turning what appears to be turning of a corner with this pandemic, that brings back into reality the existence of the flu virus as well as pneumonia virus. So we should also think in terms of taking the flu shot and the pneumonia shot. I know probably at this time, a lot of us are starting to feel like pain cushions, and I understand that, but we'll get through this. We just got to stay the course and hold the line, like Captain Ali Rashid used to say, hold the line. That's what we have to do. And I also want to deal with the situation with our children and our grandchildren. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, I've spent a lot of times in the schools. I've been in the classrooms teaching in the high schools and in the middle schools and in the lower grades. I wanted to do that because I wanted to assess actually what the situation was in the schools and sort of extrapolate that across the whole country, because there's not a lot of difference between school systems. And what I have found is that in the lower grades, the students are doing very well as far as protecting themselves from the virus. They're social distancing as they are lining up. They are sanitizing their hands. And there's a large percentage of these young students that are actually following their parents' advice and keeping their mask on. It starts to slack off when you get into the middle schools. You start to see a lot of peer pressure come into play, and the children are more into socialization. So the distancing issue sort of falls by the wayside, and they're close together. And you see that, and you see a lot of masking thinking fall by the wayside. They tend to wear their mask, I guess you would call it hip hop style, I don't know. But the masks are either under their nose, or some I've seen the mask under the chin. I don't know what that's about, wearing a mask under your chin, other than you know, these students think that it's cool. Now, in the high schools, it's different. There's not a lot of social distancing. There's not a lot of wearing a mask, and very little hand sanitizing is going on. It's very, very disturbing. In fact, I came out of one class, and this class was up on the 3rd floor. And as I came out, I looked over the balcony, and what I saw passing class in the hallway, it's a very, very long hallway, but it was reminiscing of images that I had seen during the March on Washington type of image. And as you know, I'm a photojournalist, so I focus on imagery. And I looked and I saw, and there was just a mass of students, and most of them by and large were not wearing masks, and they were just all bunched up. So I think we have to pay close attention to our children and our grandchildren, and we need to begin to reinforce to them the protocols that our households have put into place on how they're supposed to act when they're in these school settings. And that includes the mask, that includes the hand sanitizing and the social distancing when they can. And I know, especially with high schoolers, they tend to be very into socialization. And I get that, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're getting to the end, and we cannot let our guard down. We have to remain vigilant. And also, as we move forward, I want to address a growing thing that's taking place in the community, and that is with the mandates coming down, that there has developed a black market for forged documents saying that you've taken the vaccine, and you have a situation where it's becoming very, very tempting because it seems very, very easy to some people that is a way to solve a problem. It is not. They are starting to catch individuals and make an example of them. From what I understand, one individual was charged a $16,000 fine. So we don't want to fall into that. And I bring this up because I have overheard members in our community passing this information around about where you can get these counterfeit vaccination cards. And I really want to emphasize that we really need to leave that alone. We'll get through this. We're almost at the end of it. So I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want to get into rehashing what my colleagues have already went over, very scholarly have went over and explained. So, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you, Brother Ron. Was there anyone else from the Muslim Health Consortium, or did you have anything else, Dr. Ramadan or Sister Coral?
Yes, I do want to add that we are, somebody made a very good comment yesterday on the Lifeline, just talking about the immune system. And we assured him that as the emergency wanes, we'll be talking more about building natural immunity. I'm reading a wonderful book now about the importance of water and hydration. But we do remind everyone all the time to exercise, get sunlight. These things are not small things. We say them and they just sound so small. Even 5 minutes of exercise. I'm learning that even just moving around, just like shaking around a little bit, moving your body can help bring water into your cells. So be aware of that. And I really am concerned when I see some of our elders sitting down for Salat. If you can't make the whole prostration, you should at least stand in Qiyam and bend if you can bend. And if you can't make the prostration, do as much as you can, because when you're sitting in a chair, they say sitting is the new smoking. Do as much as you can. If you have to start standing and wind up in the chair, but when you're in the chair, take your body and bend over. There's a science. Allah has blessed us with a beautiful faith that's not just spiritual, but it brings the body into alignment with the spirituality. So we will be talking more about those things, but we know what we have to do. Drink more water, exercise, move it around, like Bill Withers would say, shake it around. And cooked vegetables, raw vegetables, fermented foods, walking, drinking water, getting as much sunlight as you can, and supplementing with vitamin C and vitamin D and zinc. Of course, speak to your doctor about any supplements to make sure that those things are right for you. That's all.
Alhamdulillah. We certainly echo that.
Go ahead, Dr. Ramadan.
No, I just said we certainly echo that. Everyone should strive to be in the best of health. And, the the immune system can get preoccupied when it's dealing with other medical problems that you may have. So to stay in the best of health frees up the immune system so that it can better attack whatever may invade your body. So that's, see the immune system as part of your overall health, and the sleep, the rest, the exercise, the good nutrition, the hydration, all of those things. Additional nutritionals are very important, as you said. So these are the things to keep you healthy. And when you're healthy, you generally have a healthy immune system. So there are some things that attack the immune system directly, and those you should have the assistance of your health provider in fighting that. But stay and be in your best of health, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. Okay, at this time, the Muslim Health Consortium, do you all have time for questions? If you have time, we'll allow for about maybe 2 questions, if that's okay.
That will be fine.
Okay, so at this time, the audience, if you have any questions, this is the time to unmute yourself and ask your questions. Preferably, if you could raise your hand, and then that way we could see you, and then we'll allow you to ask your question for the Muslim Health Consortium. Okay, go ahead, Sister Tahira.
Yes, assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. It's a comment more so than a question. Brother Ron mentioned regarding like the middle schoolers and the high schoolers who are wearing their masks, halfway down their faces. And to reiterate to our children the importance of wearing masks when you're in home with them. It's also important that, the parents and the grandparents understand the health guidelines at your children's or grandchildren's school, so that we are holding the educators and administrators responsible and accountable for the health mandates or the guidelines on how they practice social distancing and masking, so that the pressure is not on the children 100%, but that it's a shared responsibility. So I just wanted to insert that. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, Adil and I were just talking, and I said it's probably a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So if everybody's vaccinated in the home, in your personal home, so long as you don't have guests in there, you don't have to wear a mask around each other.
No.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
No.
So that's that's a big relief there, on people to know that, the freedom is only when you go outdoors. There's certain things, it's all sort of things that you have to be cautious about as not to offend the public, so there's a million things you don't want to do. And one of them is not wear a mask. So to me, it doesn't make sense. There's a conspiracy people out there, and they just need to take a moment to think about it, about, why they are so resistant, Yeah.
Yes.
And you also don't have to wear a mask if you visit in another household and that household is vaccinated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
I saw somebody with a button where they were wearing a button that said they were vaccinated,
I just want to I just want to add something to that, though. You have to make sure that the people who are vaccinated in your bubble have the same ethic as you have in terms of keeping their mask on when they are in another environment. So if you have, let's say a 21-year-old who's, let's say he's vaccinated, highly unlikely, but say he's vaccinated. But you see him on Instagram outside without his mask on. So that means he may bring COVID into the home, and it can get a little tricky. If you have another person in the home who is not always masked, that person may, that person may be spreading it you all may be spreading it.
Right.
In the, I am working as a licensed real estate agent in the office that I work in. Nobody's wearing a mask. And I let them know I'm fully vaccinated, but I continue to mask because I don't want to bring something home right now we're taking care of an elder. My husband's aunt cannot be vaccinated. She has a clotting disorder. And her physicians are saying, you cannot get the vaccine. So, and we're in close contact with her. So I let them know I'm caring for someone that cannot be vaccinated. I don't want to inadvertently pick up something and bring it to her. So just to say that those people that are in your home, in your bubble, that you can be unmasked around, make sure that they're staying in their discipline outside of the home or outside of that bubble and keeping their mask on, because they can be carriers of COVID even though they're vaccinated. I'm sorry if I'm confusing you, but
I understand. It's perfectly well. You need an appointment to get in my house anyway. Even if you one of my children, they just don't come over here unannounced.
And I think we should also keep in mind that we're just getting to the beginning of the holidays. And we're in a very, very critical situation because this period is going to continue all the way up until January the 2nd. So there's going to be a lot of socialization, a lot of in and out of people's houses, and we have to remain vigilant and on our post, as we used to say in that old language. We have to walk our posts in the perfect manner.
Yes,
Keeping always on the alert. I think that's how it went. We got
That was it.
Thanksgiving, and then Christmas, and then New Year's Eve and whatnot. So
I believe we have Imam Hamid Abdullah had a question. Go ahead, Imam Hamid.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The question that I have was, now my family and I, we've been vaccinated, but I've been hearing and even in our community as well as other communities that there may be negative effects of the vaccination itself. Can you kind of shed some light on that as far as people being vaccinated and still catching COVID or having negative effects on that?
Yes. That has to be always put in perspective. The vaccines are over 90% effective. That means 5% they're not effective. Some people, and that's the breakthrough. So breakthroughs can occur with people who are vaccinated. That's possible. Also, it doesn't mean that you won't catch COVID. The vaccines protect you against hospitalizations and death. Okay, it means that you will have a low level COVID infection, but you will not get severely ill because your immune system is already primed and ready to attack the invader COVID. So you may feel some symptoms, but they will be mild and they should protect you from getting seriously ill. So that can occur. And side effects are the usual from the immunizations, the sore arm. You may feel body aches, headache, very seldom, if ever, a fever, but these things can occur after a vaccination. So.
I just want to add to that, that there are, you always have to look at risk benefit and balance it out. We know that we've heard with some of the vaccines, there have been clotting issues with the Johnson & Johnson in women, so they don't recommend that vaccine for younger women. With the mRNA vaccines in some young men, they've seen myocarditis, the inflammation around the heart. But my son's pediatrician reminded him that myocarditis is much more likely to happen in a young person who gets COVID that is not vaccinated. So just keep in mind that when you look at the statistics of the likelihood that you would have a side effect from a vaccine, sometimes they do happen. But the likelihood of having a severe issue catching COVID is much more. And I know all of you have probably heard about people in the community that have passed away and they didn't have COVID, quote unquote, they didn't have a diagnosis of COVID, but all of a sudden somebody's, had a relapse of something. And, that's happened a lot, and it's happening a lot in the Northeast where I am. That's not going in the books as COVID, but there are reasons why that may have been caused by exposure to COVID. That's a whole issue in and of itself that we are not really tracking, but just be aware that there are some things that are not being attributed to COVID that may be COVID. So that's just another thing to put in the pot when you're thinking about risk versus benefit of the vaccine versus the rare possibility of serious side effects.
Thank you so much.
And I think we should also keep in mind when we see these breakthrough cases, when we look at the data closely, you're looking at, I'm gonna just throw a figure out there that's close to the point that I'm trying to make. You're looking at globally, well, we'll deal with nationally, millions of people, 40, 50, 60 million people who have taken the vaccine. And then you look at breakthrough cases that might, out of 40 or 50 million or so, 5, 6. So the benefit to risk ratio is very low. And it's just that sometimes they play up those that actually do have these type of negative effects. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I agree with that. Everything gets equal attention on the social media. So you might have one case and it's so statistically minor, but it's going to get it's going to get all the attention as if it's happening to 10,000 people. I look at the accepting of the risk. When I read the Quran's verses about those who go out to battle versus those who stay at home, I see this pandemic as war. And when you say, I'm willing to take the risk to protect the society, I'm willing to take that minor risk that maybe there might be some side effect. Most of the side effects that we see are manageable. Every now and then you'll hear something that happened that you say, wow, was that because of the vaccine? People have illnesses anyway. It's not just like everyone is healthy and then suddenly, when you get vaccinated, then there are people that have issues. So those are the people that tend not to do as well when they're vaccinated. Those people who have a lot of, problems, health problems. But we accept the duty to go out on the battlefield, to accept some risk to protect those who are weak and who cannot go out and who have to be protected.
And I heard something the other day that Imam Yahya said that was very, very powerful when he was talking about the platform of messenger RNA vaccines, that we have a messenger inside of us, and that messenger is actually now protecting us.
Yeah, look like we got a second. I don't want to jump ahead of nobody, but I witnessed something that I thought I was gonna keep it to myself, but I may as well share it. And don't get it out of context. I'm not spreading any conspiracy stuff. So I heard this from a person that was speaking to a clerk in a place of business. And this person walked up and said that, did you hear about the person that was arrested that invented the the booster shot for crimes against humanity, and that this person is being charged now for I think they said the Pfizer and the other one and the other, and I think Moderna, saying that, and then the guy went on to say, well, okay, well, if you got the shot, you're okay, you're safe. But the booster was designed to kill, and you're gonna die if you get the booster. And this guy was arrested for crimes against humanity, and he's in jail. I said, this guy's really evil. And I didn't grow up in the Nation of Islam in this era, but I guarantee you that if one of my colleagues or one of my brothers were to tell the story maybe 30 years ago, they'd have said, you ain't gonna believe what this devil said. and he was doing it and trying to spread this, hoping he can convince this clerk who sees probably hundreds of people coming in and out of this place of business, and probably African-American people. I may take those lives to your neighborhood. So you have a group of people, it is like a war. There's a group of people that are doing everything in their power and using all their resources and their energies towards convincing others to not take something that's going to save their lives.
Absolutely true.
There should be a law against that.
Absolutely true.
You should get arrested for doing that.
And that is how detrimental misinformation and fake science and all of those things, how detrimental it can be. I said sometimes it's like a person going around telling people, well, stop taking your medicine. Don't take medicine.
Right.
I don't take any medicine. Medicine pills aren't good for you. You need to quit. And how that would hurt so many people who are dependent on that medicine.
Yeah.
And people who are making decisions about whether or not they should get it. Misinformation like that could really hurt those individuals.
True.
So that is
a horrible thing.
Yeah, like you said, in warfare, loose lip can sink a ship. It can sink an individual. And what the devil does is the devil will tell you, not speaking about the devil of the old days, the Nation of Islam devil, the real Satan. What he does is, if he can convince an innocent person, then that person now is innocently spreading falsehood, and then the whole society can potentially be corrupted by the ignorance of the public, the general public.
And no one is accountable for it. That's the
thing. No one's accountable because he withdraws.
I have Muslims that spread a lot of anti-vaccine rhetoric. And I guess they're reaching out for guidance. Sometimes they want to know, what do you think about it? But they're sharing it all over the place. They're not saying, I want to find out what you think about it first, so that I can know whether I should share it. They're just sharing it openly.
What I call that? That's just gossip. Black folks, we hear something and we don't understand.
They're pushing out these
that's
videos.
Our innocence.
And I asked them, do you have any sense of accountability that you may be discouraging someone from taking something that may save their life? So I'm not going to hold this up because I know Adil is trying to move us forward, and there's two other questions.
Even before the pandemic, that's a huge problem of our society, is running our mouth about things we have no knowledge of. And that's, in our religion, that's against Islam and the Islamic practice. But we often repeat things that corrupt the ears of other people. And as a people, we should try to raise our moral conscience about what comes out of our mouth. Yeah.
And I want to quickly add this and use a current event that should that sheds light on what we're actually dealing with. And this is concerning the drama that went down with the actor who was filming the movie and was given a weapon that was supposed to be full of blanks and was actually full of live bullets. That now that they have determined that the gun was deliberately sabotaged.
Oh, dear.
So that tells you right there the thinking and the evil that's becoming so prevalent right now in the world. And it's also manifesting itself in this pandemic with this misinformation.
Okay, yes, sir. So we have, we said 2 questions, but we do, in fairness, on the YouTube side, because we do have a YouTube audience. If the Muslim Health Consortium doesn't mind answering 1 question from the YouTube side. And regarding the 2 questions on the Zoom side, if you don't mind, if the Muslim Health Consortium doesn't mind, if they could just enter your questions into the chat, and inshallah, the Muslim Health Consortium can communicate with you to the chat for those of you who have your hands up on the Zoom side. But we do want to allow the YouTube side to ask at least 1 question. And we do have one, I believe it says, Assalamu alaikum to everyone. If you received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, how does it work? I guess they're asking, how does it work? Or can you receive a different vaccine from the initial Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
Ron, did you want to take that or?
Well, I would just say yes. I know Ron has addressed it before and we were waiting. Everybody was waiting. Ron had told us months ago that it looked like that was going to be favorable. And that Moderna was his favorite. I don't know, Ron, if you want to go. I know that the only reason I'm jumping in front of you, Ron, is because I wanted you to make sure that you mention Dr. Kizzy.
Okay, yeah. They have recently approved, the data has shown that there is a benefit to actually mixing and matching the different vaccines. And it appears as though out of the 3 major vaccines, that the Moderna vaccine is actually superior as far as efficacy is concerned to the other 2. And I had personally wanted initially to take the Moderna after I went over a lot of the raw data that was sent to me by some scientists that were involved in different levels of research. And I was really, really impressed with the vaccine and the data. And I was seriously impressed when I found out that the person that developed it was a young Black woman whose nickname is Kizzy, that she actually got a hold of the data. It was a whole genome of the virus was published by the Chinese very, very early on. She got a copy of the genome and she went into the lab on a Thursday, and they say she didn't even come out until Monday. And when she came out, she had the vaccine. And I was seriously impressed further when I heard her speak. Mm-hmm. And she's very personable. It's like listening to one of our brilliant children talking. She's very down here on the ground in spite of being so brilliant. All of her teachers that has ever taught her said that she has probably been the best student that they have ever had. And I reflected on her name, Kizzy, and I thought about the thing where I don't want to get it. I'm not an imam, so when I go to the Quran, y'all have to hold my hand and make sure I don't get off track. But the Quran talks about, or maybe it's a hadith that says the servant girl will give birth to the mistress. And I thought about that because her name was Kizzy, and Kizzy was a name that came out of the Mississippi, Alabama model of slavery. The servant girl, a lot of them were named Kizzy. Now here comes this brilliant, just absolutely brilliant young Black woman that came up with this wonderful vaccine. And when you hear her speak, and I encourage you to go on YouTube and bring her up and listen to her speech and listen to her talks and her interviews. And you can clearly see that this is a young Black woman that has no designs on trying to hurt anybody or kill anybody. She just has a deep, serious love for science and for biochemistry. And Allah blessed her. Again, it goes back to what was said earlier about we have a messenger in our body. And this messenger is there to protect us. And she figured it out and she brought it forth. But I encourage you to go listen to her interviews and study and get her story.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you, Brother Ron. All right, at this time, we've answered the questions. And those of you who had your hand up we weren't able to get to, please enter your questions into the chat. And inshallah, the Muslim Health Consortium will be able to assist you further in the chat. At this time, if you had any closing remarks for about 1 or 2 minutes, Muslim Health Consortium, then we'll move on to our next presentation, which will be the Quranic Arabic discussion by Imam Elam Muhammad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
So much.
We thank Allah for having taken us through this. This was a test and a trial, and we have experienced a lot and we have learned a lot. And we have learned to submit to His will in a greater and deeper way from having gone through this COVID. We are still learning, and it was like a stress test. It has shown us about ourselves. It has shown our country about itself. And it has impacted so many other aspects other than physiological, but sociological and spiritual. So there has been much to learn, and we're still learning. And we thank Allah for His mercy and protection. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you very much to the Mosqueers, and I'm looking forward to hearing the education Clara Muhammad presentation at the end of. I'll be listening from my car later, but I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Another excellent program, and we pray Allah that everyone has benefited from it as much as I feel I have today. And you all keep up the good work. You have the Mosqueers' full support. We're your partners in this. And like Imam Ramadan says, he can see the end of this and the light at the end of the tunnel. And we need you to keep us informed, because I would love to see it finish also, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. All right, at this time, we're gonna move on. Dr. Ron, Brother Ron, you didn't make any comments. We didn't want to leave you out. If you had any comments.
No, Sister Core and Boss Man and already went over and presented the case very, very well.
Spoken like a true scientist. Thank you all to the Muslim Health Consortium once again for this much needed information. We look forward to seeing you, inshallah, for our next First Sunday Community Program. At this time, we're going to proceed with the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the Quranic Arabic class. And please, please make me a share screen person so I can share the screen. All right. So this is the Quranic Arabic class, Quranic discussion. The way the presentation I'm doing is based upon the title of Imam W.D. Muhammad's a class that he taught from 2001 to 2006. Quranic Arabic Islamic Studies and Comparative Religion. And this is the Quranic Arabic class of it. And the key is it's a step-by-step process to learn how to read the Quran and understand what you're reading. And Imam Muhammad, he taught Arabic. And you got many videos and so forth that he done it. And then again, he did it from 2001 to 2006 here at the Mosqueers building. And then extended out into Imam Dr. Ramadan's masjid because of the facilities he had. And Imam Dr. Ramadan was part of that. And so in learning, we don't want to be like how we came in before. We learned transliteration, that's English letters for the sounds of the Arabic. So we didn't know the Arabic script at all. And so we did a lot of memorization of the Quran with transliteration. Now you have to learn the language. And the language does have a script. And the script is no different than other symbolism in the sense that, look at the Chinese language, it has a script. Japanese language, it has a script. Mathematics, algebra, you have a script with a lot of symbolism and so forth. And then there's other things, music. Oh, I found out music, trying to read music. You got signs and symbols that means the tunes and how you express them and so forth. Thanks to let me move on. And so first thing you start out with, you got to have an alphabet sheet from somewhere. I've used this one. I've been using this one since 1978. And it's make sure it's not upside down. And I've used this, so I email it out. I got 7 videos that are live stream, and it's the core of the class I teach live 5 days a week. And this is the alphabet sheet that I use, and there's a lot of information that's encoded into it. And so I was glad to email that out to you. And all you have to do is go to Elam Muhammad live stream and put alphabet, and you can see the video and you'll see the sheet that I'm teaching the alphabet. Once you learn the letters of the alphabet, now you got to make words with the letters of the alphabet. And so, for the class that we're doing for the short time that we have, we're doing the step-by-step process of Arabic grammar, and Allah bless me with the Zoom and the people that's participating in our class. I teach a class 5 days a week. As of right now, we got between 20 and 25 people that are up to the point of reading and pretty much understanding. And I have to commend Sister Baina Basha, 90 years old. Didn't know the alphabet at the beginning of the year. Now she's up to reading pretty well, and she's picking up vocabulary. So that's between 20 and 25 people. And most of those people is coming out of the Lifeline and from the First Sunday program. So that's where they're coming from. So if you got 20 to 25 people that are up to that level because of the telephone conference from the Lifeline, then it evolved into the Zoom. That's what we have come to, 20 to 25 people. Let's think about that. Take a look at how many people you have looking at our Zoom program on Facebook and YouTube and Zoom right now. So, and the goal is once they pass the test that I give, I ask Imam Warfdeen Muhammad II to sign a certificate form once they pass the test. Allahu Akbar. And so, alphabet, then words. So today we're going to choose a word, and because the next step is once you learn the alphabet, you have to learn the rules of grammar. And it starts out saying that the rules of grammar is that it's based on 3 things: nouns, verbs, and prepositions. And the next step is to learn the rules of nouns. The nouns are definite and indefinite. And they're person, place, or thing, just like in English. However, in addition to its person, place, or thing, adjectives and adverbs and pronoun. Take out the pronoun and you realize that the nouns, the adverbs, and the adjective have the same 3-letter root, which is a verb. 3-letter root is a verb. the root of the Arabic language is a three-letter root past tense verb. So once you learn the nouns, next you have to learn the verbs. Break those nouns down to the three-letter root. And then once you break it down to a three-letter root, now you can use the dictionary. And if it starts out with the aleph, like or ayn, would be like for Abdullah, ayn. That's with the ayn. Then the ba and the del. The first letter you go to is the ayn. The next to the ba, and then the del. Then you find that three-letter root, and you have it tells you all the definitions that you have. So this is one of the main ones that we use. Imam Muhammad used it in his class, along with Hands Where, and you can download Hands Where now as an app. Allahu Akbar. Corpus Quran is excellent. That's a website that you can make it into an app. Corpus Quran. It will be like a concordance of the Quran. You look up a three-letter root, and it will give you listed out the verses in the Quran that the three-letter root is used. So Corpus Quran is a good app. So that's 7. Okay. So then after we break it down to a three-letter root, I use this verb sheet. It's not perfect, got mistakes on it, but I like it. On the one side, let me make sure I'm looking at it right. On the one side, it has the personal pronouns. Then they have the three-letter root of fa'ala, and then the present tense, then the command form, and then it has the possessive pronouns. It's all capsulized on this one little sheet. I use this. However, I do send out a pamphlet of pronoun sheets. So again, this is a step-by-step process of the videos that I put out there, but the class I teach 5 days a week. And usually there are hour and a half class 5 days a week. So we're gonna, I did the, okay, let's see if I am able to put up the whiteboard. Most of the time you just see the whiteboard and hear my voice. There we are. Okay. So today, okay, we went from alphabet to nouns. Okay. So one noun that we're going to work with is going to be an attribute of Allah. And I'm using a different mechanical pen. So my writing might not be as good, but that's okay. And that's an attribute of Allah, El-Alim. And again, the rule of a noun is it has to be definite and indefinite. So if it's definite, it has Aleph Lam, Al. Then the last letter has a Dhamma. So that is a definite noun. If it's indefinite, there's no Aleph Lam, and the last letter is a double Dhamma. It's called a tanween. And so this is indefinite. Okay. Let's see if I can get this. Okay, that's your noun. Definite, al-alimu, then indefinite, alimun. One is the teacher, the knowing, the all-knowing. The other one, a teacher, a all-knowing. So that's how you would get it. Okay, now we did the three-letter root. I'm sorry, I'm moving too fast. Now we want to get the three-letter root. So how do you get the three-letter root? First of all, if we start at the top up here, you remove the al. So now you're down to here. So you count the letters, 1, 2, 3, 4. And okay, so you need 3. We have what is called in Arabic short vowels E, U. I don't have the sukun over there, but you can also, you also have long vowels. Long vowels is the aleph with a fatha. The fatha is over the letter that comes before. So at the top, you got A, E, U. So A, E, U. This is A. E. Then you have the wow, the dhamma on the letter before. It's not woo, because wow is a W. It's ooh. So here, short vowels, A, E, U. Long vowels, A, E, U. So if we look at this root right here, count the letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, then we see the long vowel right here. You take the long vowel out. And so when you take out the long vowel, you have the 3-letter root would be Ein, Lam, and a Mim. Ein, Lam, and Mim. So you go to your dictionary, you start out with the Ein, then you move over to the Lam, then you go over to the Mim, and you will find what this letter means. It means to teach, to know, and so forth. All right, the next step is that once they don't teach it this type of way in the your Quranic, not Quranic Arabic class. It's called Fusha class or Modern Standard Arabic. Modern Standard Arabic is called Fusha. That's classical Arabic. The Quran is Fusha, classical Arabic, and the Quran determines what the classical Arabic is in the schools that's taught. However, you have little changes and so forth. But for the most part, it's based upon the Quran. Okay, so we did the 3-letter root. So verb is an action. And when we look it up in the dictionary, it comes out as alimah. So now we have to learn the verb, how to do the conjugate the verb. And the verb that's used as a model or as a tool is called fa'ala. Okay, if you can conjugate this verb in the past tense, and when you see fa'ala, we understood that it means huwa fa'ala. He did. All right, we notice that alima is different because the kasra is under the middle letter. This is the root, huwa alima. Okay, so we know that the kasra is different. What you do, you change the model. To fa'ila. Then you can conjugate the verb. And so we will do that. I will show it real quick. And what I've taught you right now is probably equivalent to, I mean, if you just do take a book that they teach in college, and what have given you now, we're at the verb, past tense verb, is probably equivalent to maybe 7 weeks that I just put on the board. Are you going to memorize all this 7 weeks of information condensed that I'm giving to you? No, but you take it one step at a time. So fa'ala is the model, means he did. So on the verb sheet I have, you start out with ana, fa'altu. That means I did. The next would be anta for LTA. That don't look good. Means, anti means you, male, did. The next one would be, and I'm not going to do a whole lot. Anti for LT means you did female. Okay, so now we got to do alimat. So how will we do that? Again, you change the 3-letter root to fa'ila. You don't change the model. So if you change the model, you have fa'ilatu, fa'ilata, fa'ilati. Okay, so now if you're able to do that, now you see the model that you change. Now you can go ahead and conjugate alimat. So you first start out with ana. Ana alimtu. Whereas with the model would be ana fa'ilatu. We see that the first letter has a fatha, second letter has a kasra, a third letter has a sukoon, then you add the ta with the dhamma. Ana alimtu means I teach. Then anta means you teach or taught. This is past tense. So I taught, you taught, then that's the anta is male, male teaching. Anti. Okay, anti-alinti, it means you taught female. All right, so now, so we went from the alphabet to the noun, and we're using attributes of Allah, which there are nouns. The word for noun is ismun, and Allah said, "Lahu asma'ul husna," belongs to Allah, belongs to Him is the most beautiful names, which is nouns. But also these attributes, 100 attributes, can be used like adjectives. The rule of adjectives is that they look exactly like nouns, and they modify the noun, just like in English. But in Arabic, you would say, if you had the word read, you would say a book read, R-E-D, read book. In English, it would be read book, R-E-D, then book. So once you learn how to do nouns, you learn how to do the adjectives. And adjectives describe the noun. So it will follow the noun. It will be right behind the noun, describing it. All right. I'm not going to give examples of adjectives. So the next step, I got about 10 minutes. The next step, Okay, so we went from conjugating the verb in the past tense. You have to learn pronouns. Ana means I. Ante means you. Ante means you. Anti means you, female. Who, all that was on the sheet. That means he. He means she. And then you go all the way through. That's the personal pronoun. And you have, and from those, when you learn that, in fact, when they first teach you Arabic, they teach you simple sentences. So you have two types of sentences. One that is a simple sentence that has no verb that you can see. It's not written out. And then okay, so you have two types of sentence. One that you don't actually see the verb, and the one that a verb is written out that you see. So one is that if I write this right here, you have ana means I. There's no verb there. Then you have Muslimun. I am a Muslim. So the verb that's understood is I am, you are, he or she is. The present tense form of to be. I am, you are, he or she is. So if I say anta muslimu, muslimuna, no, and anta muslimatun. Anta, that's not correct. Anta muslimun is correct. You are Muslim. Anti muslimatun is you are a Muslim female. He said, well, okay. There's a difference between male and female's names? Yes, there are. Yes, pardon my English. Yes, there is. For example, I'm doing all this in a half hour, so if you lose some of it, that's okay. Repetition, repetition. Rashidun is a name of Rashid. It means one, a righteous one. The other one, with the Tama Buddha, Rashidatun, that's female. The Tama Buddha indicate that by taking the word Rashidun and add the Tama Buddha, that makes it female. So how do you pronounce Rashidun? Because you rest on the last letter, you say Rashid. But for Rashidatun, when you rest on the last letter, it's Rashida. That's my wife's name. That's my daughter's name. And there's several students that we have the name Rashida. Okay, so that's more now. Are you going to remember all this in a half hour? I don't think so. All right. So then, so you got two types of sentences. One with a verb. I write and that means I. Rashidun. Really what you have there, if you read them one letter, one word at a time. Anna, I, Rashidun. Anna, Rashidun. Anna, Rashidun. I, Rashid. I, Rashidun. I, Rashid. Well, that's not good English. When I say good English, you have to put a verb in there. I am Rashid. Now, if I wrote I have to change this. I had to change it, but I wrote this. This is a verbal sentence with a verb. Anna means I. Alimtu means teach. Then Rashid and I taught Rashid. I taught Rashid. Anna Rashidun, I am Rashid. Anna alimtu Rashidun, Rashidan, I taught Rashid. Well, still, for the most part, we're using the one attribute, el-alimun. El-alimu. There is you have a possessive pronoun, and they make things definite. And these possessive pronouns, they attach to verbs, preposition, and nouns. And I got 2 minutes. You attach these, what you see right here, these possessive pronouns. One means my, these two means my, then hers, then yours, male, yours, female, his. So to do it with a, you have to take a definite noun and you take off the aleph lam. And if I put me at the end, let's see if I don't have, I didn't even spell that right. Okay. Me means my teacher, my teacher. If I say, if I put at the end of it, I just put that there, attach that. Alimuka. And again, if you look at the what I did above here, I don't know if I won't have time to do it. What I did, I took off the aleph lam, and this will conclude it. Aleph lam. You have alimu. Then you add the pronoun. So if I put ka, you would attach it. Alimu ka means your teacher. Alimu ki, your teacher. And so, so to conclude with what I just said, that if you had the possessive pronoun, we will show it how you use the attribute and you attach the possessive pronoun. And then we would show how you do the possessive pronoun with the preposition. And we will use how to attach the possessive pronoun to a verb, such as alima. You attach it to the end. So you will show how these possessive pronouns are attached. And I probably gave you about 10 weeks of Arabic in a half hour. Assalamu alaikum. I'm trying to get back, so yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Imam Elam.
Thank you.
People are asking, how could they register?
I sent my email. If you look in the chat, I already did it. Put my name and the email address. Email your name, telephone number, and email address. And I'll send out the schedule of the class. The biggest key is having knowledge of the alphabet. but we help you get through the alphabet. That's the problem.
Okay.
And I'll send the information to them. If they kind of reach out to me, I'll reach out to them, and they'll welcome me to join the class.
Okay, thank you, Imam Elam. So that was the Quranic Arabic discussion by Imam Elam Muhammad. Next, we're going to proceed with the next portion of our program, which will be the business and technology presentation by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. And as he comes on, we still have, after Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, we'll have comments from or remarks from Imam W.D. Muhammad II. And then we'll go on with the featured guest presenters, which will be presented on the Sister Clara Muhammad School System, inshallah. Okay, Brother Akbar.
All right, Brother Adil. Now, can you give me the, make me take this out of my mouth.
You see all the people that say a deal, new idea. You probably can see my mouth moving over. I told them that you see all the people that say a deal. See, we watched Sister Zelly, her son. We called him. His name was pronounced Adele. And,
okay.
You helped raise all of us. We was all children on Stony Island. I ain't gonna go there, but yeah. And so it took me months to actually call him Adil.
Oh yeah.
That's where he pronounced it. Yeah, it took me months, man.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, with that first, let me say thank you to the Mosqueers for allowing me to present again this first Sunday. And let me start by saying, I bear witness only there's no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of prophets. I give all the believers the greetings who are here on the live stream and on YouTube, the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. With that, let me, okay, I'll go to my, share my screen in a minute. But let me simply say that, as Brother Adil said, my presentation is on business and technology. There's going to be a combination of them this afternoon, but more focused heavily on technology. And let me preface what I'm getting ready to present with this understanding. The old saying, for those of us that have been in the world for a little while, that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So let me just say that beginning. So there are some things that are not, that have both good and bad in them. But we've been taught to keep the good and leave the bad. So as I present to you what I'm going to present to you in terms of technology, keep that in mind. All right, so I don't know how many of you may have seen this presentation or heard about it, but I'm going to present to you about Facebook and about individuals who are starting to use Facebook and set up false Facebook accounts. And this is becoming a real issue. So let me first share my screen, let you hear this presentation. This from the CBS Morning Show. And then afterwards, we'll speak a little bit about it. All right, so you can see my screen now. So let me go to my, okay, and let me get into this. And after the presentation, I take questions, and I got a couple other things to speak with you about after this. So let's begin.
There's no volume to the video.
I can't hear anything.
My king, something remarkable happened today at the hospital where our princess children are in the mood.
Brother Akbar, can you hear us, Brother Akbar?
We're not
I hear
actually,
somebody's talking, but I don't know why they are.
we were discussing what your daughter did.
We can't hear the presentation. It started kind of late. It was like a delay, I guess, in the presentation, so we don't know where we are in the presentation.
Do you want me to start over?
If you don't mind, because we really can't follow the words in the presentation, are kind of out of sync.
No problem. Then what I'll do is I'll stop this. I'll start it from the beginning.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Here we go.
This is what it was doing the first time. Still no volume.
Coming through all right?
No, we're not getting any volume.
You're not getting any volume?
We picked it up probably a couple minutes in the last time.
I don't know what else to do. I can stop and start all over again, brother. Deal.
So, Brother Akbar.
Yes.
So yeah, so if you like it came in, if you just try to forward it to where it came in at, but in the meantime, if you aware of the information to kind of bring us up to speed.
Sure, I will. Okay, so you want me to continue where I'm at or go back to the beginning?
Yeah, just continue until it picks up again. It's
okay, I'll
just
continue and then
context.
And then wherever it stopped, wherever it picked up, you let me know and I'll tell you what came before it, okay?
Okay, great.
All right.
Is that your battery running low?
Yes, I just turned it on. It was
Hold on just a second.
Still no sound, Brother Akbar.
no sound coming through. Are you at all?
Not at all. Could you fast forward it? And let's see if till it picks up and then you fill us in from there. Because it's not even, it had picked up the last time by now it was already playing, the sound was playing.
I just stopped it. So you want me to fast forward the?
Or just whatever to the sound works, because I mean, it's past the
Yep.
point where the sound was working last time. It seemed like it's not even playing anything now. It seems like a connection issue though, because the video that's playing is kind of sputtering, is lagging. So it may be the connection.
Okay, it's just I'm just using my Wi-Fi here at the house, and
you may just have to audible and and do what you do and just shoot from the hip like always. And
all right, well let me know if anything comes through. I think you know what. Let me know if anything comes through, because you can't see or hear anything.
no, we could see the visuals. We
All
just
right,
can't hear anything.
I'm gonna let it go all the way through, because if you can see the visual, then I can speak to it. All right, if I just start from the beginning, people won't even know what I'm talking about. All right, so let me let it go through, Brother. There's about 4 minutes left, I think. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So our YouTube viewing audience, the video is playing with no sound right now. It'll continue for probably about another 2 to 3 minutes at the most. And then Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar will continue with the business and technology presentation.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it there, because if we wasn't getting sound, let me stop it there now. Let me stop sharing my screen for a second. I'm gonna go back to the share, but let me stop for a second and speak to it. Speak to this. Okay, so if you can hear me, I apologize. I don't know what happened with the sound, but let me just simply say that if you want to get that video, it's from CBS News. You go to CBS News and type in Facebook individuals creating fake accounts on Facebook, and you'll be able to get the video and you can listen to it. But let me speak to it. There are people out there who actually taking people's pictures, their photos, and going out and creating fake accounts for all types of purposes. Um, and as they were reporting with Facebook, they asked them how many fake accounts does Facebook have or deals with, how many have to take down. And they said it'd be maybe about 3 to 5%. But that's a lot when you think that Facebook has over 3 billion users worldwide, 3 billion. This is, and of course, you know, Facebook owns Instagram, and Instagram incorporated Facebook, and Instagram primarily is used with pictures, and you can set up shops for sales, selling items on Instagram, of course, with Facebook, and many people use both platforms for businesses. I use Instagram for one of my transportation business. I have a professional Instagram account. As they were reporting, as they were stating, what can you do if there's a fake account out there? You become aware of a fake account. You can report it, and they show how you can report a fake account if it's being used with your image in it. You can report that, and continue to monitor it. Of course, as the over time, Facebook or Instagram may say, well, they are not doing anything illegal, so we can't take it down. But you can show, if you can show that, no, this is my original. This image is my picture and is being used with a different name, and that account is a fake account. So they can take it down, because what they were saying is people are being duped out of money with false requests for help and assistance. Even some who are romantically involved with people, you know, people who do online dating and stuff like that, and think they're talking to someone or think they're sending money to someone when they happen to be using your image or whatever when it's fake. So so you can still deal with that. Now, I have a couple of other suggestions, but let me do one that they say that you should do if you think, or if you want to try to determine if your image is being used fraudulently out there. And what they say you do is what they call a reverse image search. You use a search engine. I don't like to use it, but it's one of the most, I guess you say, widely used search engines. So let me share my screen again, because I did the reverse search, and I want to show you what I found with me when and what I did was search my image. Let me share my screen again. And let me bring that up. Let me bring this down. Give me just a second here. I want to gotta move this down. All right. All right. And now let me go back here. Okay, so if you can all see my screen. This was a reverse search that I do. So what you do is you go to the search engine. The name, I don't even like to say the name, but the name was up in the left corner. Okay, that's the name of the search engine you use. What you do, you click on images, and then you upload your image. And I have 2 public images. That means 2 images I use for public. And the image you see there is one of my public images. It's the one I used most recently. It's the one I used in connection with my business. So that's the image I used. I clicked search, and this is what came up. For my image. The good thing is there's just visually similar images. And the good thing is my image did not come up. That's good. That means no one is using my image out there, or my image is not out there on no site, at least with this search. All right. I also like what they say. You see the name they put to these image? They say gentleman. All right. And a gentleman, and you see the right. Okay, so I guess they refer to my image as being a gentleman. I like that. But I'm glad no one is using it for any kind of fraudulent purpose. All right, so you can do this, brothers and sisters. You can use this search engine or whatever search engine you want to use, but I use this one because it's the most widely used for this purpose. And you can upload a picture that you want them, maybe just even the picture that you use on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and then search it to see if it's being used somewhere out there. All right. So that's what they mean. That's what they call a reverse image search. And this is how you conduct it. All right. All right. So with that, let me now stop my share. And okay, come back. I think that's all I wanted to say. Let me make sure. And that's all I want to say about, give me just a second on the, let's see, make sure. Yeah, that's it. All right, so these social media platforms are really important. They're important, they're valuable, particularly if you're operating a business like mine, where it is free to use. And I'll put free in quotes, free to use. Nothing is really free. There is a cost, but you can control that in terms of how social media and what you share on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or whatever, YouTube. That's also one other that out in the church. And that's what I want to share with. And I got about 10 minutes. So let me share this with you also. Go back to my screen share. What you should also do is search your name. Just type your name into a search engine and search it. All right, search your name. So let me go back to screen share. And let me bring this up. See, yeah, let me go back to my Google. So what I'm gonna do, now somebody's playing music, somebody needs to mute they need to mute the mic. If they're not speaking, they need to mute because you're interrupting other people. So please mute yourself. All right, so let me do this. I'll make my name. Okay, that's my name. And I'm gonna search. All right. So as you can see the results, and this is what I want people to find. You can use, I'm on Instagram, and that's my business. You see, and this is my statement. I'm an entrepreneur operating several small businesses, one being Akbar Transportation. All right. As you can see, I'm on Twitter at Akbar1, and that's my information on Twitter. As you can see, I'm on Facebook, and that's my name on Facebook. Now, after that, they are just derivatives of my name. I'm not the only one who's Abdul Rashid Akbar or Abdul Rashid out there. All right, but those top 3 searches. That's the information that I want people to see when they search for me. As you can see now, when you get down a little further here, look at this. Now, if you own any kind of social media, you cannot be anonymous. Don't try to be anonymous because you're not going to be anonymous. All right. This is Akbar Enterprises LLC. That's my business. My business is a registered business And my business address is what they call my resident agent address. So that's why you see my address there. All right. And you count. All right. Is a business registered in the city of, and it's going to be the city of Chicago. That's me. Here's somebody had done some views on me on Yelp, but they got the name reversed. They got Akbar Abdul Rashid. That's not me. All right. All right. So it has to be exactly the way my name is spelled. As you see here, you see business and technology class with Abdul Rashid Akbar. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, of course, with this presentation here. I'm on YouTube, and you'll see me there. All right. All right. As I say, you cannot be anonymous on, and if you're doing anything with social media. But now, I recommend all of you do this. Search your own name in a search engine just to see what's out there. There may be some things out there that you don't agree with or that should not be out there, and you want to find out about them and follow up on trying to deal with them. All right. All right. So that's the other thing that I wanted to share with you today. This all technology. It's all about technology. But in this world, this connected world, if you want to be connected in terms of your business or whatever, you cannot be anonymous. Now, this is where, let me stop my share, come back to me. This is where those of us who were members of the first experience, I'll just say it like that, the first experience, we were told long ago by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said, carry yourself as an upright Muslim and don't be caught with so much as a penknife. Don't be caught for so much as a penknife. All right. If you happen to be stopped for whatever reason by the authorities, whatever, you don't want to have to be able to, you want to be able to state who you are, what you are about, and you don't have to worry about anything negative impacting you. And this is the way I strive to carry myself. This is what I encourage all of us, the way I encourage all of us to carry ourselves. So with that, I'd like to now ask, because I got about 4 minutes left of my presentation, I'd like to ask, are there any questions or comments about anything I've shared this afternoon with all of you out there? And for those who are on YouTube, do they have a chat feature? Yeah, they have a chat feature on YouTube. Am I correct, Brother Adil?
Yes, sir. They do have a chat feature on YouTube.
Okay, so they can put it in the chat, but ask any questions or comments you may have. I'm open up for comments and questions.
Okay, at this time, if you have any questions for Brother Akbar, please raise your hand so he can see them in the chat. And if you have any on YouTube, please enter it in the chat and then we'll read it off for you, inshallah.
Okay, I see Sister Tahira has her hand up.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Akbar. How are you?
Walaikum assalam, Sister Tahira. I'm good. I'm good.
Alhamdulillah. I had a comment. I experienced someone like an impersonator when my husband passed away. Not even a month after he passed away, someone on Instagram impersonated his account.
Mm-hmm.
And alhamdulillah, one of his friends got on it and he created a poster and made it known that this is an imposter, and we had to go through the identification process of me sending his death certificate and my photo ID. Like, it was just one of the horrific experiences I had to go through shortly after my husband's passing. Mm-hmm. So for those who have family members who passed away, you have a lot of evil people out there who prey on this, and they usually focus on when the death is new. So that's something to be mindful of, because I say it, it could have been a woman, who knows. They were asking for funds. They was acting like as though they were me, and asking for funds and trying to sell some products. So that's just something to be mindful of as well.
No, thank you, Sister Tahira, for those comments. And let me add, after Sister Tahira's excellent comments there, I have asked my wife, and I have a couple of particularly one niece who's very social media savvy. That when I return to Allah, that to memorialize my page right away, to memorialize my page right away. Um, and my wife has all my logins and has everything for my for my social media, so that if they need to go in and do that, she can give the access to my niece, who can go in and memorialize my page. And what that does is, it doesn't allow anyone to make any additional posts on your page. They can't post anything to your page, and it also lets people know that the person has returned to their creator. That means they've passed from this life. All right. And so that way, no one tries to clone or try to take images off that of myself or whatever on the page and to try to add any other fake accounts. That's number one. Number two, brothers and sisters, I would ask you to do this. Now, this is what I do. Anytime someone sends me a request for to add for a friend request, anytime I get a friend request, I always check to see if I'm already the friend of the person. And if I'm already their friend, I just delete the friend request, because I'm already the friend. That means someone is trying to hack your page. Why would you add another friend, add somebody else to your friend list when you're already their friend? All right. And so I do that right away. I always check. Never ever just nilly-willy click, oh yeah, I want to be their friend. Check to see if you're already their friend. And if you are, just delete the request. Just delete it. That's number two. Number three, and let me bring this to all of your attention now, because this is probably the best time to bring it. On Messenger. Now, Messenger is also a part of Facebook. It's a Facebook Messenger. Facebook created Messenger as a way that to compete with Apple's Messenger Messages account. So Facebook has a Messenger, and I also use Messenger. You can set up groups, and it's a good way to keep in touch with individuals you put in that group. And you can send a message to everybody in that group. All right, and so it's a good tool, all right, to be used correctly. But let me tell you what has happened just recently. I guess about a month ago, I received a message from one of my Facebook friends. Now, you can only receive messages from people that you're friends with on Facebook. So I received this message, and the message I received, the way it read, you know how you communicate with your friends on Facebook, right? The way this message read did not read the way this young lady and I communicate. This. And so when I read a little bit more, they were stating in a way that there's a program out there that you can get $300,000 from the government, and you don't have to pay it back. And I can show you how to get it. I said, not interested. I sent it back to them and said, not interested. And so they messaged me back, are you sure? Are you sure you want to pass up on this? It's free money. And I can show you how to get it. I said, I messaged back again, not interested. And I closed off the chat. Now, when I went back to my Messenger account, do you know the person who had, with that, and I clicked back on their link, do you know that whoever used their link, that person was gone and they were back. So somebody had hijacked their account. Somebody had hijacked that account. So now these are people who are familiar with technology and know how to do this. So just recently, brothers and sisters, I didn't a little over my time now, but just recently there was a news report of a young lady who got caught up in this same kind of scheme, same kind of scam, and uploaded her put a picture up, her driver's license up and all that on Facebook and got identity stolen. Okay. So let me just say this. You don't get something for nothing in this world. Okay. Don't ever believe you do. Okay. And if it sounds too good to be true, it's most likely is. All right. If it sounds like it's too good to be true, it's most likely it is too good to be true. So don't get caught up. Don't get caught up. Sorry, it took me a little longer to respond to that comment that Sister Tahir stated, but I just want to make you all aware so you're not taken advantage of. All right. So with that, Brother Diaz, I've gone over my time, and so I turn it back over now to you, and I want to thank the Mosqueers and thank all those who listened to my presentation this afternoon, and I hope we've all learned something from it. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Brother Akbar, if you like, we did have one question on the YouTube side.
Yes, yes.
When you
I try not to be so long in my response.
Yeah, when you finish answering that one, if anyone has any questions after that, they could, if you don't mind, ask.
Yes.
That.
Yeah.
What you're saying is invaluable. So you're not too long.
Okay.
It's very valuable to us as a community. You've been helping us for years. It's going on 10 years, plus 10 years. And I can remember in the early years, you saved, I think it might've been Nazel, somebody from the Mosque Cares in Hazelcrest you brought it to their attention. I think you discovered it and brought it to their attention. They may not even known they were being impersonated.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Brother Adil, what's that question?
The question is, would you advise how to report impersonating info? That's a question from YouTube.
Yes, YouTube has a separate process, and all you have to do is
it's just coming from the YouTube side. It's not pertaining to YouTube.
Okay, not pertaining to YouTube. Okay, right. So each platform, whatever platform that you're using, be it Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, whatever platform it is, all you got to do is search within that platform how to report an impersonation of your account. And then they will give you that information, and then just follow those instructions to report the account that's being impersonated, and then continue to follow up on it, whichever platform it is, and try to hold the administrators of that platform accountable for taking down that impersonation. That would be my response, Brother Adil.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
There were two more. If they could keep it really quick and short and sweet, we'll allow for the last two. Sister Amira and then Sister Rashida, and then we'll move on to the next portion of our program.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Brother Dale. I wasn't trying to get in.
Okay, Sister Rashida.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I don't have a question. I'm just ready to come in when the time comes for me to come in. I am so excited today.
Okay. All right, Sister Rashida. Okay. Your time is coming. So let me get off so we can go ahead and move with the program. Thank you, Brother Dale.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Akbar, with the business and technology presentation. We appreciate you as always. So now we're in a portion of the program where we're moving along, and we are ready to hear from our president, our Imam, W.D. Muhammad II. It's all yours, Brother Imam.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Adil. Assalamu alaikum. Again, Mosque Cares audience, we're on Facebook today and YouTube. We're on YouTube, pardon me. Yeah, so YouTube live audience. Just want to thank all of the presenters today, and we're at the point where we start our keynote program, and I'm going to be real quick, but I did want to mention before my mind is on it, that sometimes good things come out of bad situations, and I remember when the internet was new to most of us. Most of us didn't have websites. We didn't know the value of it. And I believe it or not, the general public And small business people were taking advantage of the internet before some of the big companies were. And the big companies, like, they slept on it. And I was laughing because I was like, we've been in this for a long time and we got a lot of followers and a lot of support, and we in everywhere we should be. But what brought me there is I met a brother at Juma, and he looked at me like, you know, like I was wearing the wrong shoes or something. And he was like, you don't have a website? And I was like, website? What you talking about? So, you know, long story short, that drove me to getting a website. And then the website, because I solicited those that had knowledge, got stolen from me because they wouldn't give up the codes to turn it over to me. And I was just puzzled. So I'm like, is your name Wallace D. Muhammad or W.D. Muhammad or Imam Muhammad? Like, give up the codes, man, before I can drive down there and get you. You know, so it was crazy. So long story short, my wife, I think gave her like $250. She went and she took a class to learn coding and all of this. So she started building the site, and the rest is history. Then Facebook came out. I remember when it was brand new, young man started Facebook, and everybody was all into Facebook. And then I didn't pay it any mind. You know, my wife and children, they might have known about it, but I didn't, about the value to us as a community, until my identity was stolen. It was a person on there calling himself Wallace D. Muhammad. I block a lot of that traumatic stuff out of my head, but he was really impersonating me. And I'm like, is he crazy? What's going on? You know, so that encouraged us to start the Facebook profile and to make a correction. And we actually, it encouraged me because this happened after, I believe, Imam Muhammad passed. So what a lot of you all don't know is that they told us we couldn't use Imam W. Dean Muhammad. We have to use Wallace Muhammad. So Wallace Muhammad is actually us protecting my father's interests. So that's the Wallace Muhammad. I actually don't use my Facebook. I use Wallace Muhammad, Imam W.D. Muhammad's Facebook. Yep. Okay. And I'm going to hand it over to Brother Adil so that we can introduce our guest from the Claire Muhammad School.
Okay, we're just gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna turn it right over to Sister Rashida Robinson, and the floor is all yours.
Assalamu alaikum once again. And this is Sister Rashida, and I just want to say thank you. All day I've been enjoying myself. I want to thank the Health Consortium, Imam Elam, of course, always, Brother Abdul Rashid for the information. And I especially want to thank you, Imam W.D. Muhammad II. Thank you so much. I want to thank, I feel like I'm doing a gratification, but I am. I want to thank you, Imam Adia, for allowing us to have this platform to present this day and celebrate Sister Claire Muhammad, our Queen Mother, and Youth and Education Committee. We are grateful today. I want to read this because it was recommended by Imam Wadi Muhammad, and I thank Sister Zali, Mother Zali, for giving this to me just today. And I was so nervous because I've been praying that this presentation today would be what Allah would want it to be. So she gave me this to read. Oh Allah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillah ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Oh Allah, I cannot manage this life by myself without you. Please make of my life what you want it to be, what you prefer it to be. Do not allow me to act on my own. Help me to act only in your obedience to you, Allah. We hear you and obey you. Forgive us. We are asking your forgiveness. At this time, I'm so grateful once again. I turn it over to our MC for today, Brother Majahuddin and Sister Tahira. But before we do that, Brother Hamid, Imam Hamid, will come in with the opening prayer. Thank you once again. And inshallah, I'll talk to you at the end of the presentation. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. We're going to open up with Al-Fatiha, and we'll do the Arabic and the English. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. With the name of with the name of Allah, the merciful benefactor, merciful redeemer. Praise be to Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of all the worlds. Merciful benefactor, merciful redeemer, master of the day of judgment. Only thee do we worship, and thine aid we seek. Show us the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who goes not astray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Imam Hamid.
Right. Assalamu alaikum. Brother Mujahideen, where are you?
I'm right here. I'm on the scene. Can you hear me?
All right,
Check
all right.
mic.
I see you, alhamdulillah.
We're also
Good
being
to see you.
co-hosted
How are you?
by Sister Tahir. I'm doing well. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well. Grateful to be here, grateful to be alive. We would like to give the greetings to the believers. Assalamu alaikum. We would like to give the greetings to the president of Mosque Care, Imam Muhammad II. And we're just grateful to be here and answering the call of Sister Rashida to MC this amazing tribute to Sister Claire Muhammad.
Absolutely. Mother Claire Muhammad is not only a name of a school or institution, but she is the one who actually, as we'll see throughout this program, was very instrumental in us becoming Muslims today. Her history goes back to the early 1900s, and we're looking forward to participating in this great program. I also want to salute our honorable brother, Imam Warthi II, Adil, and all those, Imam Elam, all of you who I love and cherish for continuing on this work with the ministry of the Mosque Cares. So we'll go an overview of our program and we'll start rolling.
Yes, yes. So we're going to go over the program. So the first half of the program, Sister Halima Ali, she will speak on her grandmother, Claire Muhammad. And then we have an amazing poet, Brother Abdulaziz. He's going to recite a poem for us. And then we will have Sister Claire Muhammad Week in School. Our young children, they are going to have an amazing presentation for us.
Excellent, excellent. We also have some guest speakers that will join and give us some insights. We have Sister Basima from Milwaukee, Brother Amin from California, and Dr. Lynn Muhammad.
Alhamdulillah. And then we're going to have our educators, our teachers. They will present, and we have Dr. Adrian Sabir of North Carolina, Sister Esther Muhammad of Chicago, and Sister Samira Mustafa of Bermuda. And shout out to Bermuda, because my dad is from Bermuda. I have family out there, so much love to Bermuda.
Love Bermuda as well. Went there one time. Time to be grateful. It's an excellent time to see the believers down there. And Temple #1 International, Bermuda. And so we'll close out our program with our alumni. That's Sister Amira Muhammad from Chicago, Sister Tawanda from New Jersey, and Brother Abdullah Muhammad. And also the mother of the students, Sister Zeli Umar. If all of you who heard your names, please can you just identify yourself with raising your hand so we know that the way we read your name, that's how you will be presenting. So if you're able to, just put your hands up if you heard your name as we went over the lineup. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Wonderful. And also we want to let the viewers know that we are going to move through the presentation. So if you have any questions or comments, we're going to ask that you post your questions and comments in the chat and direct it to the speaker by identifying that speaker with your question or comments, as we will not have time to open up the lines for any Q&As. And also we're going to ask that the presenters post their contact information in the chat so people can contact you after you present. So inshallah, without further ado, we're going to get this show on the road. Turn it back over to you, my brother.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Alhamdulillah. So we have our first presenter, Sister Halima Muhammad Ali. The speaker, she'll be speaking of her grandmother, Queen Mother Claire Muhammad, for about 20 to 30 minutes. A real quick info shot. We did get to see her yesterday. We were down in Atlanta at the alumni gala and celebration of our schools. And we did get to see her for a brief moment, her and her beloved son, who's now also the principal of Muhammad Schools of Atlanta. So without any further ado, we'd like to bring forward Sister Halima Muhammad Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm on my phone for Zoom, so I don't know how to get a face in. Can you hear me?
We can
Yes,
hear you loud
ma'am.
and
We
clear.
can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't need my face. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum assalam.
Like my son.
Walaikum
Uh-huh.
assalam.
And I don't need 30 minutes because the time is long. My phone won't probably live that long. With power. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I would like to bring to you a particular portion of history that was inspired to speak on. Hearing some background noise. We had a brother on the lifeline who spoke, who was a former student of our school system. When I'm saying we because we're from the baby boomer generation, when the school was called the Muhammad University of Islam or the University of Islam, and that was Brother Dr. Ukta, and he spoke about algorithms and how that we were using that type of approach and teaching in our school and didn't know it. So I want to mention something how Sister Claire Muhammad, Rahima Layla, my grandmother, that she did something in particular very special. First off, I want to say that she really was Master Farah's first convert in terms between her and her husband. If she was searching for him, she knew her husband was very, very desperate to find something, an avenue by which he could be what he was born to do. And so somebody wants to give me a background music or whatever. So she searched in her own way she could to find help. And when she finally came across a man, they called him Professor Farad. And she went and she heard his message, and we know, most of us know that story. She brought him to his teacher. And things moved very quickly back then. There was a lot of attack on our community. It never stopped. It hasn't stopped yet. So I'm going to a particular instance where J. Edgar Hoover was interfering with, not J. Edgar Hoover, the government. And he came along sometime shortly after. We're trying to stop us, calling us communists, this and other. There were arrests. There were different things that happened. The particular thing that I recall that I found to be very important is the fact that Sister Clara was walking, because she did not drive. She was walking to the meeting area, and she had her 3 little sons, Wallace D being the little one, and Elijah and Herbert or Javert. And when she got there, she noticed that there were police, they looked like ambulances back there, but big vehicles, arresting the people. She immediately went home with her children, and she safely secured them. And when she got wind of what they were doing, which was not only taking the people, but also taking all of our records and books, and they did that all the way until they took our community out. She went home and she pulled up all of the lessons that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had been given, had worked through almost 3 years of learning from his teacher. And I'm going to move and hold that point for a moment and say this. Most of you all remember those lessons. We had English lesson C1, we had lesson 1, lesson 2, and the problem book. After a certain length of time in the early 60s, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us to stop using those lessons. The only ones he left were the actual facts and I think one other. So that's a sidebar for what I need you to understand and what I'm getting ready to say. She took all those materials that she knew they were going to come after, and she hid them. And she hid them in a very special place. Most of you all that knew about the old-fashioned furnaces back then were fueled with coals, stoker coals. And they would have you open your basement window and pour them in from the truck. So the stoker coals were a good hiding place, and she moved them back. She put that briefcase under it and hid them. Had she not done that, we would have lost a lot of information that we kept after the other lessons were no longer being used. Those that she had were the actual facts and others. So here's my point. The brother, Dr. Ukhtar, spoke about the importance of using algorithms, and also how we were using them back then with those lessons, and how it trains the brain of the children. As a former teacher, I can tell you, and as parents, you all know too, including yourself, that when you teach a child very young, you never lose that information. If you're a healthy person, you never lose it. Right now, I can repeat, the earth weighs 6 sextillion tons, a unit followed by 21 ciphers. The water is 139,685,000 square miles. The land is 57,255,000 square miles. Now that was a good exercise, and it made our brain question and stretch for learning. That's what algorithms do. I had a note on that, but I don't have it in front of me, but what those algorithms are for. That is something that keeps your mind healthy. It keeps it searching and questioning and learning. And this is what we want to thank Sister Clara Muhammad for, one of the many, many, many things that she did to help us. She was a very wise woman, and she was a quick thinker. And it was she herself and her friends, some other sisters who were there at the time, who insisted that something be done about our children being in public schools. And we know now the people who are putting their children in the public schools are taking a big risk, because they're turning around and they're seeing transgender children in their room. The LBGT is being forced into the school system. If anybody rejects it, they have some type of way of calling you in or doing something to you about it, about not allowing your child to be taught about homosexuality. Moving to a positive place. In the early part of enrollment here at the Atlanta school in Atlanta, Georgia, my son and I had sat down and discussed the enrollment. He said, I said, is everything going? He said, everything's going well. He said, I'm just a little concerned about the enrollment. I said, what's going on? He said, well, we have 63 already enrolled from the past year. I said, oh, don't worry about that. I said, I guarantee you, you're going to get plenty of students, and the students are going to be, excuse me, having some background family noise. I said, don't worry about it. I said, because once they find out about all of this LBGT garbage being forced on parents and children, I said, they will be running for the hills from those public schools, looking for a private school, Muslim or Catholic or et cetera. I said, you don't have to worry about it. That's going to happen. I said, because they're going to be knocking. So one day after the first week or two, we were in school, there was a phone call that came. I came in to bring some information to him in his office. Phone rang. He said, just hold on, mother. And he had it on. This woman was from Chicago, is from Chicago. She said, I want to speak to the principal or whoever is in charge, and I want to know if you still have room for enrollment. And he said, oh, yes, ma'am, we do. She says, good, because she said, I'm leaving Chicago. She said, I have 4 children to enroll. She said, I can't stay here because these people in these public schools are crazy as hell. She said, I had to get my children out of there. So in about less than a week, she and her husband showed up with those children in Atlanta this year, enrolled her children, and they are very happy with it. They have been blessed. They have 7 children, and 4 are in school. I think 4 or 5 are in school from pre-K all the way to the middle school. And I told my son, I said, now you see. Well, I'm here to say that the enrollment not only doubled, but it went up beyond that. So they have almost 135 or 40 students in the school, and still enrollment. Students are still enrolling. So alhamdulillah for perseverance and for the mothers that are there in that school. And so right now we have certified teachers, but a lot of us are art teachers who came back in who had to make sure all of the doors were open because of the fact that our schools can't pay the salaries needed to the younger teachers who have new families, and they couldn't afford to take the lesser salary. And we got volunteers, and to show you that love is still growing. We had a philanthropist come through, and inshallah, there'll be others who'll come through and help us out here and there. But I'm praying and asking you all to make the dua that we get people who understand the importance of what we do in our school. And the spiritual side, brothers and sisters, is the most potent. And what do I mean by that? I'm gonna share something with you that I have had to do with the students who, a few of them who are misbehaving doing prayer, because we do make prayer. We make Zuhr Salat. Every day a child does the Adhan. And we even have children who are not Muslims that love coming to our Muslim school. That was the case when I was the child right there in Chicago, same thing. But the spirituality brings the moral standards up very high. And we're still working on those. And we're working on our high schoolers too, and middle schools that won't put that mask on. We threaten to suspend them. They can't have their way. But here's what I wanted to mention about us in the school spiritually. We don't force our non-Muslim children, students to participate. They do that if they wish. But the ones who are Muslim, and we see behavior not going well, that they will be spoken to about it. But I decided after thinking it over, I said, I got to find another way to reach them, because I remember being the baby boomer child that the parents among us, we were always told that we need to be quiet and shut our mouth. And we were asking questions, and they said we asked too many questions. They didn't know what to do with us. So I remember being told by my mother, I'm going to stop punishing you because I'm going to have to appeal to your intelligence. Now, I didn't know quite what all that meant at the age of 7 or so, but I was smiling because it was like, yeah, if you just listen to my questions, you won't be mad at me. So anyway, that made me think about our children now. So when I saw the misbehavior, I brought all the children upstairs. I said, I want to speak to you before the other children join us. I said, when you are making salat, I said, we don't hold our hands up in the air. I said, because when someone wants to give you something, look at what we do when we make dua. I said, where do our hands go? And I said, show me how your hands are. They had their palms open and they spread out. I said, because Allah, you're asking Allah for something, Allah's going to give it to you. Okay, you want Allah to give you that. I said, when we make our full salat, that's even better. And so we ask Allah at the end once again with our hands up. I said, if we are misbehaving during the prayer, not doing it the way Allah prescribed and ordered us to do, I said, He can't give you anything. I said, the angels will come. I said, well, this was so-and-so. He says, I have nothing. They did not follow the salat prayer, the prostration. They did not put their hands in the right place, and they were not attending to things. So the angels, I said, so what does that mean? I said, that means that when you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you get nothing. They didn't like that. So the next day, I said, we're going to do better tomorrow. They say, yes, ma'am. We come the next day, and they did wonderful. After that, I mean, that same day, they quieted down, they did the right thing. The next day, before we started, I said, can you remind me of what the lesson I said to those who were not following the prayer right? And one of the little girls raised her hand in the first grade. She says, yes. I said, what did I say? I said, tell me what you remember. She said, if you're not praying properly to Allah, Allah will tell the angels to ignore you. And we found that quite humorous, but it was straight to the point, and they loved it. I hope you all heard what I was saying. I want to end on that note to tell you that our schools have a way of penetrating the souls of these children. Even we have a special needs student and got him to obey during prayer. And he turned around and looked at me, and I gave him a thumbs up, and he's calming down during Salat. That's something that's unique to our school. And I pray Allah that we will be able to expand our schools, get the unified curriculum that Imam Muhammad wanted us to have, We have our own school song, national school song, and all our schools they already have their own spirit songs. But he wanted us to take Sister Daya Taha's song and to make it the national school song. She also passed, but she wrote it in 1976. Inshallah, I look forward to the success of all our schools because we have the best to offer, especially in a day and time like this one that we're in now. May Allah have mercy on us, bless us all, and increase us in all our good, and keep us well, safe, and at peace, and successful and happy. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. That was beautiful and powerful. Thank you so much, dear sister. You said so many great things, from parents wanting a better future for their children, parents taking control of their children's education and getting them out of systems where they're teaching same-sex marriages or things that's going to corrupt their moral consciousness and their spiritual development. And then you just capped it off by sharing the love that the teachers have for the students, retired teachers coming back and educating the children, because they know that at this point, we may not have the salary, we may not have the budget to pay the teachers the top salaries that the secular world are able to, but that's to come. So we really appreciate all that you've given. Brother Mujahideen, what are your thoughts on this here?
Absolutely, that was very informative. I did want to ask Sister Halima if you could put your information about your book in the chat, or if you could speak to your book that you have. I remember my young daughter, we met you at one of the conventions, and you signed our book. So maybe if you could either talk to your book or put the information for people to get access to your book.
Yes, sir. Right now, my book is out of print because my book binder retired. Didn't give me enough time to find another. I think I do have one, so it is pending. My situation is pending, but once it is, I'll put my website back up. I'll put it on blast. We will have 2 editions, which we almost got well into the second. I have a hardback, which is a souvenir edition, and then I had the spiral bind for a larger print for class and for students, for children. So inshallah, I'm hoping that will happen soon. I was unfortunately a victim of the real estate. Somebody's scratching noise, please. That noise right there, please stop that noise. Thank you.
We're going to ask if one of the co-hosts can mute the mics that are not speaking. If they're not a speaker, can you kindly mute the mics of those who are not a presenter? Thank you so much.
It's actually not, this is more or less on her end when she speaks that we're getting feedback. There aren't, the other mics aren't producing any sound.
Thank you.
So and I'm gonna move it on. Inshallah, I do expect to reestablish it, but I got displaced from my home. Tens of thousands of people probably don't know about this. It was something done by Donald Trump, and he just took people's homes. They had paid for them. There was no debt owed. And they did this about 15 or 16 years ago. It's the same thing. So I'm processing through that, and that's holding me up, but it's not stopping me. And inshallah, I hope to have something by the spring of the year going and up, and that announcement will be made so that people can have access to the book again, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, sister.
We did have a recommendation. One of the sisters said, Assalamu alaikum, Sister Halima, can you consider making an ebook? So just something for you to consider if you haven't already. But we thank you for sharing, giving us that update.
Yes, sir. I am considering an ebook. Most definitely.
Okay, so we're going to move this further along, and we have up next a good brother, an amazing believer, just a great supporter of the Mosqueers and one of the leaders of the Lifeline, and an amazing poet. And we have Brother Edward Abdulaziz. Greatly appreciate this, brother, and we want to hear what you have for us. So, Brother Edward Abdulaziz, the mic is yours, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. 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 Rabbil Alameen. First, we give praise and thanks to Almighty Allah for the opportunity to come before this honorable, distinguished audience. And today, because this is an honorable day honoring our dear beloved sister Clara Muhammad, the mother, as our dear sister Rashida Robertson calls her, the Queen Mother, the mother of the nation, and I can rightfully declare that when she introduced the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to Master Farad Muhammad, and thus the nation of Islam began. She was one of the most devout members in the nation of Islam. It was Sister Clara Muhammad who introduced the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to Master Farad Muhammad. We thank Allah for where we are today. Where we are today, we are standing on a great honorable foundation of working to build this great institution, the ministry of Imam Wadatul Muhammad and the mosque here. We thank Allah once again for Imam Wadatul Muhammad II and my dear brother Adil Muhammad. I pray Allah continue blessing both of you and all of us who are working to continue this great work that our beloved Imam, the Honorable Imam Wadatul Muhammad, has handed down to us from Almighty God, and the motto of Muhammad the Prophet and the Quran being in the forefront as the way that we are to continue building this wonderful community. And we thank Allah for that. But we want to put the emphasis, I want to thank you, Brother Mujahideen and Sister Tahira. Brother Mujahideen, I knew him since he was a little boy, whose father passed the torch on to him, and he still working New Freedom district there in Philly, and working all over the country. And our dear Sister Tahira, I'm greatly inspired by both of you who have consistently worked with me and honored me and invited me to be a part of the great things that you're doing. And I'm honored that Allah has blessed me to be able to read, write, and recite the poetry inspired by our beloved Imam Wadatul Muhammad, his ministry, and Muhammad the Prophet, our leader, and the Quran. I'm grateful to Almighty God for this. And thankful to also, I want to give thanks to the poets on the lifeline, Sister Zakia Numan Muhammad, Sister Rashida Asta, Sister Tisha Lukman, and also Sister Esther. Sister Esther, she's joining our team also. We want to give thanks to them and the brothers, Ismail Lukman, Brother Muhammad Kawi, and myself. You know, we really want to thank Allah for that, and for the lifeline of Imam Hameen Rasul and the believers there who have consistently supported what we do there, and by giving us the opportunity to do the poetry 7 days a week. 7 days a week we do the poetry there. We read from the Imam's book. It's time we sing a new song, because we want to make sure that we put that in there and get the believers to order the book of poetry by Imam W.D. Muhammad. It has inspired me to keep moving forward into what Allah has blessed me to do. So we thank Allah, and we also want to give thanks to Sister Tahira for the great work that you're doing with the widows and the orphan and the widows. We thank Allah for that, for the great work that you're doing also, my dear sister. And we want to encourage you to keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, because that young spirit that you're bringing to this community, believe me, we sleep good at night. Us old timers, we sleep good at night, knowing that like the Imam say, you know, when you look around, we see you bringing up the rear, like our dear sister Zakia Muhammad, who so devoutly upheld and upholding Sister Clara Muhammad's legacy in the great work that she have done for this community also. I knew her personally also. So we thank Allah for this great foundation that Sister Clara Muhammad has laid for us with this great history. We thank Allah. So I want to get right into the poetry. What Allah has blessed me to write from reading Sister Halima's book, wonderful book, In Her Spirit. I read it, and the great history that I've gotten from this book have really motivated me and moved me to really, and I want to say we support Sister Halima in the projects that she's also working with. Neighborly Needs is one of them, so we want to support her But I'd like to start off by reading something from Quran, Surah An-Nisa, the woman. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. O mankind, reverence your guardian Lord who created you from a single person, created of like nature, his mate, and from them twined, scattered like seeds, countless men and women. Fear Allah through whom you demand your mutual rights, and reverence the womb that bore you, for Allah is forever watches over you. Sadaq al-Azim, surely Allah the Almighty speaks the truth. And dear believers, I want to go right into the poem In Her Spirit. And I chose that title because of the book that Sister Halima has written. I just wanted to stay within that theme. And I wrote this in 2015. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. In Her Spirit, a tribute to Sister Clara Muhammad. She refused to let this world educate her children's mind. She refused to leave her husband hanging high and dry on the line. The evolution of a community can only evolve through the way the foundation is laid. It is in her spirit that in this day and time we now have it made. Not made in the sense that we have arrived, but made in the spirit that we can now thrive. It is in her spirit only a true woman can give the nurturing ingredients so that we could live. We will always remember what she gave us, a great mind putting us in a great place with honor, dignity in the human race. It is in her spirit that she have grandchildren and children that are reminding us that we must not forget to keep recording our history so that won't regret. It is in her spirit that we have a new mentality today. It is in her spirit, with the grace of God, that we have been guided back to the right way. The shackles of slavery on our minds will serve as a great test. It is in her spirit that she knew that God would help us out of this mess. It is in her spirit that we have leadership today, a leadership with substance that no one can take away. It is in her spirit that we now have a voice in the halls of humanity with freedom's choice. It is in her spirit that her son, our leader, the Honorable Imam W.D. Muhammad, stood up and proclaimed after his father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, had passed away, that we will never be the same. It is in her spirit that we are all here today with a new language, talking this way, her courage, her conviction with a heart of gold. How can we sit around and not make sure that this story be told? It is in her spirit that we will continue to build institutions of great learning because that was her field. It is in her spirit that we have the leadership we have today with a legacy and a vision that no one will take away. It's in her spirit our soul should be yearning to go out and establish great institutions of learning. It is in her spirit that we are in the best situation, and let me make this clear, with a clear-cut understanding with Imam W.D. Muhammad's tafsir. All because it's in her spirit, with God's help, we have been blessed with Sister Clara Muhammad, a woman with a heart of gold. Dear believers, let us make sure that her story be told. Thank you very much. I'm Edward Abdelaziz. May Allah continue to please and be blessed, be pleased with us, and let's keep moving forward. Let's keep building. Assalamu alaikum, dear believers.
Walaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah, that was powerful. That was so powerful. It reminds me of one of the Sahabas. He stated that the best people to model after are those who are already returned back to Allah because they are no longer being tested. And as you mentioned, in her spirit, such a powerful woman, a woman who supported her husband, a woman who laid down her life for the future of her children, and was just a mother to the community. So I really appreciate you, Brother Edward Abdulaziz, for sharing this amazing poem with us. Brother Mujahid, what are your thoughts on the poem? Okay, so I don't see my brother right now, but before we move on, I definitely have to, I'll be remiss if I do not take this opportunity to bring you back on Brother Edward Abdulaziz to just briefly let the believers know about the Lifeline, because I learned about the Lifeline at the previous convention, the Mosque Kids Convention, and I'm just so grateful I asked the question, what is the Lifeline? Because it's just been an amazing blessing in my life So I know there are believers on the line here who have no idea what the Lifeline is, or like, what is the Lifeline? Can you just briefly touch on it? And then we can have some of the members of the Lifeline post the number in the chat so we can invite those to join.
Yes. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, dear believers. The Lifeline was started by our dear brother, our beloved Imam Hamid Rasul, back in, I can't recall the date, but it's been going over 10 years now. It's over 10 years now. And, but it started with a desire this is Imam Hamid Rasul, to support the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad and the mosque heirs, strictly to support the mosque heirs. The Lifeline was started that. And the name Lifeline came from our beloved Imam Luzan Muhammad from Wichita, Kansas. That's where the name Lifeline came from. But the members and the establishment of it came through Imam Hamid Rasul, and believers were coming on. I mean, it was in Detroit, from Michigan. Basically, it was basically in Michigan. A lot of great imams have came and gone through the Lifeline. But today, the Lifeline is exactly what it is. We have imams from Mondays to all the way 7 days a week. 7 days a week, the Lifeline is on from 6 a.m. In the morning. We read from the Imam's tafsir, but my dear brother Muhammad Kawi, he conducts, he moderates the morning reading from 6 a.m. to 6:30. We read from the Imam's books, Imam's tafsir, and then we'll stop like maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes after. We have questions and answers or comments from the reading of the Imam's tafsir and the Quran. Also, we read Quran. This is done every morning, 7 days a week. And we also have Imam Elam from the mosque heirs who comes on and with the announcements and the information from the mosque heirs. And our dear brother Rashid Akbar, he's on with a business meeting on Saturdays. And we also have Imam Daniel Kareem comes on, but also the imams that come on Tuesdays. We have Speak Your Mind Day, and when you can come on Tuesdays and just express yourself, moderated by Imam Nasir Muhammad. He's assistant to Imam Hamid Rasul. And on Wednesdays, we have Imam Elam Muhammad. He come on and he teaches, he gives a talim, 2 weeks. And Imam brother Rasul Abdul Akbar from Atlanta, Georgia. He share that Wednesday with Imam Elam during the month. On Thursdays, we have Imam Anthony from Lansing. He come on and he share the talim. And on Fridays, we have brother Tariq, my dear brother Shuja's son, Tariq Muhammad, out of Baltimore, Maryland. He come on, on Fridays, we have him. And then on Saturdays, we have Imam Daniel Kareem and different, sometimes we have Sister Adrian. She comes on Saturdays. Also, she speaks. And Sundays, we play the Imam Wafiquddin Muhammad's tape on Sundays. But let me say this. We have poetry 7 days a week. And in representing the poetry, we started out, Imam Rasul had mentioned that he wanted the poetry done, and he asked me to do the poetry. And what we did was we came up with the idea of we'll do it each day, but we will let someone different do it each day. And we want to make sure that we have the sisters, representing the sisters. And as a matter of fact, we got more sisters doing the poetry than we have brothers, which is wonderful. And this is the way this community is being motivated and inspired. Our sisters are stepping up, and we thank Allah for them. We thank Allah for them, for all of them. But the Lifeline is exactly what it is. It is exactly what it is. And we have some wonderful people on the Lifeline. And there are programs that we have also. Sister Najma, she has a business call that on Saturdays. Every Saturday, she have a business call right after, I think it's 9 o'clock. She have the business call on the Lifeline. And we play music at the end of every program, except Sundays. We play music. We'll play Wali Ali, Sawad Alameen, or we'll play songs that are positive, to close out the program, to bring in the next program. So it is the Lifeline, and we're working. And I remember Imam Rasul mentioned the fact that he said, Allah and his angels are with us. A long time ago, he made that statement. And now we can see the Lifeline developing, sisters and brothers, married couple, Sister Anna and Brother Luzan and Sister Neophia and her husband Sharif Farrakhan, Sister Zelly and Brother Jihad. It's just a family It's a family, and it's a wonderful, it's a glorious occasion that we have on the Lifeline. So we ask you to join us every day, 7 days a week. Join us on the Lifeline at 6 o'clock a.m. You know, join us 6 o'clock a.m. every morning on the Lifeline, 605-313-4802. 605-313-4802. Access code 708-435. 605-313-4802. 708-435. Thank you so much, Sister Tahira. And also, Sister Tahira is an upcoming poet. Also, she shared the poem with me, The Hill We Climb by Amanda Gorman. We did that poem last Monday on the Lifeline. She's great. She's great too. And we're going to bring a new spirit into this community. We're going to bring a young, energetic spirit back into this community. And that's what we're doing here today. Sister Claire Muhammad, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Brother Edward. And I also want to just add Brother Benjamin Bilal. He does the announcements Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah.
And and those who are watching on YouTube and you have the Lifeline contact information, can you please post the number on the YouTube channel so that those who are unaware can just copy and paste. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to my brother Mujahideen. How are you doing? And I'm glad you're back. I'm like, where'd you go? Did you leave me out here by myself? So I'm glad I'm not left out here by myself. Alhamdulillah.
Never that. We're on the East Coast, and the prayer came in, so we just stopped for that. But alhamdulillah, let me find out you got bars. You know what I mean? Alhamdulillah. But next up, and we thank the brother Brother Edward Aziz for his kind words and his presentation. And the Lifeline, I mean, as he's explaining it, I mean, it's giving me life, right? So we know of the suicide line, these other lines of, emergency. Well, now we have a Lifeline, a line that gives us life and regeneration. So tune into that if you haven't, 7 days a week, alhamdulillah. But next up, we do have a weekend school. We have several around the country, but today we'll be hearing from the Chicago Weekend School. So if you all are here, unmute yourself, and we look forward to your presentation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I bear witness that there is none worthy of worship except Allah alone, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. Assalamu alaikum. Today, we are so thankful to Allah for this wonderful program honoring our dear sister, the mother of our community, Sister Claire Muhammad, and the students of the Sister Claire Muhammad Weekend School at the Mosque Cares would like to make a short presentation on the life of our dear Sister Claire Muhammad. And the first speaker will be Sayyida Muhammad Wells.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Sister Claire Muhammad, the mother of our community. Born Clara Evans near Macon, Georgia in 1899. Sister Claire Muhammad experienced firsthand the injustice of the Jim Crow South. Sister Claire Muhammad and her husband moved to Detroit, Michigan. They had 8 children. Imam Murphy Muhammad was the 7th.
Our next speaker, Yasmina. Our next speaker, Yasmina Wilson.
In 1931, she heard from a friend, there's a man named Wallace Farad Muhammad who is saying something about our people. He says, we once dressed in long furry clothes and we were royals.
Our next speaker, Kian Muhammad Wells.
Sister Claire Muhammad found W.B. Farr's message of economic advancement in the Nation of Islam attractive, and she encouraged her husband, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to attend one of the group's meetings.
Our next speaker, Joaquin Bilal.
After the Honorable Elijah Muhammad took over leadership of the Nation of Islam, he was sent to prison for draft evasion, and Sister Clara Muhammad took over as interim leader and carried Honorable Elijah Muhammad's orders to the nation's ministers.
Our next speaker, Idris. He was also the youth, he won the Youth of the Year award here at the Mosque Cares. Idris Johnson.
In 1931, Sister Claire Muhammad pioneered the Nation of Islam's primary and secondary independent schools. By the 1950s, she had established the schools on a national scale. This is groundbreaking for both Black and Muslim communities.
We will now hear from Addie. Addie, what's your last name?
Johnson.
We will now hear from Ms. Addie Johnson.
The nation's school system was instituted by Farad Muhammad, who called it the University of Islam. And the first classes were held in Sister Claire Muhammad's home. And she was the first teacher of the school system.
We will also hear from her twin sister. We call her Fifi affectionately. Fifi, what's her last name again?
Johnson.
Fifi Johnson, here we go.
In 1980, Imam Wardi Muhammad renamed the University of Islam after his mother. It became known as the Sister Claire Muhammad School.
Okay. Idris, you have something else you would like for us to know about Sister Claire Muhammad? Let me get on this side of it.
Sister Claire Muhammad, we thank Allah for you.
And little Fifi over here, what do you have to say about our mother of the nation?
We love you.
Seika?
We'll never forget you.
And last but not least, Addie.
May Allah peace be unto you.
We certainly hope that you all have enjoyed what the children have presented to you on the history of Sister Clara Muhammad School. And before we sing the school song that we're going to ask all of you on whatever devices you have, your phones, your tablets, your laptops, your this, whatever. We're going to introduce our teachers and those of us who work so diligently with the children. Sister Esther Muhammad and her daughter, Camila Muhammad Wells, Imam Elam Muhammad, Sister Tawhida Mustafa, Brother Jethro, Bilal, and myself, Sister Camilla Furkan. Come on, yeah, let's all stand up here together. I don't know where Brother Jethro is, but he's probably busy helping do something here at the Mosque Cares. So at this time, we're going to have the children sing the school song. And as I say, all of you who are on your devices, at home, on the phone, wherever you are, even if you don't know all of the songs, just sing what you know, and let's join in this spirit of educating our children and uplifting Sister Clara Muhammad's history. Oh, there's Brother Jethro. Come on, Brother Jethro. You want to give the greeting to the people?
Assalamu alaikum.
All right, we all work here diligently so hard with the children. Okay, we're going to sing the school song now. I guess I need this now and turn it off. Okay, you all ready? Anybody who wants to stand along with them can. And I'll be standing over here out of the way. Get that right note. Don't miss that note. I don't know, you're going to be singing way over there. We may have to split y'all. Mama, come on, mama and daughter. Are they on camera?
No, they can move right about there. Well, none of you are on camera. Yeah, y'all gonna have to tighten the lines.
What you can do is stand behind the children. Let's have you stand behind the children. And in between them, move up a little bit so that we can see. Not directly behind them, right there. Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody okay? We got Camila, we got Jamila in there too?
Yep.
All right, Sister Yasmina, you have to stand where you can see me, Yasmina. No, right, where were you?
Yeah,
Oh, there's Jethro. We got the whole group.
You can still see me.
Yes.
All right. All right, here we go. Nice and smooth. Ready? Begin.
This place where we come to grow, to learn the things that we must know. Our school offers us the best knowledge, truth, and righteousness. Sister Clara Muhammad School. Name for our sister dear. Her dreams we fulfill right here. She worked and struggled that we may have a place to grow today. Sister Clara Muhammad School. We'll never forget the lessons we've learned. We'll take the wisdom given to us and give it to others in turn. How proud we are to wear her name. Her memories we hold dear. She opened the doors of knowledge for us. We thank Allah for her. Her work will not go in vain. History will bear her name. For we will build our future strong with the truth that she's done. Sister Clara Muhammad School. Sister Clara Muhammad School.
We thank you so much for this opportunity. And we thank the Weekend School and the people, the believers that work with them for all of their hard work. Students, we believe in you. We love you. We support you. And just don't ever forget that. Allah you best.
Thank you.
One go at a
Alhamdulillah.
time.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Takbir.
Allahu
Allahu
Akbar. Yes, you all can unmute
Takbir.
yourselves and let
Allahu
our
Akbar.
children know that we support them. They did an amazing job. Job well done. You all can unmute yourself and give them all the love so they can hear us.
Akbar.
Clara
Muhammad School.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. We also would like to acknowledge Sister Esther and Sister Camila and all of the instructors who have a hand on this Weekend School, and you're taking time to pour into our children. We appreciate your sacrifice and your dedication, and we acknowledge you.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Excellent. I just want to read a brief quote from Imam Muhammad in regards to the importance of our education in Islamic school system. This was in November 21st, 1992. The purpose of the Nation of Islam was to give us enough faith in our own original creation to make us have faith in our ability to think for ourselves, to think independently. I can be a factor for that change because I refuse to give up the practice of thinking for myself. So when we just saw those children, those young children sharing their story of sharing their presentation, representing the story of Sister Khalid Muhammad and then singing a song, they all saw it in that spirit of our beloved Imam.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna move forward now.
Excellent.
You about to say something?
No, we got our guest speakers. They're lined up.
Okay, cool.
Sister
Yeah.
Basima, Brother Amin, and Dr. Lynn. So you guys are coming up shortly. We'll introduce each of you, and then you can come and share for 10 minutes. First up is Sister Basima Abdullah from Milwaukee. I was blessed to have met this sister for the first time. I heard a lot about her and her school out there in Milwaukee, but I got to meet her actually at the event a few weeks ago in Nashville, Clara Muhammad celebrating 50 years with our dear brother Imam Hamid. Abdullah and his family, Imam Youssef and Sister Mahasan. And she's a fireball, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll just let her give her presentation. And we thank you, Sister Basima. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you all for having me on a Sunday when I'm trying to do lesson plans. That's all right.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to briefly say, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, we are blessed to be a part of not only the foundation and the expanding and the evolution of a movement that began in the 30s. We were touched as a whole people by that evolution of the movement under the leadership of our dear Elijah Muhammad. And because of the dedication of those followers of his, Allah bless them and us with his son, Imam W.D. Muhammad. May Allah be pleased with them both. Through that acknowledgement, we also have to give thanks to Allah for our Sister Clara Muhammad. She was the epitome of a wife leader, mother leader, and educator leader. Because of her strong faith and dedication, we created the University of Islam, and through her son's wise leadership, changed the name to honor Sister Clara Muhammad. This was done to honor the work his mother did, modeling the importance of education. So I say first, we need to give thanks and we need to celebrate. We have dedicated supporters such as the program that Brother Adam Bey started, 100 at 50, to support our Clara Muhammad schools around the country. We must celebrate and give thanks to the dedicated administrators and teachers around the country who are still in the trenches daily, struggling against the indifference of some of our families, this world that seeks to keep us enslaved as people, and the people who do not really get our mission. Those who continually ask, when comes the help of Allah and the victory? Give thanks for the continued dedication of those who truly feel if we sit down, the school may close. Why? Because when we look out, we see only those who wish to tear down what we're trying to build up. Do our schools need to continuously improve? Absolutely. The question comes down to who's going to do the work, who's going to be the helpers. If you look back and just study in nature what we know of the geese flying in formation, as they fly together in that formation as a team, even with that leader, they all know that they have to fly together or they have to fly harder. And when the leader gets tired and steps back, there is no change in the formation. The next person just steps in line. And that's what we need to continue doing. There should not be any more of our schools closing. Our schools should be opening all over this world, because what our leader gave us, nobody else has, and nobody else is going to understand how to give it better than we do. So we thank Allah for Sister Clara, for our wonderful leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad, and those of us who are trying to keep walking in his path. That's it. I'm finished.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Oh, talk to us a little bit about your school in Milwaukee. Some of the successes, some of the challenges while we have you at this time.
I would say, just like Tennessee, success is, as much as they try to tear us down, we're still here. We're still hanging in there. We still have our buildings. We are improving. We just received a couple of grants Allah blessed us with to put a new roof on the school, to get central air in our main campus. And we had a few rooms that didn't have windows. So part of the grant will give us that. Also, we have a big refugee population at our school, Somali refugees, and we offer classes on Saturdays, a couple of Saturdays a month. And we got a grant to purchase not only for the teacher to teach the classes, but we added a financial literacy component and a nutrition component to help the parents really manage their money, because you're talking about people who were refugees, most of them were born in refugee camps. So they didn't have anything. They had no education. The parents are illiterate in their first language because they don't even have a written language. So for them to come into this country as adults with children, they give them, the country gives them 90 days to get a job, and they cut off the benefits after that 90 days. So these people have to go get whatever job they can get, and where's the time to learn or to go back to school? So it's really a difficult time that they have trying to get into this country and be a part of it. But worse still, because their children learn and can move into this country easier than the parents, there comes a time when there's a disconnect where the children don't know who the parent is because they're translating for their parents. They're handling business that the parents can't handle. So we're trying to help them with that so that the children can remain in their place and respect their parents, because some of them are very disrespectful to their parents because they think their parents are ignorant, which they forget that their parents sacrificed everything to come here so that they would get benefits. So we struggle with that. The COVID situation has been a blessing and a curse at the same time. We lost a great deal of students this year because we erred on the side of caution with having hybrid classes. That means we have two groups, so that group A comes in only on Mondays and Tuesdays, and group B comes Thursdays and Fridays. So everybody is online 3 days a week. The busing made it difficult for us because they had to put us on a second tier because they can't find drivers. So our school ended up starting from 7:30. Now we start at 9:30. And a lot of parents didn't want their children getting home that late after school. So we lost about 70 babies. And inshallah, they'll come back or they won't. But we're still here. Alhamdulillah.
Really appreciate you sharing your successes and your challenges. I have a question for you. Do you have support in the area of recruitment, student recruitment?
Not really. We're pretty much, because we lost so many students. My assistant principal, my business manager, and we're all in the classroom. So all of the administration is full-time in the classroom, and it's real. You're scrambling the rest of the time to handle your administrative duties, and there's really not a lot of time for anything else. And a good portion of our teachers are either immigrants or they're non-Muslim. So they're not gonna go looking for, they're not gonna come in our neighborhood and look for children. And as with a lot of our communities around the country, we're dying. The communities are dying. There are no young people in the community. The world pretty much has them all. We just graduated the last student in our community, I want to say 2 years ago. And she and her brother, he graduated the year before. They are hard workers. They are in the community, but they're in college and they are working, to help their mom while they're working in school. And a great majority of our community is just gone. So
thank you for sharing that. And with the work that you're doing, yes.
We are looking for a principal. So Cindy, we're looking for some young people that don't mind moving to Wisconsin. And in case you guys didn't know, we are right on near Lake Michigan. And of course, all of the Great Lakes are 1/5 of the world's freshwater supply. So we're in a great spot, even if nobody wants to move up north.
May Allah make it easy on you and your team and the work that you're doing, because it's definitely needed and it's definitely needed. And I would love to get your contact information to have a conversation with you, because I have experience in student recruitment and I would love to support you in any way that I can. I also would like to end with one last question. What advice can you give to the educators that are listening who may have a week in school or may be struggling in their region or in their city and state? Like, what words of encouragement and advice can you give those who have a school established, but it may not be to the level of which they desire?
Believe it or not, they want us. As much as the climate is against Islam, the people are not, and they want our schools. And if we don't support them, I believe we're going to lose them. If I were to leave at the end of this school year, who's going to take over my school? There is nobody in our community who is qualified that is willing to step up. We have people qualified, but they have their own mission and their own thing, and it's not about our schools. So keep doing what you're doing because they need us and they know they need us.
Excellent, excellent. You heard it here straight from our mother, community mother, modern day Claire Muhammad in Wisconsin. You heard the call out. Come on through, step up those who have the qualifications and the concern for our community.
Needed.
Keep it going. Yes, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah. I actually went over time. I was just so drawn into you, so I got caught in the moment, and I did not watch the clock. So thank you, brother.
I tried to give you a heads up.
I know. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, dear sister. Alaikum assalam.
Thank you.
Yes. So now we're going to move on to Brother Amin out of California. Dear brother, assalamu alaikum. Are you here, Brother Amin? Okay.
If not, was somebody gonna say something?
Assalamu alaikum.
This
is Sister Rashida. Brother Amin just texted me to say he had an emergency in his family. And so we can move on, inshallah, and make dua for him and his family.
May Allah have mercy on his family and make it easy on his family and resolve their emergency quickly. Ameen. So we're going to move to Sister Esther. Sister Esther Muhammad is next on the line, right? So we're going to have our dear, beautiful Sister Esther.
Dr. Lynn.
My apologies, wrong list. Dr. Lynn Muhammad. Dr. Lynn Muhammad. Dr. Lynn Muhammad, are you here, dear sister?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. We hear you loud and clear.
Dr. Lynn.
Alhamdulillah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu. I want to first of all give thanks to all who helped to pull this together. Our moderators, Sister Rashida, those speakers that are here, those speakers that could not make it, the Mosque Cares, and all of the work that is being done on behalf of our leadership here in our country and the world. Those who've spoken today in various ways to give us fuel, food, things that we can take with us to move forward. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I want to begin with a statement that was made actually by my oldest granddaughter. So we were in our space and I had pictures of our history along the walls. And one of the pictures that I had up was the picture of Sister Clara Muhammad. And my granddaughter, she doesn't know. She doesn't know the history as much as I wanted her to at that time. She knows it now though. And so as we were working on our activities, which wasn't necessarily a history lesson, she said, "Is that you?" She pointed to the picture of Sister Clara. And when I turned around to see, like, where's my picture? And she pointed and I didn't even see what she saw at that point. But it brought tears to my eyes that she would even connect me to this person who I've always held in high esteem throughout my life. I've jokingly said I've got Harriet Tubman's blood in me and I've got Sojourner Truth's blood in me. And that's what gives me the fire to do the stuff that I do. I have the pioneers from my upbringing in me and their DNA. And that, I've jokingly said that, but for her to connect me to this wonderful woman, like it says in our culture, from the mouth of babes. And again, I hadn't seen it in that way until she mentioned that. So when I told her the history of Sister Clara Muhammad, she said that is you. She even connected to what she saw, what she knew of the things that I had shared with her in her life. She was like, she saw the importance, she saw the message of what was there. And I'm not likening myself to this wonderful woman, I'm not, but I'm showing how when you are surrounding yourself with excellence, that excellence rubs off. It doesn't take anything away from the people who are around you exuding the excellence, but it does rub off. And having an environment that has excellence around us, our children, helps to make sure that their foundation is as strong as it can be. Sister Basima was talking about the pandemic and how it affected their school in Milwaukee. I've been telling people we can talk negatively about what this pandemic has done, but if we stand back and look at it, Allah doesn't put us through anything that's not meant to be something for us to benefit from. And this is not a curse for us. This is a way for us to reevaluate things, to look at things. And I liken it to a cocoon. When an animal is in its cocoon, the cocoon has everything that that animal needs so that it can be nurtured and eliminate its waste and do all the stuff that it needs to do while it's going through its morphing, the changing. When we were told we can't, all these restrictions, it forced us to stay home. And if our homes had the nurturing support that was needed, we had an opportunity, whether we used it or not is another story, but we had an opportunity to go through changes that could potentially have brought us out as a butterfly or something of beauty, because no one is looking at that cocoon as beauty, but when you come out of it, you come out exuding beauty. So the fact that this inanimate object, the virus is not even alive, it's not even a living entity, but this inanimate object to be able to bring this out of us is a plus. So, it's a way for us to possibly, inshallah, extend our lives to the point that we become even better once the pandemic is completely subsided. And I want to use that understanding as I go back and think about Sister Clara Muhammad and the other pioneers that helped us become who we are today. This is her day. We're honoring her today, but she embodies. When I hear her name, I see Sister Ernestine Ali. May Allah be pleased with her. She just made her transition recently. I see Sister Zeli Omar. I see Sister Catherine Aliyah. I see pioneer after pioneer after pioneer. There's a lot of them, brothers, sisters, the young who were younger at that time. They're now the ages of their mothers at the time that I knew their parents, but who were there to help us be better at what we do. And if any of you don't already know, I am an alumni of the Sister Clara Muhammad school system. That is the only elementary high school that I know. My entire educational experience before college came from this institution. And so when I see the things that I see, I have to give the credit back to my educators, to those supporters, those pioneers, those young people who volunteered or provided, some service that maybe they got pennies for, to those people who just came and said, Sister Ernestine Ali, she would just polish the water fountains. That's the dedication that you saw, because her thing was she wanted us to be surrounded, as I said earlier, by excellence. So if all she could offer was polishing water fountains, that's exactly what she did. So when I see Sister Clara Muhammad, I see these pioneers. I see the people who she helped. I see the people who she worked with. We have a pioneer sister. She attends the mosque every chance she gets. Her name is Sister Amina Ali. Sister Amina Ali and Sister Clara Muhammad used to go out and visit the elderly and the sick. So while the brothers were doing what they did and Elijah Muhammad was teaching, these two sisters and others went out to visit the sick. That is a character that we saw. We saw this character. This is what we grew up with. And I was just talking to my sister. She's a couple of months, a year younger than me. And she's preparing for her retirement. And she said, I remember when. And she went back to our school and she went back to what she saw with the sick committee. And her thing is, as she retires, she wants to transition from this life of punching somebody else's clock and doing all these wonderful things that she's been doing, all the inventions that she's come up with and all the wonderful stuff she's doing because of our school, she is planning to go back to her roots and go back to seeing that spirit that she noticed in our pioneers. So as we do this and we're surrounding ourselves with these individuals and our children are being surrounded with these individuals who are showing the humanness that you see in our scripture in the Quran, who are seeing the examples of Prophet Muhammad being lived today, because everything I just said, if we go back and look at the life of Prophet Muhammad, this is the character that he exuded as he lived the Quran. So as we look at this, we can see that our children need this culture. They need this cocoon. They need this environment. And I don't mean a cocoon that they're going to retreat to because of the virus, because inshallah, our health team said earlier, inshallah, this is going to be over soon. But we see opportunities within our schools, within our places of worship, whether it is a weekend school or a full day school, or something we do once a month, putting our children in this space, putting the nurturing support around them does wonders for their development. So those of you that don't have a Claire Muhammad school right now, don't stop. It's not difficult. First step, recognize it's needed. Second step, reach out to get the support you need to start it. And inshallah, Allah will bless you. Our children need this. Our children need this nurturing environment. Now, my sister, I mentioned, the one who's about to retire, she was at a meeting in another country, actually. She was in South America. And I said this before, I believe. So if you hear me repeat myself, please excuse it. My sister's sitting in the meeting with all these big wigs and blah, 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 blah. And they turned to her and they said, what prep school did you go to? She's surprised. She doesn't understand what they mean by prep school. So she named her university. No. What prep school did you go to? Then she said, well, you're talking about my high school. I went to the University of Islam. No, not your university. We want to know what high school, what elementary school did you go to? The University of Islam. And as she said it, their mouths dropped. You went to a university as a high school, as an elementary school? She told them that's the name that they called it. And they said, and these are people from all over the planet attending this conference in South America. And they said to her, that school has something that we need to find out about, because the way you are attacking these problems and the way you are addressing these issues, we've never seen that before. And they recognize the need to have that in their children's education, their children's background. And this is people from all over this planet. I had the same experience in a different way at a different time. Local university, known all over the world for being a good school. Professors there asked me the same type of question. And when it came out that I attended the University of Islam, right there in Hyde Park, Chicago, which is where the university is, they were for it again. They said, you should do something in education, because the way you were educated is different than the way we are educating people now. I wasn't planning to follow a certain pathway. I was a stay-at-home mom. who just happened to want to get more knowledge. But that stay-at-home mom had her whole life turned around, because now people that are not in her immediate circle, her immediate cocoon, are recognizing the value of the education that she received. And it's that motivated me, and is still motivating me every day, to get up and look for Mondays instead of Fridays. To not see Wednesday as hump day, to see Wednesday as a day when I need to make sure I finish all the stuff I had planned for the week. So hump day was not a day to get ready. Oh, I got to make it over the hump. Hump day is like, okay, let's speed it up a little bit. And this is what our school provides our children with. This is what our educational platform provides children with. Those of you who've experienced it, you know what I'm talking about. Those of you who have never experienced it, you're missing something. And it's not going to happen unless you're in the trenches with it.
Dear sister, you have about 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My parents put 9 of us through our school. They have 9. They put all 9 of us through our school in Chicago. It was not easy. Neither one of them had a college degree at the time. Neither one of them had professional training in any category, and they definitely didn't have a rich uncle somewhere. But they made it work. And this is the attitude that many of our parents have. So those of you who have the resources, inshallah, support this, because all you can do with this is do good if you do it with Allah in mind. And so by supporting our Claire Muhammad school system, Sister Basima mentioned the program by Brother Adam Biah, excuse me. We have other programs. The Mosque Cares donates to schools. We have all these programs out here where you can send your money through a system and make sure that it makes it to the right place. I'm encouraging you to support our schools. I'm encouraging you to fulfill the need of Sister Clara Muhammad and others who saw this vision, and let this continue. My program is a Clara Muhammad Schools program, but I am not in a special, unique space. I'm actually in the public schools. Those children don't know it. They're getting our education. They're getting what our system has to offer. And so, and it's STEM related, it's STEM based. We do a summer camp where we focus specifically on our children, but I mean, our skin color, our ethnic background, etc. But it's not just for them. It's whoever wants to come. But it is definitely a Sister Claire Muhammad School platform, curriculum, etc. that we're working from. And they want it. The parents want it. So I'm going to close out, and I pray Allah that something that I said was helpful, and that it, inshallah, inspires those who are listening who maybe needed that little jump to be able to do a little bit more for our youth. Because if we invest in our youth,
I just had to give you the greetings. I hadn't seen you in a while. Please give Nafik the greetings. How is he? Your husband, my brother. How's he
Alhamdulillah,
doing?
he's good.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's on. He's on.
Can I add one little thing?
Yes, sir.
One day, I believe that you're going to be acknowledged when Sister Clara Muhammad's name, because of my memory from when the Clara Muhammad School closed in Chicago and my father was a leader, your name is going to be up there side by side with her. And those that hear you speaking today know that you don't give up. You never gave up on the Clara Muhammad School and our education of our community. I remember our school closed a couple of times because of money, not being able to pay the teachers or whatever. But that one final time, correct me if I remember correct, because I was just a youngster, I was a kid. I'm not sure if I was in grammar school or high school or whatever, but that one time our school closed, I thought the school was closing for good. I remember you opened the school. Was it in your garage?
It was in our home. We used my children's bedrooms. We used my children's bedrooms.
You refused to let the school close.
We refused to let it close.
And that was Clara Muhammad School. And sister, you need to be recognized for that. Because as a child, you gave me hope. I said, our school ain't closed. I'm like, now it's not the big, facility that we had. But Dr. Lynn, because I knew you, and I remember my father talking to you and seeing you and how he regarded you, and your father also played a major role in the Nation of Islam. What he was, remind me what he did.
He was a first lieutenant, and he worked directly under your uncle, E2. My mother was a stay-at-home mom, and she helped to give us that foundation and make sure we did what we did. And eventually, she became a teacher at the Claire Muhammad School.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. We thank Allah.
It's rich in our family. Alhamdulillah, it's rich in our family.
I didn't know my grandmother, but I know you have her spirit, and we.
Yes, sir. One thing I wanted to say before I close out: Sister Claire Muhammad would always give a rose to the graduates at graduation day. That was the most memorable thing of my graduation, was getting that rose from Sister Claire Muhammad. And seeing that humble woman walk up to us and congratulate us on something that we thought was challenging, but she was very appreciative and humble. So her dedication to education did not stop when the school opened. She continued that throughout the rest of her life.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you for the words, Brother Imam Walter Dean.
Thank you, Dr. Lynn. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay. So as you all have been experiencing this wonderful event this afternoon, we're coming up on our last quarter.
Up, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're muted again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We got a little thing going on. But yeah, so we just wanted to thank you all, those who've been tuning in for us this afternoon. We're coming up on our last quarter. We have our teachers and our alumni as we finish closing out. So we're going to do a roll call real quick to make sure that you all are still with us. Dr. Adrian Sabir, just raise your hand if you're still with us. Sister Esther Muhammad, Sister Samira Mustafa, Sister Amira Muhammad, Sister Tawanda, Brother Abdullah, and Sister Zelly. Oh, Sister Zelly, I think they went earlier.
We have all hands raised. Alhamdulillah. So we're going to move forward.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. We have Sister Esther.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to move forward now. We're going to move into the segment of our teachers, our educators. And we would like to let you know that each presenter will have 5 minutes to present. And we will start with the beautiful Dr. Adrian Sabir out of North Carolina. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Adrian.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Alhamdulillah. Bear witness or witness that there's no deity except Allah alone. And I witness that Prophet Muhammad is the last messenger and seal of the prophets. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah, and assalamu alaikum to Imam Warti Muhammad. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I'd like to thank the mosque cares and everyone that was involved in doing this particular program, and Sister Rashida for asking me to be a part of it. And because I'm gonna go real fast, because initially we were given a little bit more time, but I'm gonna try to fit it within now the 5 minutes. So I'm gonna kind of do it with chronologically. And I'll start off with saying my journey started when I became a Muslim, which was in January 1976 in Greensboro, North Carolina. By May, when I graduated from college, by August, I was teaching as a 22-year-old in the Sister Claire Muhammad School in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I never thought I would be a teacher. It was not in my plan at all. What happened was the imam at that time told me that they needed teachers at the school. I was going to keep on going. And would I come and teach at the Sister Claire Muhammad School? And I did. And that journey has taken me 46 years of being in Islamic education. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. We plan, Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners. So I would just, instead of saying some specifics that I was going to say with some of the schools, I would just tell you, they did ask us to let you know what schools we did work within. I worked with the Sister Claire Muhammad School in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I worked with the school, Sister Claire Muhammad School in Corona, Queens, New York. I actually also founded a school with the educational concerns of our beloved leader, may Allah be pleased with him, the Natural Connection Center of Learning, and that was in Atlanta, Georgia. I also worked with the School Neuro Academy in Atlanta, Georgia. I worked with the Natural Development Academy in Atlanta, Georgia. So it's a 46-year period of time. My children went to Sister Claire Muhammad School. My grandchildren also went to our Islamic school. You didn't hear all the names saying Sister Claire Muhammad, but all of those schools were under the leadership and the education concerns of our beloved leader, may Allah be pleased with him, Imam Warif D. Muhammad. And I am so grateful to Allah that that's the journey that he took me on. And I am still now, I am living in North Carolina, and I recently started working with the Islamic Center here, W.D. Muhammad Islamic Center here. And I have decided they have a school on Sundays. And I've decided I will be working also, inshallah, with that school. I could relate to what Dr. Lynn was saying when she said, when the brother Imam was saying that he remembered that she had kept a school going. That also happened with me. We had a school that closed, and I refused to have our babies going to a public setting. And I started a school, and that one was the Natural Development Academy. And so we were able to, I used my money, my husband's money. I used whatever we had to do. We kept it going for the length of time we could have it going. One of the problems, as we really know around this country, is that lack of student enrollment, lack of having the funds to keep our schools going has created situations where we don't have our schools. But I also agree with Sister Lynn when we say we can do what we put a desire to do, because Allah Ta'ala says, man gets what he strives for, and the fruit of his striving will soon come in sight. So I definitely encourage us to do the 100 at 150, for us to look at different endowment, possibilities of endowment and other type of fundraisers that we can do to keep our schools afloat. Some of the things that I have done, not only have I been a teacher in the schools, I've been a director, I've been a principal, I've been a reading coordinator, I've done help with setting up laboratories. I was into science, so I helped one school set up an actual science laboratory. And I've helped with different programs of putting our children into faith programs. And one of the things I wanted to share that stood out for me was the our children performing one time with one of the schools in Georgia, and they were able to have people stand on their feet, hundreds of people, because they sang a song that had some lyrics in it. Islam is all about peace. Terrorism, it doesn't teach. And that song is on the internet if you want to get that particular one. I really thank Allah for everyone. I want to continue to encourage us to do the things that we need to do to keep our schools. One of the things also, this journey that I had allowed me to have lifelong relationships. I'm still in contact with the principal that was in New York when I was there. I'm still in contact with other people around, the parents, teachers, students, and they have had babies. My children are in their 40s. Their babies have had, they have had children, and I'm in contact with some of those students that went to school with my grandchildren. So I don't know if that's my 5 minutes. I did have, Tahir, if you let me know where I am, because I had a poem I wanted to read, and I want to know, I know it's about 3 minutes long. Can you give me
you can recite your poem, Dr. Adrian.
Okay, I wanted to share something that affected me many, many years ago. And the name of the poem, some of you may be aware of the poem, it's called We Are Responsible. Let me put on my glasses. We are responsible. We are responsible for children who put chocolate fingers everywhere, who like to be tickled, who stomp in puddles and ruin their new pants. who sneak popsicles before dinner, who erase holes in their math workbooks, who can never find their shoes. But we are also responsible for those who stare at photographers from behind broken windows, who can't bound down the street in a pair of sneakers, who never counted potatoes, who are born in places we would not be caught dead in, who live in an X-rated world. We are responsible for children who bring us sticky kisses and fistfuls of dandelions, who sleep with the dogs and bury goldfish, who hug us in a hurry and forget their lunch money, who cover themselves with Band-Aids and sing off key, who squeeze toothpaste all over the sink, who slurp their soup. But we are also responsible for those who never get dessert, who have to have no safe blanket to drag behind them, who watch their parents watch them suffer, who don't have rooms to clean up, whose pictures aren't on anybody's dresser, whose monsters are real. We are responsible for children who spend all their allowance before Tuesday, who throw tantrums in the grocery store and pick at their food, who like ghost stories, who shove dirty clothing under the bed and never rinse out the tub, who get visits from the tooth fairy, who don't like to be kissed in front of the carpool, who squirm in the mess and scream on the phone, whose tears sometimes make us laugh, whose smiles can make us cry. And we are responsible for those whose nightmares come in the daytime, who will eat anything, who have never seen a dentist, who aren't spoiled by anybody, who go to bed hungry and cry themselves to sleep, who live and move but have no being. We are responsible for children who want to be cared for and for those who we must, for those we never give up on, and for those who didn't get and don't get a second chance, for those we smother, and for those who will grab the hand of anybody kind enough to offer it. Brothers and sisters, thank you so very much. May Allah bless our community for those who have come before us, the Sister Claire Muhammad's before us, the Sister Claire Muhammad's now, the Sister Claire Muhammad's in the future, anyone who are under the educational concerns of our beloved leader, may Allah be pleased with him. Thank you so very much. I appreciate everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adrian, for imparting such great wisdom and just expressing your dedication and commitment to the children's education and future. You really just a great example of what it looks like to continue to provide solutions when there are problems that are faced in our community. So we greatly appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Sister Tahira and Brother Majahuddin, thank you so much. But I didn't hear, and thank you, Dr. Adrian, but I didn't hear Dr. Lynn speak of her robotic STEM program at all.
Okay.
Could you ask her just maybe 2 minutes to expound on her program, because we just need that information.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Lynn, the floor is yours, dear
Excellent.
Dr.
Well,
Yes,
ma'am. The program involves using critical thinking and problem solving, and we have a STEM program. Based on my background in our schools, we added reasoning. A lot of the science that they're doing is just about left, right, A, B, C, D, and there's no connection to humanity. There's no connection to where does this go from here? We get the oops, and then we got to go back and reinvent the wheel. I don't let the children do anything unless there's a connection to helping other people, not looking at their needs, not looking at money, but looking at things that's going to bring a solution to something related to humanity. So we call our program STREAM, Science, Technology, Reasoning, Engineering, Art, and Math. And we work with inner city children. Again, they're getting the Claire Muhammad education, they just don't know it. They're not seeing the language, but they're definitely seeing the concepts and understanding those concepts.
Thank you. And could you put your website on in the chat?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lynn. Thank you for just sharing that connection of having it connect for our students to know that what they're doing is providing a solution to a problem, which is so important. So thank you for teaching them the importance of giving back and helping those in need.
Absolutely. Next up, we have our next teacher is Sister Esther Muhammad from Chicago.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'd like to thank Allah for this wonderful opportunity to speak to you today. What I have to say will be very short, and I can relate to Dr. Sabir and Dr. Lynn. When I started working with the Sister Claire Muhammad School, I really was a stay-at-home mom, and I had no intention or no thought that I would ever become a teacher. But at that time, I had 5 children in the University of Islam, which was by that time Sister Claire Muhammad School. And since I had my youngest child in school, I decided I would just go in and help out during the day, and then that way I would be there during the day, and I would just take the children home in the evening. Well, during that time in 1984, our beautiful leader, Imam Rahdi Muhammad, he asked for people to help in the school. So I said, well, I do have the time to do it, so I accepted. I accepted to help. Little did I know, I had agreed to help Sister Darla Shabazz, the wife of Sheikh Shabazz, many of you know. I had agreed to help her in the home economics class, but I found out later that she no longer worked with the class. So I became the teacher of the high school girls home economics class, which was very beautiful. I really enjoyed them, and I am still in contact with many of them today. And I am just so thankful to Allah to see so many of them. They've grown into beautiful young ladies, mothers, wives, professional women. It's just a blessing to see that. So that was in 1984. The following year, I was asked to help Sister June Muhammad, who was the late wife of the late Ajay Muhammad. She was teaching the 4th grade class, and I was asked to be her assistant. So I did that for a few months. After that, at that time, Dr. Mumtaz was the principal of the school. So he asked me if I would take the 2nd grade class because the teacher had left. So I did. I took the 2nd grade class, and I taught the 2nd grade for about a year. And the school closed in 1988. So of course we all left and went to our own prospective places. So in the early 90s, I had started going to the Harvard Islamic Center in Harvard, Illinois under Imam Darnell Kareem. So we established the Sister Claire Muhammad Weekend School there, which I was a principal for a while. Then after that, I came to the Mosque Cares. I started attending the Mosque Cares, and I saw that where there was a need for our children to have some type of Islamic education. So I just so we started the Islamic Studies class for the youth here at the Mosque Cares, and it developed into the Sister Claire Muhammad Weekend School. And at this time, we have about five other teachers that are working with the students. They're coming along very well. They're learning to recite the Quran. We have classes in music. We have Islamic studies, Quranic recitation. Imam Elam teaches the older children. Brother, Sister Tahida Mustafa. She works with the children sometimes with African dance, and also in teaching the tafsir of Imam Rahdi Muhammad. But my daughter, Camila Muhammad Well, she works with them with Islamic studies. And Sister Camila Furkar, who is our great musician in the community, she works with them with the music. So at this time, we have 11 students, and we're really proud of them. We even had two of them to get awards during the convention as the male and female youth of the year. We're thankful to Allah. We're very proud of them. And we just pray Allah that we could continue to work with them and continue to carry forth the legacy of our dear sister, Sister Claire Muhammad. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. And Sister Camilla, she mentioned to me that she was also a teacher. just during the at the Sister Claire Muhammad School. So inshallah, she'll be able to relate her experience to you. Assalamu alaikum. Believers, this is going to be real brief because I'm really not scheduled to be on the program, but I did have an opportunity to teach at the Sister Claire Muhammad School Sister Claire Muhammad School. Shortly after our beloved Imam Warithuddin Muhammad renamed the school. I remember when he asked us, the believers who were there, what we thought about him renaming the school after his mother. And of course, everybody, it was a thunderous agreement that the University of Islam would not be called Sister Claire Muhammad School. And so my very first teaching job out of college, I went to Chicago State University and I majored in music education and voice. And so my very first teaching job after graduation, Dr. Claude Alamine asked me would I teach a music class at the now Sister Claire Muhammad School. And so I agreed. And to my knowledge, this was the first time that the students would come especially to my class to learn about music appreciation, music history, music theory, and to sing. And they would rotate to my classroom for that. It was quite an experience. I was a young teacher. I must have been in my 20s, early 20s, or something like that. And so we had a good time. If any of the students gave me a little bit of a problem, I had to ask my little brother. I said, "Come on, brother, you meet me after school, and we're gonna do about 20 or 30 jumping jacks." So but it was beautiful. It was a fun experience, and I taught this for about a year. And then the school temporarily closed, and that was my experience. But it was for music, and we know the music is so vitally important to our children's full and well-rounded education, music and art. And so, inshallah, we, as the Sister Claire Muhammad School, develop more and more across this country. The importance of the arts and the cultural arts, of art and music and the visual arts of dance and literature and all of that will be in the curriculum. That is what we are preparing for. That is what we are striving for. Because the importance of the arts it's just like a dog with 3 legs. Oh, I hate to say dog, but you know what I'm saying. Let me say it this way. It's like, you might need a little assistance with the walking or something like that. If the arts are not really stressed as how vitally important they are to our children's education, as well as all of the other elements of a well-rounded education is. So thank you for this time. As I say, I thank you all for letting me speak now, and I will turn the mic over to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. I love you all.
Walaikum assalam. We love you as well, and thank you for emphasizing the importance of the arts in school. So we are going to move forward. Before we do, I would like to give the website to those who are watching via YouTube of Dr. Lynn's website for her STEM program. The website is www.thestreamlab.org. So with that, we are going to move forward to our last educator, and this is Sister Samira Mustafa. Assalamu alaikum, dear sister.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Walaikum assalam.
My journey of Claire Muhammad School began in, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I'm thankful for this opportunity to talk about the Claire Muhammad School and my journey. Thank you so much. My journey began in Springfield, Massachusetts at Masjid al-Baqi. And I began with a sister, and I know she don't mind me telling her name, Sister Katara Alim. I think most people on the East Coast must know her because she is definitely a Claire Muhammad School teacher, principal, everything. And we had a summer school because we had small children and we didn't want them just out and around all over the place. So she and I began the school, and we had the weekend school. From Springfield, Massachusetts, I married a brother in Bermuda. And that's how I got to Bermuda, a beautiful island. And that Muslim community is phenomenal. Whatever the education needs of their children there, those believers work hard to make that happen. And I was privileged and blessed to be there for 10 years. And now I see the children that I had in my class, they're parents now. And it's so wonderful to be able to still be here to see that. My next journey, I left Bermuda in 2003 and I came to Washington, D.C. And I was in the Clara Muhammad School there. And I worked with Brother Sharif, Sister Hasiba Ali, Sister Ophelia Khan. We all struggled and we worked in that school, and it was beautiful. It's like working with a family. You know, it's an experience that if you're privileged to have it, alhamdulillah. So that's it. I'm going to end right here because I know time is short. And thank you, sister and brother, for having allowing me to be able to come and speak to you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Sister Rashida is an amazing coordinator, and she spearheaded this here. So we acknowledge Sister Rashida for selecting the speakers. And we thank all of the teachers who, sacrificed and dedicated your life into providing education for our children. As we know, teachers are like mothers to these children, and you spend most of your time with them. So we really appreciate the work that you have done and the dedication that you have shown and committed to their development in their future. So what we're going to do, I'm going to turn it over to my brother, and we're going to introduce the next segment, inshallah.
Thank you. As she was mentioning about the teachers, as alumni, we all have our favorite teacher. I was an alumni of Sister Clara Muhammad School in Newark, New Jersey. My favorite teacher was, maybe my only teacher was Sister Makai. We used to call her Sister Makai with the red hot fire. And you don't want to know what that means, but it's okay. So we do have Sister Amira Muhammad from Chicago, followed up by Sister Tawanda from New Jersey, and Sister Brother Abdullah.
That's somebody, Brother Mujahideen. Your image, I don't know if it's all over, but your image is kind of faded and it's kind of black and white. But I was going to say something earlier when I saw that your image was being cut off at your eyebrow, and it looked like you may have moved back, and you corrected that issue. But now the color is like you're washed out.
Yeah, it's probably the light where I'm at. I'm transitioning in a different room, so I'll be back.
Okay.
So thank you. And I'll talk about this image too, because this image was in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper about education. So we'll get to this probably at the end. So Sister Amira Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. With Allah's name, the most merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Assalamu alaikum again. It's been so wonderful to walk down memory lane, especially with my sister Halima and Dr. Lynn. We were classmates at the University of Islam. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. It's been such a pleasure today listening to everyone. I'll start off. My name is Sister Amira Muhammad. I'm a former alumni of the University of Islam here in Chicago. I'm the mother of 5 boys and a girl who actually attended Sister Clara Muhammad School. And I am so thankful to Allah for the opportunity to have had the privilege to be a student at the University of Islam. I wrote out something because I didn't want to forget nothing. Let me just go back here. I was honored to have such a strong educational foundation. The education for students at the University of Islam was extraordinary. And what Sister Lynn was saying, I don't know what's wrong with this phone. Excuse me, y'all.
We can hear you, Sister Amira, but you're muted now.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe her phone was ringing. while she was speaking. So she may have answered it back, but she'll come back when she gets off. She should come back.
Well, what we can do to move the program further, we can have Sister Tawanda come on, and then we'll have Sister Amira come after Sister Tawanda. Sister Tawanda, are you ready, Sister Tawanda? If you're speaking, okay, you're back, Sister Amira. Okay, cool. All right.
Oh, one of these phones. Okay, I just want to continue on.
Okay.
I was so honored to be educated by Sister Claire Muhammad. I'm sorry, from the University of Islam School. We had a very strong foundation of education. And as Sister Lynn was saying, relative to her sister, I know her sister Gretel.
You're muted, Sister Amira.
The education that we got at Sister Claire Muhammad's, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm nervous. That's not me. Everybody that know me knows that's not me. But I'm just so elated. And what I was saying, the education that we received at the University of El Islam was so extraordinary. And the foundation of it turned out so many brilliant students. And I can relate to what Sister Lynn was saying about her sister Gretel, and when she was encountered the people she was working with, and they were questioning her about her foundation of her education. I can so relate to that, because we were taught by people that really cared about our academic future. And it was like, no nonsense. And also we had a very strong spiritual environment as well that helped strengthen our faith. And for me, it brought about a certain consciousness, so much so that when Imam Muhammad came into leadership, I could so understand and appreciate who he was, because Allah had helped us to develop that consciousness. And also, I wanted to say also a consciousness and a mindset. And it's so important that we support our existing Sister Clara Muhammad School, and that we establish more Sister Clara Muhammad schools in our future, because the education of our young people is so prevalent, especially in this day and time, because that is our future. I don't know if I have 5 minutes, but
you do, and you're doing great.
I don't know if I used that much, but I just want to say that I'm just thankful to Allah for being a part of the University of Islam education. And I think I appreciate it more now than I did when I was growing up. My parents came into the Nation of Islam in 1960. And so I've been, a Muslim for like 61 years. But as I grow in my life, I can really appreciate the mindset Allah blessed me with. I used to work for attorneys in the law field, and they would always say, well, why did you become an attorney? Because I think I wanted to always stay connected to my spiritual background as well as my educational background. And so I said, well, that'll just be a job for me to do, in the law field. But I really wanted to do something for humanity. And I'm still finding myself in that mindset. And I so appreciate who Sister Claire Muhammad was, for her courage and her conviction and her stand that she took to ensure that our children would be educated in a way that was so pleasing to Allah, and to give them a God conscious. I think that's really all that I really want to say. Much has been said already, and just thank Allah for this.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Maris, Imam Wafa bin Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a comment that, when you said Clara Muhammad School, and you had intended to say the University of Islam, I was thinking in my mind that you said it, I think 2 or 3, you may have said it 3 times, but actually each time you said it, you were correct. The University of Islam has always been the Sister Clara Muhammad school system. So you're correct in saying that. Just letting you know, so that you don't have to correct yourself. A third time, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Wallace. I
You're
think I was a
welcome.
little nervous. Like I said,
But you were correct. You were correct. 100% correct. The schools have always been the Sister Clara Muhammad schools. Imam Muhammad just put the proper name on it.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I totally agree with you, Brother Imam. I totally agree. Thank you so much. So I just want to say, I feel it's an honor and it's a privilege. Allah chose me to be a part of that era, and I'm so passionate about us continuing that legacy and establish and for the supporting the existing Clara Muhammad School and establishing other Clara Muhammad School in the near future. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam. Okay, so we appreciate you, Sister Amira, and just thank you for touching on the importance of supporting the schools that are currently in existence. So we appreciate you and your beautiful spirit, and you did an amazing job in sharing your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Tahira.
You're welcome.
And also give your son, Brother Rashad, the greeting. I believe it's just the Amira Muhammad.
Oh, it is. I am Rashad's mother. I
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
will.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
We are
Next up,
family.
you already know. Next up, Sister Tawanda from New Jersey, my home state.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, Sister Tawanda.
Now, I'm nervous, and y'all know I'm not shy.
Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Tawanda.
But I'm nervous. My experience with Sister Clara Muhammad schools is one experience I will never, as long as Allah gives me my faculties, I will never forget it, because I enjoyed it so much so that one day I went to 14th school in New Jersey, Jersey City, a public school, and my teacher, Miss Tinsley, I'll never forget this. She drew a picture of all the children, and she put me in the middle with my hair scarf on. And I took the picture home to my mother, and my mother looked at the picture, and she understood the picture, but I didn't. I saw it as something that was nice. My mother saw it as something that she was trying to be funny. So my mother took the picture back to the school and asked the teacher, what was this supposed to be about? She said, well, the teacher said, well, she's the only one here with a headscarf on. So my mother was like, well, so what are you trying to say? So my mother said to me, do you want to still wear your scarf? I said, yes, I'm Muslim. I was a little girl then. And for a long time, a lot of people used to ridicule me about me wearing a headscarf. Oh, she bald-headed. She don't have any hair. But they never saw it as what it really meant. And this was coming from Sister Clara Muhammad School into the public school, but then I ended up back at the Muslim school. I think I lost so much because Sister Clara Muhammad School, I always put that name down as part of my application whenever I go look for a job. They always ask you your elementary school and your high school and some college. I made sure, in the name of Allah, I always put Sister Clara Muhammad, because that woman, Allahu Akbar, her birthday was November 2nd, 1899. I look up to that woman, because that woman, that little lady, if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be a nation right now today. I read this book. I'm not finished with this book. It's called Mother of a Nation, Clara Evans Muhammad, by Sister Dr. Ramona Zakia Muhammad. On the back of this book, it says, she was an extraordinary woman who supported two giants in the history of American Islam, her husband, Elijah Muhammad, and her son, Warith Dean Muhammad. Without her, there would not have been a nation of Islam or the unique community that evolved from it. I thank Allah for Sister Clara. Sister Clara Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon her. My mother and my father named my sister Clara after Sister Clara Muhammad. And my time going to Muslim schools at the time was me and my brother was little. My mother used to drive the school buses to the school, mosque number 25, Newark, New Jersey. At the time, they didn't even have a desk. They didn't have a desk or a chair, but they made sure they had a chair and they put a desk in there so me and my brother could go to the school. When I had to leave and go to a public school, I was devastated. When I had to come back, when I was able to come back to the Muslim school, that was a beautiful thing for me. But then when I had to leave in 1976 and go to high school, to Lincoln High School, I was devastated again. But the best part about the whole thing is that I, Tawanda Robinson Blake, went to Sister Clara Muhammad School. And I thank Allah much because it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I don't have much to say, but that was a beautiful time for me. And I wanted my son to go to that school. I didn't even know that the schools were still in existence. And I thank Allah that it is, because it's a wonderful thing, because you come out of there wise. Beyond your years, you become very intelligent. You see life a little bit different. You expect. I'm a little nervous.
It's all right.
You're doing so great.
And I'm an emotional person anyway. But you're different. You're not like everybody else. You are different. You stand different. You walk different. You talk different. My mother always said, no matter what you do out there in that street, never ever forget Allah. And that's what I try my best to do right now today. And one thing about Sister Clara Muhammad, she started so much that we did not know that this little lady started something. She also started homeschooling. They don't recognize who started it, but we as a people must do just that. Recognize the fact that if it wasn't for that little lady standing in front of her door, in front of them police saying, I would die like the doorknob. I'm not saying it all the way like I should, but she said, I would die like a doorknob before I let my children go to that devil's school. This woman knew what she was doing. Because when I went to high school, I stood up against my history teacher. Black history that they want to teach us and teach me from going
Sister Tawanda, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't?
No, we can hear.
I can hear.
We can hear.
I'm not. It's not muted.
No, you good, Sister Tawanda. We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
That little lady, if it wasn't for that little lady, when I say that little lady, I'm talking about Sister Clara Muhammad, I'm talking about your grandmother, a beautiful lady. Oh, Allahu Akbar, if it wasn't for that little lady, we wouldn't be a nation today. We wouldn't have the lifeline. We wouldn't have nothing if it wasn't for that little lady, because she stood by her husband and walked the trenches for us to be here today. And I thank Allah for her. I put her up on the pedestal because yes, she deserves to be she deserves to be on that pedestal. And yes, I am Sister Clara Muhammad. Yes, I am Harriet Tubman. Yes, I am part of the sisters that was from way back when. If it wasn't for them sisters going through what they went through, And Sister Clara going through what she went through, it wouldn't have been a Sister Clara Muhammad school. And I think a lot that we still have Sister Clara Muhammad school, and everybody wants to be a part of this religion because this religion is for everybody. I'm going to end it right here, right now. And I thank you, Sister Rashida, for wanting me to be a part of this here information. And yes, I am an alumni, and I was also from Sister Clara Muhammad. I was a salutatorian. And thank Allah. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. You said enough, Sister Tawanda. Thank you for sharing that and just reminding us of Sister Claire Muhammad. You know, she took a stand and she had a mission that was worth dying for. And we appreciate you and we love you and thank you so much.
Our last alumni for the evening is Brother Abdullah Muhammad. Are you with us?
I love you too, Sister Tahira. Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum once again.
Assalam.
Brother Abdullah is missing in action. He's not able to be present, so we can move on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And just a reminder to all of the speakers, if you can post your contact information in the chat so we can, so those who have questions or would like to connect with you, they will be able to do so. So please make sure, please be sure to post your contact information in the chat. And we're going to move on to our final presenter. Last but not least, we're going to have Sister Zeli Omar Abdulaziz. Come on, she's just an amazing, beautiful, pure, sincere believer. And she's going to talk to us about mothers of students as she raised children in Claire Muhammad School. And she's going to impart her wisdom on us. So beautiful, Sister Zeli, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Sister Zeli, the floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah. I thank Allah for believers and sisters and brothers. I just want to say we are experiencing the life of a Muslim. This is the best life, believers. This is the best life, the life of a Muslim. And when I listen to each one of you, and I've been taking notes, I say, oh Allah, what a beautiful journey. What a beautiful life we had with the trials and tribulations. It's been a beautiful life. Even what we've seen now going on in the world, we've seen in the cocoon, as Sister Lynn mentioned, and oh Allah, it's just been so beautiful. But I want to say, alhamdulillah, bismillah. May my God most gracious, most merciful. I seek refuge in Allah against each at the enemy, Shaitan. First of all, alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Wallace II. How are you today? It's okay. You know, him and Brother Adele and Brother Elam and all the believers and the brothers and sisters that come on the lifeline. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Imam Muhammad, your line was muted.
My line was muted. Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Zeli. I'm just enjoying the sound of your voice right now. So please continue. And I'm reflecting on my youth and my years and my life and my family. When I see the sisters that taught at the school, I'm looking back and I'm seeing my family. That you all are like my mother. Yeah,
yes,
and that's from the heart, and I thank Allah for you. And as a child, it was like a condition. It was like being in heaven. I can't describe it. I can't paint a picture of it, but it was a situation of heaven for us as a community, and it still is.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. And that's why I reference this life of a Muslim. It is the best life, no matter what. I wanted to mention Sister Sevilla. She just passed. May Allah be pleased with her and her shortcomings and grant her paradise. And I also want to mention Sister Salima. Her name was one time Sister Marva, and her son's name is Brother David. He comes on the lifeline. I don't want to negate him because he's a different type of spirit. I really, really appreciate him. He went to school with my daughters and my children. When they first moved to Chicago, they came to my house, and we had a big backyard in Chicago. I live in Stone Mountain, Georgia now, I believe it, but I want to say in Chicago, just as Brother Wallace is saying, we live in the next street over from the school. So my children run right through the driveway and they could be at school. And sometimes I say, oh no, you can't be late. You live right across the street. What is this about? So I'm sharing that with you because that's real. And I want to mention Sister let's see, it was Friday, no, Thursday. We went to the school here in Atlanta, Georgia, where Sister Halima was working with her son, Alhamdulillah, at the Muhammad School, and they had what you call a Founders Day. And there was a sister there who, I remember her from Chicago, and she's telling me she has 6 grandchildren going to the school. Show you how dedicated this particular sister is. And she's working as a secretary there. It shows us, brother and sister, how important our school is. And then I'm looking at this, Bismillah, a yearbook, 1965, where my oldest son, as they call my firstborn, he's in a book and he's holding the flag. I said, oh, Allah, isn't this beautiful? Standing up, and it says that attention. These children were learning discipline, economics, everything they needed to be able to live in this world today. But at the same time, what Sister Lynn was saying, I remember her mother and her 9 children. And Sister Lynn, oh my goodness, she's such an excellent teacher, and way she talks about teaching and all what she's about. Yes, Brother Wallace, that's just something special. I always respect her and her whole family, Sister Lynn. And I want to mention the theme that they had for years, 1966. And, it was, believers, conquer the universe. It's yours. That was the Christ motto at 1966. Can you believe that? That is the way our children were taught. And now my children would tell me, Mother, I am so grateful to Allah that you raised us as Muslims, and the way they taught us in the University of Islam and Crown Muhammad School, it helped us to be able to just go through so much without, everyone's going to have a struggle, but the way they can conquer it and handle it is so special. So yes, this Crown Muhammad School is so special to me. And Sister Crown Muhammad, I met her in Chicago. Actually, I've been in the community since 1959. I actually met her husband. I heard her husband, Your Honor Elijah Muhammad, in 1959. I had been listening to the teachings for about a year before I accepted. But with that, I heard him at this armory. And when he came in the armory, brothers and sisters, it was so many brothers at attention. I said, oh, Allah, look at this. At that time, we say, Allahu Akbar. This little man walked in, and all these brothers walked at attention with their uniforms on, and he walked up to the stage, and when he started teaching, it was just so beautiful. How they respect that this man, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, received from the brothers. I said that I knew this was where I needed to be. It let us know how important we are, our brothers and sisters. It's not about being Black. It was about us knowing how to respect one another, and that is so much needed in this day and time. So I'm saying all that to say it's just so much for me to share with you. Yes, I think I know everybody I heard speak on this call today, except the brother from New Jersey. I might know their parents. I'm not sure. But everybody else, I've met them on a lifeline or somewhere in my travels. I love to travel. I went to my grandson's wedding. I said, okay, it's time to get out this cocoon, out of this, because we've been in the house almost 2 years. So I went to my grandson's wedding in California, and I stayed out there for almost 10 or 12 days. And each one of the days, I said, you all going to have a special day with me. I'm not going to, that you all come together. We did that, yes, at the wedding, but each day, one of them took me someplace and talked to me, let me see what they were doing, drive around California. It was an awesome time. So I just want to let you know how much I appreciate my family, how much I appreciate each and every one of you all. Yes, in Chicago, I was what you call a community person. With my 9 children and my late husband, we worked together. My late husband worked with the Salam restaurant. We had a business, alhamdulillah, called Oman and Nal Soft Drink. All of my children learned about business. We were concerned, we were considered as workers. We were not ones to be spoiled. Nope, they were not that type of family. And my children now, when they travel, they are buying me things, and I'm so grateful because they know their mother like nice things. But along with that, believers, when we have a big family, please continue to talk to them, even though they might not go to the national, realize they're still Muslim. You raise them as Muslim, and that's what they are. They have that foundation, and I'll never leave them. Whenever I go any place, I'm going to go to a masjid. Whenever I'm in town, they're going to go to some function with me, to the masjid, to Juma, or whatever. And I want to also, with Sister Dr. Adrian, I really respect her. She lives in South Carolina. I met her many years here in Georgia. She was a teacher of the school and a master called Master Al McManoon. And I don't want to negate anyone because all of you are so special to me. So last but not least, in reference to our email Warden Muhammad, with him, when he came in office, I said, I know this is what I want to do, because he always encourages sisters to do things. And I've always been considered myself as a person who was in the community with my block club or association or something. So when Imam Muhammad came in office, I got involved with the Child Interest Committee. We had about 7 committees at that time. Let's see, Child Interest Committee, Sick Committee, or so many. I'm not going to be able to remember. I should have written that down. But I wanted to say, with that, I began to be involved with the parades in Chicago. So I would go downtown, talk to the mayors, the different persons, and the aldermen, so many wonderful things we did in Chicago. I have a something with the themes of the parades, and one of them was in 1980 was more important than anything I'm thinking of now, my believers and brothers and sisters, and that is, I love my family. It's not just my family, but all our families, brothers and sisters. We have to be more concerned about our children and our families. And also with that, I had a bumper sticker. It's called Reconstructive Family Life. We're going to have to really work with our children. Our brothers, I don't know, it looks like we have so many brothers want to be sisters. I mean, I don't see as many sisters want to be brothers. I see so many brothers who look like they want to be feminine. I'm concerned about that. We want our children to be what they're supposed to be, what Allah wants them to be. Let's pray and work together, brothers and sisters, and all what you're doing. Sister Lynn, what you're explaining to us that you wanted to do, that sounds spectacular. Maybe more people understand what it's about. They know what they are. They are men and they're women. They're not something else. And I'm really concerned about that. So I just want to say thank you, Sister Rashida, for calling me to let me know that I'm a mother of 9, because I talk about it often. I think I have 23 grandchildren now. I don't know how many great-grandchildren, but I know it's quite a few. And I'm grateful to Allah to be able to share with you on this call. Ma's Cares is special to me. I think I have every book. I might miss one book, Brother Wallace. I'm going to have to go back through the paperwork and find out all the books in the Muslim Journal. I have them. I buy CDs. I have T-shirt. Imam Muhammad Wardi Muhammad gave me permission to make in 1992. And it's called Lift Up Your Mind. On the front, it has Lift Up Your Mind. On the back, it has Lift Up Your Mind. We need to lift up our minds. That means spiritually, mentally, and physically. We want to keep that going. And it's just so much to talk about. But I thank Allah for each and every one of you all. You are part of my being, my spirit. And yes, I'm grateful. So may Allah continue to bless us. Sister Halima, I pray Allah you continue to do well in the school, because when she told us about people coming from Chicago and all that, people coming from the city moving to the south, I thought that was special, because that's what I did. I moved from the city to the south. I really miss Chicago. I'm not saying I don't, but I'm grateful. I live in a quiet town where I can look at my trees. I don't hear no shooting, no killing, and that was one of the concerns I had when moving from Chicago. But that's not saying I'm not going to come back and do something else, leave it, but I have got to an age where at this time my children can take over and do some of the things I did, and I'm grateful to be able to express just that. And thank you for Brother Wallace for remember my son Adele. He has 3 sons and a daughter, and the daughter is the last child. He's so proud of himself. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Sister Zelly. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the love and wisdom that you bring, and just a great reminder of what it really is to be a believer. We truly appreciate
Yes,
you.
ma'am. I appreciate you too, my sister. You have really come forward and done a lot of wonderful things. We appreciate you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So, Brother Mujahideen, do you have any thoughts and comments before we hand it back over to Sister Rashida?
Nah, this was awesome. This was awesome. We had a smooth flight. We went some way high up in the air, 40,000, 50,000 feet. Covered a lot of terrain. A lot of people presented. We appreciate you all. This is not the first nor the last. This is just a stop in our journey as a community to continue to press forward and to be that model that we are. I wanted to share the screen, but I might not be able to. But I just wanted to read real quickly what the words on the back of this picture says, which was in the Muhammad Speaks centerfold back in the day. It says that has chosen us to build a new nation and a government of peace. Let us take courage and build it. And as you see, in the middle is the masjid, and all around the masjid is the school. And so that's our continuous model as we grow as a community. We have to have our own independent school systems, as well as we pray independently. We also have to teach and learn independently, and then we have economic and housing and so forth and so on. So I'm happy to be here, happy to be a part of this, and continue to push towards this model community. Thank you. Tahir, you did great.
Alhamdulillah, you did great as well. It was really cool and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Alhamdulillah, we're just grateful to be of service. And that's what we are here to do, is to serve. So Alhamdulillah, we served
May I say
today.
something? May I say something quickly?
Yes.
I want to say, because I know you all young people, you say it's cool and you guys. I had to mention that because that's the way young people say, you guys, you cool. And, you know, I have grandchildren and children, and I say, okay, that's the way it is. That's way, so we're cool. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for sharing. We cooling off now, right? Cooling off.
My mother gets on me when she say you, when I say you guys. I thought it was like an East Coast thing, but with that, brothers and sisters.
Yes.
So we do want to say, if you have any questions, we were instructed to hold questions, and you could contact the presenters directly to ask questions or to learn more about what it is that they're doing. And with that, we are going to turn the mic back over to beautiful, amazing, make it happen, Sister Rashida.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Sister Tahira, and thank you so much, Brother Majahuddin. And I can't thank Allah enough. I'm just so grateful today that everything was what Allah wanted it to be. And Imam Wardi Muhammad said, let's remake the world. And we are remaking the world, alhamdulillah, to keep him, you know, in our hearts. And we could not do that unless we thought about Queen Mother, Sister Claire Muhammad. She started this a long time ago, a woman who was born in 1899. My goodness, November the 2nd, what a celebration. What a queen she really is even today. We must keep her alive throughout the schools and the institutions. We have work to do. So I am just overwhelmed. I'm just so happy. I thank Allah for this day. Imam Adil, thank you for giving us the platform. Imam W.D. Muhammad II, thank you for being there to give us this go-ahead as the president of Mosque Cares. And First Sunday, thank you. And I do want to tell you, I want to be a distributor of the publication. Yes, sir, I do. I have to throw that in. But I'm just so happy and just so overwhelmed that we have work to do. We have to cross this nation and the world, developing and establishing the Sister Claire Muhammad schools. The world needs us. And this is our way of remaking the world through our children. We have to go out there and save our children. And I'm just grateful today for everything. I can't thank everybody because everybody I just don't know everybody, but I thank Allah for you all the believers, all the speakers, all the teachers, all the alumni, the prayers. I give thanks and praises. And we hope that we can do this one more time and again, and one more time and again and again. I thank you all so much. And I turn it over to Imam Adel. And I want to thank Imam Elam, Imam Brother Akbar. I can't thank everybody, but I'm just excited. I'm still full. And I got to make Margaret or Isha. I don't know which one. I just heard you.
Yes, and Sister Rashida.
I love you all. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Rashida.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have Dale get in touch with you, but the distributorship, at one time I had 36 active distributors. But I'm looking at one right here, Mujahideen, and all you need to do, we still meet the same requirement that the distributorship is on a consignment basis, but you have to, if you visit the website, there's a couple of questions that we're going to have you answer, and just a very simple requirement that we need. But if you go to wdmpublications.com and click on the
Yes, sir.
button the button that says distributorship, and if you have questions after that, if you, Brother Adele said he'll kind of help walk you through it. Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
yeah, I would be a great pleasure of mine. I
Thank
still
you.
I still mail out all those packages. So I would love to see your name come in with a package for distributorship, because I know you know how to handle it. I always tell people, I said, never sell nothing that you don't believe in. I said, if you don't believe in it, you're wasting your time. But if you believe in it, that's how you sell it. That's right.
Allah says, make a decision and trust him. And that's what we do. And I want to speak of the Mujahideen reminded me, but I want to speak of Imam Wardi Muhammad curriculum, ascension-based program curriculum. And we need to get those in the school, inshallah. And we just got work to do. And the publication, every book that Imam Wardi Muhammad has published, have written, should be in the Sister Claire Muhammad School. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna stop right there. Alhamdulillah. Thank you all so much, and may Allah continue to bless us all. Assalamu alaikum.
Before it goes off, this Imam W.D. Muhammad for the church that Sister Zelia sells.
Sister Lala.
Yes, ma'am. On both sides. Alhamdulillah. You okay? These are sold by Sister Zelly. She taking orders. I believe it's $15. All sizes. Alhamdulillah. Thank you all for listening.
Where's the long sleeves?
That's probably in the works.
Yeah. Tell her consider a hoodie too.
Yeah.
That's sweatshirts.
It's getting chilly in Chicago. That's an understatement. It's cold in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah. Alhamdulillah. Everyone see it? This is the front. And this is the back.
Yeah.
Wow. I got mine.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I got mine as well. I was wearing it in one of the meetings I was in, and one of the actually the Focolare, the new Focolare, they said they wanted some. So I'll send them over your information. They would like to get some as well. I think we also had a couple announcements. I don't know, we still have time for that?
Yes, we do. We do have time for that. And we just want to go ahead and mention, as Imam Muhammad said, if you want to become a distributor or a supporter of the publications of Imam W.D. Muhammad, you can go to wdmpublications.com and you can purchase the books, CDs, and DVDs there on the website. Now, in order to become a distributor, you would just hit the link where it says the About Us link. Hit the About Us link, and then you would just scroll down to where it says Become a Distributor. You click on that, and it'll tell you and inform you with the instructions that you need and the information you need to provide to become a distributor. It's a very, very lucrative endeavor. So we should look into that.
I bought 2 houses doing it.
Yeah, y'all got to renew mine up, brother, man.
And I have no mortgage at this time.
Excellent.
There ain't no joke. 30% Imam W.D. Muhammad. Now, we know a lot of the infiltrators dropped off after Imam Muhammad passed. So we're not making that kind of money. But when the getting was good, I got it. Well, we can bring that back because Imam Muhammad is needed more now than he's ever been needed.
I mean,
so you can sincerely make a career of selling the intellectual property of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and you don't need a dime to put up. I take all of the risk. I make all the investments. I pay the taxes. The business is legitimate. We've been here for close to 25 years now, and we're still moving strong. And yeah, it's real easy to become a distributor. And if you have the energy and the time, and you love Imam W.D. Muhammad, visit the website, inshallah. Thank you.
And also understand that, like, we all know Amazon. Amazon, they have what they call fulfillment centers all around the world. And all they do is, individuals who sell for Amazon, and then Amazon themselves, they store their products in those fulfillment centers. So when you or I, we order, they simply send it from the distributor, from the fulfillment center. That's why the they can send it to you in less than 2 days because they have so many fulfillment centers
They're
all
everywhere.
around the planet. So that's their distribution network. So what we have to understand is that when you become a distributor, you're part of the supply chain. You're part of the distribution network. So if we had distributors in all of the states in the United States and all of our communities internationally, the time that it would take for the believers to get access to the imam's information will be cut drastically. And they will be able to get it even sometimes the same day. So we should have at least one distributor in every state or every city.
Yeah, you can look at it this way. You know how you see Imam Muhammad's products on the website? Well, as a distributor, you'll have the product. So when you see a person at Jumar or at Talim, they place the order with you, the same way they would visit the website. Because a lot of people don't go to websites. A lot of, believe it or not, the people that support the Mosque Cares, a lot of them are, pre social media and all of that. And they really don't have the time and the energy, for whatever reason. And they prefer to come to a person or Islamic center to get all their needs, their religious needs for their worship, and Imam W.D. Muhammad's tapes are one of them. And I have distributors that call me and say, hey, I need you to send me 1, 2, 3 of this. And that's how distributorship goes. They might order 10 of one tape. If it's new, they might order 20, 30, or 40 of one title. Books, they might want to order a case when it's new, but when it gets older, a person might place a special order and it'll be an odd order. It'd be random, very random, but I sent it to them because they're on consignment and they only pay after they sell the product. So you sell a product for $10, you give me my $3 or whatever it is, or you keep your $3 or your $5 or whatever from whatever the purchase is. And I don't sweat you for the money. I wait until you come back and you've exceeded it's like a credit card. Once you've exceeded your $500 limit, then I'll remind you, you need to pay or send some product back. There's no deal like that in the world for a product where a person trusts you. That's the reason why you have to sign up and answer those questions I need you to ask, because I don't give this to anybody. This is only for the sincere believers and the supporters of Imam W.D. Muhammad, or else you don't get in. Jardine will tell you that, he was exclusive. He had the whole state of New Jersey at one time, He gonna get it back one day. All right. Appreciate you.
Yes, I appreciate you.
Yes,
can we
sir.
do our announcements now, Brother Adele?
Assalamu
Yes, sir. We have a few questions. Who is that? Sister Rashida, is that you?
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to say one more thing and I'm done. Please support the Sister Claire Muhammad schools wherever you are. Please establish a Sister Claire Muhammad school if there is not one wherever you are. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you once again. To all the believers. Thank you so much.
Wow, and we still have a few minutes. And yes, Brother Mujahideen, you can't proceed with the announcements. We just want to remind everyone, please donate to the Mosque Cares at themosquecares.com. And you can also, there's a link in the chat where you can just click the link and you can donate immediately from within the Zoom. So at this time,
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Adele. Sister Camilla, she's supposed to do a short presentation.
yes, we're not closing out yet. We got it. We just Brother Mujahideen and Sister Tahir had a few announcements, and then we'll continue on after they make their announcements, inshallah.
Okay, mine is quick, and then I'll let Sister Tahir do hers. As I mentioned briefly, we do have an event coming up this Sunday, I believe, the 14th, with the Focolare, the next generation. We're doing what we call a family reunion. So we'll put the link in here in the chat for you all who are interested in joining us. It'll be a Zoom as well as live stream.
Alhamdulillah, and then here I am. So I want to just share with you all what's going on and what I'm up to in terms of like Hearts Connecting. For those who don't know, I started a business, Hearts Connecting, which is a virtual online janazah and memorial facilitation company, little service. And we also provide grief recovery workshop for Muslim women and women of faith who lost their husbands. So we have an exciting fundraising going on right now where we provide 6-week grief recovery workshop for women who lost their husbands. And we provide a safe space for the sisters to grieve and go through the healing process. As many women, especially the women of faith, like, it's difficult for us to go through our grieving process because there's so much judgment around how long you should grieve or how long are you mourning. And then you have sisters who lost their husbands like 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 12 years ago, 19 years ago, and they never had an opportunity to express that grief in a safe space due to the fear of judgment. So we provide this amazing space for the women to move through their grieving process. And as a result, you have sisters who, one sister who lost her husband 19 years ago was able to go through the grief recovery workshop, and her heart was open. And now the sister's getting married after 19 years of holding on, right? So with this, we have an amazing fundraiser. Our goal is to sponsor, to serve 100 widows within the next 12 months. And our fundraiser goal is $19,000, and that will help sponsor 100 widows. The exciting news is this: we have raised over $16,000. And this is so amazing because this happened through the support of the community. Like, this would have never happened if you all and those who have supported would not have gotten involved. So we have over 360 supporters, and from all over the globe. And this is just so amazing. And I'm confident that we will not only reach our goal, but we are going to exceed it. And our campaign ends we end in 5 more days. So what I want to do, I want you all to hear the impact. How have these grief recovery workshops impacted women who have lost their husbands? So I have Sister Ziada. Brother Adele, can you spotlight her, please? Sister Ziada, would you unmute yourself and just speak so your screen can pop up? Sister Ziada, are you still there? Okay, we'll move to Sister Mahassan. Sister Mahassan, are you still there? Okay, there you go. There that beautiful face goes. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Ziada. What I did was I asked the sisters to introduce themselves, because when we have the support group, we have a format of how we introduce ourselves, and I model it. And how we introduce ourselves is we say our names, such as this. My name is Tahira Talabdeen. I live in Sacramento, California. My husband's name was Antar Jana. We were married for 7.5 years, and he returned to Allah on July 30th. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Ziada. The floor is yours, dear sister.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, bismillah. My name is Ziada Amatul Mateen. I am from Westchester County, Mount Vernon, New York. And my husband's name was Abdullah Hamza Latif. We was married for 4 years, and he returned to Allah August 23rd, 2016.
And will you please share the impact? How has the support group impacted your life? What is your takeaway? Why is it important? Just go into that briefly, like 30 seconds, 45 seconds or less.
I got it, alhamdulillah. So I gained the understanding of a transcending grief through growth in faith and consciousness into spiritual power, along moving toward with love, grace, and lasting impact. As I have faced life on life's terms, during and as term goes on, I developed coping skills through my pressing thoughts and feelings of missing the love of my life and living within the love and taqwa of my Lord. All right. And so this is why we need to donate, because it goes with the integrity and the importance of the Muslim Widow Organization, which I so appreciate, is to help the widows, women, and families move forward with the loved ones' lost memories, within coping with their grief, to assist and support our fight as lost warriors with the aid of Allah, helping transform our lives from despair to high levels of devotion, faith, and societal contributions.
Alhamdulillah. Alaikum assalam. Thank you so much. And just to touch on it, it's like how this works, we allow the sisters to be okay with missing their husbands, be okay with grieving for them, be okay with crying, be okay with it. As is oftentimes you can be judged if you grieve. There's so much judgment around it. So we make it okay to show up as you are, to move through your grieving process as you do, because it's personal. It's between you and Allah and no one else. So we're going to bring up Sister Mahasin. Sister Mahasin, are you still there? Assalamu alaikum. All right, so she's off. So how can you donate? I'm going to post the link in the chat. You could donate through our Good Launch page, and we're going to, Sister Ziada, if you are able to, can you post that in the chat? Also, many of you beautiful believers of the Lifeline, many of you believers of the Lifeline have supported you. I know we have checks on the way. You all have just been so amazing. And I also want to say this. If you only have $1 to give, then give that dollar. If you only have $5, give that. Give what you can, right? And I know people ask about, is this tax deductible? Not yet. We're not a nonprofit. We're LLC right now, right? We don't charge the widows to attend these workshops, but there's a cost behind these workshops. So if you're concerned about the IRS and getting your return back, I say this to you. Look at the return that Allah is going to give you if you donate to a worthy cause such as this. As Prophet Muhammad, praise and peace be upon him, says, those who take after those who help the widows and those in need are like warriors striving in the way of Allah. So you all are supporting this effort. I'm going to post the link in the chat, and I'll end up with this before I pass it over. There was a masjid in Sacramento, beautiful community, beautiful. They are like Afghanistan, Pakistani community, just beautiful spirit. I went up to the imam. I've been attending their Jummahs because it's nearest to my home. And I asked, this is what we're doing. This is the campaign. Are you able to make a contribution? And he said to me, he said, sister, we have a $10,000 a month expense, so we can't contribute. But this is what I can do. I will send your contact information to our donors. This is what this brother said. He said to his donors, and I'm like, that's a believer. A believer knows that Allah is going to provide when we do the right thing for a right cause. So I just want to share that with you all. Thank you so much. And I did ask Brother Edward Abdulaziz if he can just end off with this here. Brother Edward, are you still here? Okay, so what I'm going to do is just post. Okay, great. There you are. So I'm going to post the link in the chat for those who want to donate directly to the launch page. Some of you feel uncomfortable putting your sensitive information in on the website. So I'm gonna also post the PayPal information. I'm gonna post the Cash App information. I'm gonna post the Zelle information. And I'm also going to post. And I'm also going to post the hearts. I'm also going to post the mailing address for you all to send your checks. And if you have already, for those who have contributed, we are so grateful. We're so appreciative. I don't want to name anyone because I know if I miss anyone, I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep good at night. So I'm just going to say thank you to everyone who have contributed, whether you offered a prayer, whether you forwarded a text message, whether you shared the email, like, thank you, because this is going to be, it's going to be amazing. And I got to say two more things, and forgive me for taking up the time, right? So this is what we're doing. This is the next step. Your contribution, your prayers, your support, it fortifies this mission. It fortifies this mission, and it allows the vision to even become more clear. It gives light to this vision. So understand that what you're doing is just, it helps to fortify this mission. We have two more steps. What we plan on doing is offering grants to the sisters who attend the 6-week workshops. We have groups, like we have 4 cycles. We're going to begin offering grants to these sisters, whether it's $200 or $500. We're going to have a cap per cycle. So your contribution will help a sister either pay for her cell phone, help her pay for a bill, or do something for her child. So understand that this is where we are evolving. And lastly, I'll end with this, and then I'll turn it over to you, Brother Edward Abdulaziz. We have sisters, and even we have brothers who are widows, and they are raising young children, right? So I'm putting together a think tank of the sisters who I work with, and also a few brothers who lost their children. So we're going to create a program of some sort that we can address those needs, because I can't dive deep in here because I don't have children. I don't know what that's like, but they do. So that's what's to come, and there's more to come, inshallah. So Brother Edward Abdulaziz, I'm going to pass it over to you, my brother.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Brother, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Edward. Prior to you going, just to clarify, because the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad is a non-profit, it's a not-for-profit, and it is a charity. So when we just want to clarify that when we have people come onto the platform and they request donations and different things like that on the platform, we have to clarify what it is and what it's for, because sometimes it conflicts and contrasts and goes counter to what the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad currently offers in a lot of the different programs that you'll find on the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad website. So in keeping in congruence with that on the platform and for liability purposes, we would just ask that not on this platform for asking for donations, because we have
many believers from our community that we found in need, that we've fed them. We've also paid their gas bill, light bill, their rent. But there's a form that you can see on the Mosque Cares website. You fill out the form, the requirements, and we check the legitimacy of your need. And we do pay the bills of those in need. Even members that may not be active members of our community, we've paid bills for grandchildren and children of believers that were in need. Yeah, so it's a slight conflict of interest, but we should have let you know. But you're doing some great selling. You know,
yeah.
I just want to remind the believers that the Mosque Cares is a 501c3 charity, and that your donations for many of the programs that the sister mentioned, we have those at the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad website.
Alhamdulillah, thank you for clarifying that. And I just want to say that, thanks for the correction. We know moving forward next time. And for those who were considering donating, donate. Thank you. Send it to the Mosque Cares. I know of the law is of abundance, and that's for certain. So we don't want to offend anyone or step over anyone's toes.
Yeah. And please put your information in the chat for those that are interested in exploring your website. You have a website, or you have information that you can provide, and feel free. Some of the other guests, we do that, but as far as doing a promo live on the Mosque Cares first Sunday, that's a little bit confusing for some people.
Okay, it's clear. My bad. My apologies. I came with the best of intentions. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah, this was written for the Mosque Cares. It's called The Cures and Caring. And this was written exclusively for the Mosque Cares. I wrote this a while, in some of the language when the Imam said that, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. The blue sky is a circle of softness and compassion. As the Nile runs pure and free, caring and sharing, reviving the true spirit of humanity. Rivers flowing, spirits are growing, sunlight glowing around the world with a genuine concern for people who are tested, now applying what they have learned. Hands reaching around the world, hearts being touched by suffering souls, letting nothing stand in their way of achieving these humanitarian goals. Children left to suffer, eating and living when and wherever they can. Young minds disturbed and confused by something that they don't understand. The blue sky is a circle of softness and compassion, guiding, giving us daylight, this generous gift from God, softness and compassion in a world that's grown cold and hard. While the Nile flows freely, yielding the great benefits to the land, while children are suffering around the world, we must and will do all that we can. There's true benefit in giving. It's found in the gratitude of those who have received, returning the favor to others who also might be relieved. There's happiness and great joy when we help to relieve the pain of hunger and thirst. These are the true signs of the God-loving, on the line, they will be first. Sharing and caring in the true American way, a kinder and gentler nation is what one of our presidents had to say. We will not have true peace until we share with all people the things of good that we desire. True sharing and caring only comes with the spirit that God inspires. When we open up our hearts and extend our hands of human concern, the true expression of those who believe, relieving the pain and suffering from those who have been deceived. Caring and sharing will conquer the ignorance and the corruption that causes so much suffering and pain. As we hurl the truth at falsehood, we will knock out its brain. Out of all the suffering in the world, when we all develop a human concern of true love and sharing, and only then will we have true peace, because the cure is in caring. Who cares? The mosque cares. I'm Ibn Abdel Aziz. Thank you. May Allah continue blessing all of us. Assalamu alaikum.
Excellent,
Allahu
brother.
Akbar.
Alaikum assalam. Appreciate
That's
you so
amazing.
much.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Brother David, you had a question?
Unmute, Brother David.
Assalamu alaikum. Did someone say that I could speak now?
Brother David, yes, sir. You had your hand up? You had a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Assalamu alaikum. I was trying to make sure I had walked away for a minute and thought I heard you all. Let me give a greetings to everyone. We salute you, WD, the Mosque Cares. Good to see Mujahideen on the scene. Sister Tahira and the rest of you, Sister Zelly. And then Sister Esther, all of you all. Then I want to say I'm an alumni. And I remember distinctly having to fill out on my applications Muhammad's University of Islam. So I just want to add that in there. The school I went to was titled Muhammad's University of Islam. And then when the song came, the school theme song, it was it was the University of Islam. So that we want to add that in there. Don't block out Muhammad, because this doesn't necessarily mean the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And then outside of that, just want to get a greetings to everyone and shut it down. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam, brother. This is,
Brother David.
you know how Imam talked about that collective soul? That's real, man. That Allah is with us and he communicates us, because what you've been saying has been needed to be said for a while, and you don't want to ruffle feathers. But I had a situation very recent. I was asked to support something that excluded the name Muhammad. I said, isn't that what this is all about? I said, why would you exclude Muhammad? So, and you just reiterated that we exclude Muhammad from Muhammad's University of Islam. And we have to look out for that, watch out for that, because not everybody that supports us agrees with us having a future. They want to see us close our doors closed immediately, But if it's something in it for them, then of course some people, you're gonna say, well, why are they interested in me anyway? That's the question we should ask. And we need people to police our future, in a manner, for want of better words. But we thank Allah for you, brother. And
well, we thank Allah for you and everyone else.
But you be on the job, man.
I stay on the job,
you
man.
Never leave your post.
I went to Muhammad's University, and every morning to go along with everyone else, we recited
you don't sleep on
from the
nothing.
message to the black man. All right.
Yeah.
And this is very important. The first statement, the first sentence in Message to the Black Man. Now, this is how heavy the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, God was working with us. The first statement says that for thousands of years, the people who did not have the right knowledge of God worshiped their own ideas of God. So the first statement in the Message to the Black Man is addressing the Shahadatain, getting God correct in the minds of the people. But it comes through the back door. So I'm a child that been raised up. I didn't see that as no child. I see that now that I'm a grown man. And I could do a whole lot more talking. You all know what time it is, but we love every one of you all for supporting this mission and stay true to it. You're in the right place at the right time in history. And we'll talk later. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother
David, could you repeat that first page that you compared to the
For
Shahada?
thousands of years, the people who did not have the right knowledge of God worshiped their own ideas of God.
That's a fact.
He had the person. He had one other word in there, the right knowledge of the person of God. I removed that. But if you go look at the message to the black man, you'll see that's the first statement in the opening paragraph by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yeah. And I also am the first 9th grade class of Claire Muhammad. When Imam W.D. Muhammad came in, it was during the transition of me going from the 8th grade to the 9th grade.
You
He
gotta
might have
tell us
come
about
in
that
the
later.
7th
Okay.
grade, but he didn't change the name of the school system for maybe a year and a half. And we were in the 9th grade at that time. And Imam Darnell Kareem used to give that adhan. That's how we knew it was a change in the administration. All of a sudden, it would be a break in the middle of the day at around 12 o'clock, and Imam Darnell Kareem would say the adhan, and all of us was trying to imitate him. It was mesmerizing. Goosebumps
beautiful.
would come on our skin.
Oh,
And
you
we
right,
didn't know
brother.
anything. We're coming out of the language of the Nation of Islam, going under the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad. That was how he signaled to our psyches without having to say, hey, I'm the new boss. You know, he had Imam Darnell Kareem get that adhan. And then
I still
within
compare
a few months,
every time
we
I hear
had
that
Jumu'ah.
then I still compare it to Imam Darnell Kareem.
Oh man, you know
That's right, brother.
he's one of the baddest men. That was a gift from God. He's one of the baddest reciters
He's our
that we could
sheikh.
have.
He's our sheikh.
One of our sheikhs.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Alhamdulillah.
You know what, brothers, assalamu alaikum. Brother David, I want to say to you, my dear brother, because I remember you when you first came to Chicago. I'm so happy to know you and your family, and of course your mother. But on the front of this Muslim, on this book, it says in the name of Allah. But of course, Imam Muhammad said with the name of Allah. But on it, it also says Muhammad University of Islam. So yes, you're so right. We should say that. Every one of these books I have about 4 of them, 4 of the University of Islam, books from when you all graduated, and it says Muhammad University of Islam, not University of Islam. So you're so right. So may Allah continue to bless us to keep going forward. Keep being sharp, brother. Keep lifting up your mind.
You know
and
I'm
do just
not
what you do.
counterfeit, Sister Zelly. You know I'm not counterfeit.
Alhamdulillah. I know, brother. That's the beautiful thing about being a Muslim. We respect that.
Sister Zelly, I don't know if you caught what he said, but he said he was literally born intellectually into the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad.
Yes,
I caught it.
alhamdulillah.
Right, David?
Amen. Yes, sir. Amen.
The 9th grade, right? You know, David is deep.
Yes,
sir.
y'all
got to listen to
and I'm
every
born in
word
the
he
ninth.
says.
And I'm born in the ninth, like Sister Clara.
He comes on the Lifeline, Brother Wallace II, and Brother Anthony, who comes on the Lifeline on Thursdays. Every now and then he'll say, "I want David to speak." So David comes on with his way he talks, and it's alhamdulillah. He definitely represents, as they say, with the young people. So yes, we respect you, and we appreciate you all for respecting one another. That's the beauty of this life.
Yeah, he's brilliant. I respect him not just as a brother, but as an intellect too. He has a brilliant mind.
Sir.
We appreciate him
Yes,
sharing
sir.
it with us. Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah. All of you all there in Chicago area, we appreciate you. Alhamdulillah.
We have Sister Camila that had a comment, and then we want to close out. We're going to have an announcement regarding our Savior's Day program, Savior's Day 2022, inshallah, and we'll close out after that announcement by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, inshallah. We'll close out with remarks from our president and the closing dua with Imam Elam Muhammad, inshallah. Sister Camila.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm here. I just wanted to put in a brief announcement on about the collaboration of how important, the arts are.
Can you all see me? No, I guess not.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. They're so vitally important, and I want to speak out for be representational of all the artists, the Muslim artists across the country. Sister Suad, Brother Kachabi, myself, Sister Ebony, and so many others who work with us to put on the culture night and with our annual convention, who are always ready to work with any and all of the initiatives that may need art or music. And I wanted to ask the believers who are still on the call to please take a look at the website, www.muslimconvention.net. The 12 Muslim artists are still on that website, and and how you can get in contact with them through their respective websites, and how you can maybe purchase some of their material that they have, whether it's T-shirts or CDs or pieces of art. The artists really want to know and really want to feel your support and know that it's there for us. My husband and I have started a venture where we work with music and art together, and we're doing this every 2 weeks. I want to invite you, we'll put it on Facebook, we'll post it on Facebook, and to come and see a live presentation. It's usually about 6 or 7 minutes long, maybe at the most 15 minutes out of your busy schedule. And it'll be a time that you can go to that posting and see the live presentation of music and art. And how we do this is the very first one we did, I was on the alto flute and I played Amazing Grace, and my husband created a piece of art. And by the time I finished playing Amazing Grace, and it only took about less than 10 minutes, and the art was completed and done, the collaboration of art and music. This past Thursday, or was it? It must have been Thursday. We did another one, and I called it From the Spirit. We called it From the Spirit. I used the cicada Native American flute, wooden flute, and I played from spirit. I played from inspiration. I didn't play a song that anybody would recognize. I played from whatever Allah put in my spirit to play on that cicada Native American flute. And my husband created a second piece of art that is I put it in the chat. It says Camilla, in the chat, it says Camilla Furkan and Thomas, collaboration of art and music. And if you hit that link, it will take you straight to it. And you'll get a chance to see it from beginning to end. It's about 14 minutes, a little shy of 15 minutes, because I talk too much sometimes. and so I'm talking and introducing the instrument, the cicada or Native American flute. And I also had a T-shirt on that I want to say that had, do you know this man? And it had W.D. Muhammad, and it says, Google him. So, that was my way of also introducing some dawah. To me, I think you will enjoy it. And if you go with us on this journey, please support us on this journey. We will announce the next one, and maybe I will sing while he creates a piece of art. And even I do some spoken word in regards to I may ask Brother Edward if I can read one of his poems, or I may I have a book of poetry of our great African-American writers of poetry, Langston Hughes and others, and I can do a nice rendition of one of their poems. And while he creates the art. And then you will have an opportunity to see that creation from beginning to end. And if you like the art, you can
Of course, it's yours to purchase, and if you like the music, we can have a separate MP3 where we'll give you the link and you'll have just the music of the Native American flute, or you'll have the music of the alto flute using Amazing Grace. This is the first two we've done. The third one, if I'm singing a song, you will have that. We can isolate that for you. So please support the artist. My website is www.camillasjazz.net. Excuse me, my website is www.camillasjazzetcetera.com. And you can see these first two collaborations, the ones I've just mentioned. And as an urgent reminder, please go to www.muslimconvention.net. Choose any of the artists that you really enjoyed this past culture night on our annual Muslim convention. And I'm so happy that Imam Warithuddin Muhammad has opened this type of platform for the creation and the beauty of culture, of music, of art, of dance, literature, poetry, movies. It's just phenomenal how much the growth can take place. But please go to www.muslimconvention.net, and the 12 artists that you heard for the 2021 annual convention during for the Culture Night presentation, we're still there. And you can contact us and maybe send a donation. My husband and I are trying to build a studio in our home, for our own home studio, so for the creation of music. And so your support, your love, and however you want to reach out to us, we are there for you. I will keep going until I will keep playing my flute. I will keep singing the praises of Allah. My service is all for Allah through the gifts that He has blessed me to have. I will work with the children as long as Allah keeps me on this plane, on this earth. My love is for you. My love is for the community. My love is for Allah. And so I thank you for this time. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Sister Camila. Now we're going to go to Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar for announcement pertaining to Savior's Day. And then we'll go with have closing remarks from our president, Imam Muhammad II. And then we'll close out with dua by Imam Elam Muhammad. So Brother Akbar.
Yes, I'm ready. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Assalamu alaikum again, brothers and sisters. If you know, the next event for the Mosque Cares will be the annual Savior's Day program, and the committee meets every Wednesday at 8:00 p.m. now Central Standard Time. And if you're interested in attending a meeting, simply send you can put your email in the chat, and we'll capture that email, and Imam Elam will send you out the link, the Zoom link to attend the meeting. So far, this has been confirmed by the president of the Mosque Cares. The date for Savior's Day will be February 26, 2022. That's the fourth Saturday in February. It'll be a virtual program, so we'll be virtual, so it'll be live streamed. And the registration fee has been approved by the president. So the registration fee for Savior's Day will be $100. And then the vending fee for vendors for Savior's Day will be $50. All right. And we're in the process, we have already voted on some themes for the Savior's Day program, and we have referred those to the president for his consideration. And by our next announcement, we will have the theme, inshallah. And so we are now also taking nominations for the awards that we give out on the Savior's Day. There's the Hadid Award for male and female, and then there's the Pioneer Award for male and female. And so those those award platforms are open. You can nominate, and you can either come to the committee and make your nomination, or send that information via email to either Imam Elam or myself, and I'll put my email in the chat, so that. But this is the important thing: when you make the nomination, it's very important that you have informed the person that you're nominating that you're putting their name in for nomination, to see if they would be acceptive of it, and then you'll need to provide a short bio for the person, so that the committee can consider them when we consider the voting for them. So at our next meeting, we will close nominations. We want to wait till we announce this to the broader community. They're our first Sunday program. So if you would like to make a nomination, you need to make it by our next meeting, which will be this Wednesday coming. We'll close nominations at that time. And then at our next meeting on the 10th, we then will consider, I'm sorry, on the 14th, I think it's the next meeting after this Wednesday. Then we'll consider those nominations, and we'll be voting on those. And then we'll be making those recommendations to the president of the Mosque Cares. In addition to that, we're looking for speakers that can speak for this Savior's Day program. We'll be taking nominations for the speakers also. And at this meeting, which will be, so our next meeting is Wednesday, the 10th. Then on the 17th, we'll be considering to vote on both the speakers and the nominations for awardees. And at that time, we'll be making the recommendation. We rank them and then make the recommendations to the president of the Mosque Cares for his final consideration. So we encourage you to join us as we plan for what we pray Allah that will be a fantastic Savior's Day program. So with that, Imam, my brother Adil, I think that's all the announcements for Savior's Day here. I hope I have not missed anything. If I have, any other members of the committee can remind us if I've been forgot anything that I'd like to present at this time. But those are the announcements to date, Brother Imam.
Brother Akbar,
Yes.
Now what awards will we be accepting nominations for?
And the awards are the Hadid Award, and then the Pioneer Award. We accept, there'll be one female and one male in each one of those categories.
So total of what, 4 nominees? It sounds like?
It'll be 4 awards given.
Correct, okay.
So these are adult members. Is there
That's correct.
any age? Is there any age restriction for the Hadid or the Pioneer?
There is for the Pioneer
Okay.
Award, and I don't have it in front of me, but Imam Elam, if he's on, he
We'll
has
post
that.
it, inshallah. We'll
post
send it out. We'll send it out and post it, and maybe we'll have it in the Muslim Journal, inshallah.
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yeah, and for both the Hadid and the Pioneer Awards. Yes, sir.
For the Akbar, there's also the category for those who return back to Allah.
Yeah, but we don't usually announce those though, the posthumous awards, because we don't give that many out. But we will be considering posthumous awards for this Savior's Day. But my hope is that by the time this next meeting, we will have that number, because just like we have with the Hadid Award, there's one in each category, male and female. We need to have a number for those posthumous awards, those who return to Allah, and we hope to finalize that at our next meeting. But ma'am, Elam, I'm glad you're here, so
Yes,
that you can. Did I miss anything with the awards?
No, sir. And then when I mentioned that we'll post it and so forth. The Pioneer is that it used to be if you were in the time when Malcolm was around. Well, that time has moved. So you look at the age, most of them, it's around 80, 70, 80, but that's not the category. But the Hadid Award, there's no age limit. for the Hadith Award. Okay.
And is there a number for the posthumous award? Do we have a number?
We usually only have about 1 or 2 posthumous awards. We do not want to have
Yeah, and we're asking those listeners to go home and search their communities. You know, because you have a community, you have a Muslim family, you have Muslim friends, associates that you've worked with, and you've known that are deserving of recognition from their leadership. And the mosque represents the leadership of the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and all of those in association with a 90-year legacy, starting with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on up to Malcolm X and to myself here as president of the Mosque Heirs, Imam W.D. Muhammad. So all of those people that you know that have worked and served in any capacity, whether they were employees, taught at the schools, or imams, or just a hardworking believer, that we want to recognize them. And you know them better than we do. So we want to recognize them. So please bring them up for nomination, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Thank you, Brother Adil. That's the announcement for Savior's Day to this day.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, that's Saturday, February.
Saturday, February 26, 2022.
2022. Alhamdulillah. And so we hope, inshallah, soon to be sending out flyers and promotions for this once the actual theme is established, inshallah.
Yes.
With that said, we're going to turn it over to our president for closing remarks.
Yep, I'm still here. Alhamdulillah, I want to thank everyone for participating, and may Allah continue to bless us and reward us in full for our good efforts and our good intention. Alhamdulillah. And I'm going to close out and say good night. I hear Adil's stomach growling. Oh, was that me? Okay. That wasn't you. Yeah. So alhamdulillah, I'm going to say peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and God's choice, blessings and mercy upon you and all of us. Ameen. And good night. And we hope to see you and hear from you soon, inshallah. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam.
Dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
First Sunday Community Program will be December 5th, 2021. Next First Sunday Community Program, December 5th.
Yes, please mark that down. Thank you.
Thank you. I love you all.
I see that beard coming in.
I see the gray.
I see the gray on the beard coming in.
Man, they tricked me.
Look all that gray.
Once you take a bet, you can't, Nah, I'm joking. I don't know.
It's looking all right. You all right, man.
It's just more work, man. I don't know. I'm gonna hang in there for a little while. I'm just doing y'all that favor. But take a picture and remember this.
It looks like a shape.
I don't know. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, David. Good night.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
I love you all. Thank you all. I thank you all. Thank you.
Love you too.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you, Sister Rashida.
Assalamu alaikum, brother president.
Brother president.
That's right, Tawanda.
And I sound like a vice president.
Alhamdulillah.
We got our own president and our own vice president right there.
That's
I sound
right,
like
I want to say this was a wonderful
Assalamu alaikum,
day.
Brother Wallace and everyone else. This is Tariq in Cleveland.
Walaikum assalam. I want to say this was a wonderful day celebrating Sister Clara, Queen Mother Muhammad, and the Youth and Education Committee, Sister Clara Muhammad Institution. We had a wonderful time. I thank Allah. Woo!
Alhamdulillah. Yes.
And we should make November the 2nd always a special day for Sister Clara Muhammad. November 2nd, 1899.
Hey,
Sister
that's
Zelly,
122 years. My God.
Sister Zelly,
Alhamdulillah.
tell your
Yes,
son-in-law,
sir.
D Smooth, that we see him all over the TV and we want to see him come and participate with one of these conventions again. He came with his wife about 10 years ago, I guess.
Yes. I'm
D
working
Smooth,
on it, brother.
your son-in-law.
Right. I'm working on it. One of the people, one of the believers here in Atlanta, Georgia, has asked me to do just that. So I'm praying and working through it because he has such a
Just
busy
tell it.
schedule.
Just tell him we remember him and we're looking forward to seeing him again, show back up. He's
Alhamdulillah.
all over
Thank
the
you.
TV acting like Little Caesar or somebody, but anyway, I'm not going to go into that.
That's okay, because I saw at one point, I didn't know it myself until my daughter texted. I said, okay, that's where it's going now, but it's all good.
Is that the comedian?
We
Is
love
that the
him.
comedian?
He's getting a good paycheck.
Well,
Is that the
wants to
comedian Be Smooth?
Yes, he actually wanted to have a business of his own, and it's coming, inshallah. That's the beauty of this life, because everybody wants to do something on their own, but that's
work
what
with
you
us.
do.
He can come and work with us at the mosque.
Experience. Pardon me? I'm working
Tell
on
him
it,
he
brother.
can come and work with us.
Yes, sir. I'm working on it.
Okay, I know you are.
Alhamdulillah. When I was out in California, that was one of my missions. Alhamdulillah, with my children.
Funny. I like him.
Yeah, he's a very good person too. He's really, really a good person, really good husband. I really
I
respect
like
how he
him.
treats my daughter.
Yeah, he cool like that.
Alhamdulillah.
Allah
Yes, Sister
Akbar.
Tawanda. Yeah, Allah Akbar. I always remember you and your mother, and when you came on, you said mommy, so I always remember that. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So where's the baby?
I don't
Where's the
have the
9
baby
month?
today. I'm not feeling too good today, so I don't have the baby today.
Yeah, she would be behind you too, making different sounds, letting you know that she's there, right?
She sure would. Yes, she do. I always tell her, come on, it's time for us to make prayer now. We gotta pray. Yep.
Alhamdulillah. Brother David, I wanted to tell you, I saw your mother in this book I have. Are you still on? I really went through my books and pulled it up. I really want to be able to send some of these things. My children come here, I'm going to send it to her probably by phone. But he's probably off. That's okay, inshallah. Because I have these different, I'm telling you, Sister Tawanda, if you still listen, I have these University of Islam, Muhammad University of Islam books, you know, from when they graduate. What do you call them now? Bismillah.
What you call them books?
Both of us forgot. Oh, Allah.
I forgot Sister Zelly.
But it's a book when you graduate. When you
It's a
graduate,
yearbook.
you get these books.
The yearbook.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a yearbook.
Yes. Okay. That's what I have. 4 of them, and I was going through them. I saw different faces, and many of the children are grown and all that. It's amazing. That's what I like about books and pictures. So, yes,
Yeah, the yearbook. I didn't get one of them.
Yeah.
Well, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Have a good night. I love you all. I want to give the greetings to Brother Hafiq Muhammad. Much love to you, my brother. And I love you all. Have a good night. Assalamu
alaikum.
You did an excellent job, Sister Tahir. You really came in holding up the torch quick, almost like Muhammad Ali did when he came down here for the Olympics.
Allahu Akbar.
I was here for that, Sister Zelly. I was driving buses. I was driving MARTA buses at that time.
Really? Alhamdulillah. Sister, you should see this.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank all of you.
Who said that?
I'm getting ready to leave to Sister Zelly. Assalamu alaikum.
Sister Zelly, Sister Brenda in Cleveland.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Brenda.
Alaikum. Always good to hear you.
It's good to be heard, Sister. I'm so grateful to Allah. This has been a wonderful day. At first, I say, wow, this is many hours. These hours going by so quick. And it's 8:30.
Yes,
We started at 1:30. Isn't that amazing? Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
That was not quick.
Okay. I pray Allah continue to keep you all safe and in good health. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, like my son, just eating a good diet, we'll be fine. Just keep, as they say, take care of your immune system, eat plenty of fruits and vegetables, drink water, and drink your good green tea and all that other good things that we know how to put in our bodies to live this good life Allah has given us. We'll be okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Brenda. This is Tariq. I guess she got off.
Walaikum assalam. It was so good to hear you.
Yes, it's good. I was surprised to hear you. Another Brenda was on earlier.
Oh, okay. I
Yes.
started off on YouTube and I couldn't see the chat, so I came on over to Zoom, but I've been on from the very beginning. But so are you here with us?
I like how you say here with us. I'm here. I got 2 or 3 different places to be living, and I'm over here at the house trying to get it set up. My wife, they're going to do a documentary on her. I'm hoping they'll do some filming here at the house.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'll be down in North Carolina by Thanksgiving, and I think I'm trying to move from Cleveland, but I love Cleveland in the summertime. And after being in Chicago area, I came back with a new love for Cleveland, but not in the winter. It's getting too cold. I got a little more work here to do at the house before I can leave, though. And I'm starting a library down in Mississippi. My family, the family I come from, they have a church down there, a family church, and I'm donating about 200 or 300 books to them.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Your name was thrown in for a Pioneer Award for this year, so we hope the votes go your way.
Jackson,
Oh my
Mississippi.
goodness.
You from Jackson, Mississippi?
Our family is from there. We have a relative that came there right after the war and bought 100 acres of land. We can't figure out where he was born. Some say Madagascar, but we can't prove it. And I did a lot of family history interviewing, and I've just sat on all that information for a number of years. And I've sat on a few things, and I need to retire so I can start writing up a lot of these things I've collected. So I want to go down. I'll be down in Mississippi probably when it gets too cold. I'm running down there. But I'm going to North Carolina. I got a lot of my books down there and some tools and some clothes I got to bring up here. But I don't want to be in Cleveland in the winter, even though I love Cleveland. I came back with a new love for Cleveland.
We're from Mississippi too.
Yeah.
My family from Jackson, Mississippi too.
All right. Okay. So our family lives out in the area near the college. There's a small college there, and they got a street named after their family. I forgot the name of the street, Burke or something like that. And but the church, they just built a new addition on it. And my wife and I, we were down there for about a week. And I was really impressed with how it's part of that heritage. And I've been trying to do something real special with my books, and I've decided that's what it should be. Yeah, I only got so many books. They all in the garage, and I'm gonna buy some more tomorrow. No, I was supposed to buy them today. I forgot. Today is Sunday, right?
Sunday.
Yes, it is.
All day long, right?
What's your last name, bro?
Ziad, Tariq Ziad, Tariq Salim Ziad. I always like to say my whole name. My dad asked me once, son, why'd you change your name? He was a minister, Christian minister. I used to be superintendent of Sunday schools in the church. We all three were in, his father, his stepfather, and I. But he asked me, and I took almost an hour explaining to him why I changed my name. He said, okay. I learned so much from my dad of how to be a universal man. And that's how I could be married to a Hindu. And I still know a lot of Catholics, lot of Jewish people, a lot of this, that, and the other. You know, I'm a universal man. I love people and they love me, and they will fight to defend me too. That's what they told me.
Right.
Welcome in their homes in different cities, different countries. They were going to invite us, my wife, to Russia and bring 5 of us over there with her, but she couldn't last that long and get healthy.
Your regular last name is Bates or Goodman?
My regular last name is what?
Is it Bates or Goodman?
No. So you know somebody named Bates? No. My last born name was Hubbard. My father was Reverend Reuben David Hubbard Sr., and I was superintendent of Sunday schools, Reuben David Hubbard Jr. And I sang in the choir here in Cleveland. I couldn't sing too well, but somehow they tolerated me. I was president of my class in junior high school. I was president of a senior club in high school, and they always treat me like I was the president, and the president was mad with me for 40 years, and he apologized to me 40 years later. He said, "I'm so glad I see you. I want to apologize for what I said to you." We hadn't even graduated. He was fussing at me because everybody came to me. You know, I just have God had blessed me through my father to be a universal man. I declare I'm a universal man. I have people that I over in India with my wife and her religious community. I can sit in on the leaders' meetings from all over the world. They don't hide anything from me that I know of, because I'm sitting in the same meetings they're sitting in. Yep. So I've lived an interesting life. God has blessed me. I'm still here. Had more than one wife during the years, and all my children's mothers are now deceased, and I'm still here. Yeah. So I don't know what's coming up in the future. It's a little hazy, but I want to work with the church down in Mississippi. I got a stepmother. She's a Caucasian lady, and I've got to look out for her a little bit. And she looked out for my dad. And just an interesting future I'm going into.
Brother Tariq, Assalamu alaikum.
Well, alaikum assalam.
Brother, sister, yes, Sister Zelly. Sister Aisha Mustafa, is she from Jackson, Mississippi? You know the editor of the Muslim Journal?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when you listen to her speak, she's always kept that Southern drawl, but at the same time, she came to Chicago when she's really young. She was a secretary. Later, she became the editor of the Muslim Journal, but she got her 2 or 3 degrees while she's in Chicago, but she said she moved back there. But I think now she goes back and forth from, her home is now in Mississippi, but she still goes back and forth to Chicago. And she's like a universal person too. But I think Al-Islam makes us universal, and we treat one another right. The life of a Muslim makes us that way. Because many people I've met over years, I'm so grateful to Allah, working with the New World Patriotism Day, the different nationalities and persons you're speaking of. We would have them in our parades, and it was just a beautiful life, and I miss it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're going to do some more things. So we're still alive, and that's the beauty of life. So
Isn't that
keep our
something?
minds sharp. Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah.
I'm 81, and it's it's amazing.
It is, alhamdulillah. The sister that was on the call today from Milwaukee, Mississippi, I saw her in Tennessee, and she had a mask on, and I looked at her, I said, I know you. And we both looked at her, and she pulled a mask, and I said, you know what, we met when on the plane going to Rome with the folklore. She said, yes. So now she's doing what she's doing. Isn't that amazing? That's what we're saying. It's so beautiful. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
I want to do. Go with the folklores. The folklore. When I got a call from one of them one day, and she say, "I want you to go to our meeting tomorrow. Can you go?" And I said, "Yes." And I went to Columbus, and I had a letter from the imam here, the masjid I belong to, Masjid Bilal. And later she said, we were hooked up to 130 countries. I say, wow. But they were
Yeah.
having a reorganization meeting where they were reorganizing all over the world. Didn't keep nothing from me. I was there right with everybody else. When I'm with the Hare Krishnas, we have leaders from all over the world talk their personal business. I sit at the table with them, and they're discussing their business. They trust me. I mean, I'm with leaders from German, not German, Russian, Chinese, and they have interpretive hookups on their ears so they can hear the language of who's speaking. And I've lived a blessed life. It's like amazing. I've helped start more than one community in Islam, but they don't know me by the name Tariq. It's either Reuben or David Komet. Or David. Yeah.
When I went to Rome, they had a big open forum, as you mentioned, and they had something on the side of the chair where each person, whatever language you spoke, you push the button and you can hear it in your own language. That's how they do it.
Yeah, that's what they had in India.
Be connected. Yes, sir. So you could be connected. It's amazing. But I want to say this. I'm gonna leave it alone. For instance, here in Georgia, I don't know if you all follow sports. I don't as much, but I'm telling you, I have a husband who follows it more than I do. So the Braves won after 26 years, okay? Hank Aaron, the baseball player, who's known for being who he is, the point is they had 3 men of color on the Braves team, and none of them spoke language of English. So they had to have an interpreter to come in when they did this big parade down here in Georgia to interpret it for them. Isn't that amazing? One was from Cuba. He couldn't speak English, and 2 other language men of color. So I'm saying that to say how we are beginning to be a universal people, whether we want to be or not. And they were so happy to have these guys, these brothers on that team, because they helped them win the brain, helped the Braves to win. And that's one thing, helped to turn the city around. I was actually rooting for myself. I was just clapping and clapping because the things that's going on, the things that's not halal, it needed a change in Georgia. So I was grateful to, to be a part of that. I don't know if you watch the Braves and all this sports and whatever, but that was a good thing. And I said for all over the world, they knew that the people from Atlanta needed something like the Braves to come up with a win, because we have so much stuff going on down here with the changing of the voting and all this. So Allah gives us what we need. So I just want to share that. Alhamdulillah. Okay, believers, I thank you. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much for sharing. Have a good life and take care of yourself.
Well, it's good talking with you, Sister Zelly.
Yes.
I was down there in Atlanta, but I I didn't let y'all know I was there. I was there for about a week and a half, I think.
Well, you're here with your daughter.
My daughter.
You remember your daughter?
Yeah, my daughter is there.
Yeah, and her son, because he did something for us at the National Alpha Noon. I think some type of portrait, something we had for a culture program.
Right. That was it. Yes. He's still doing poetry and songs.
Yeah. It was quite a few years ago. I know at least 10 years ago.
Got anything on Facebook or YouTube?
I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna ask him. I don't know. But his name is David Ali. His music name.
Okay.
His born name is David Ali Hubbard, and he just used David Ali when he sings at places.
So why does that mean that's to make the money happen?
Inshallah, look him up. I sing too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, everyone.